Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket. And it's bloody early in the morning, but I am joined by Grubby, and I am joined by, wow, Messi, it's midday or something. He's in Australia.
It's 1 o'clock, yes.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock.
It's a perfect place to be watching cricket.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad place to be watching cricket. Australia is the worst place to be watching cricket when you're in England, is basically the answer to that one.
No, middle of the night. The romance.
Yeah, but it gets to 4 in the morning and basically it becomes hard.
And then you get Adelaide depressed.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. We got New Zealand later. That starts at least at 10 o'clock.
I didn't think Adelaide existed anymore.
Well, who knows? Anyway, it is another test series. Bang, they come quick and fast. And England are over in Pakistan and playing at Multan. It is the first test of 3, obviously. We're here to cover all of it. It's not too bad. It's 6 o'clock start in England. It's not too bad. When you're an old man, you wake up at stupid o'clock anyway. So,
well, I'm nearly as old as you, and I find it terrible getting up early.
Really?
But I went to bed nice and early last night after a big pizza, some wine, and some whiskey. So it was ideal.
I mean, I wake up on a weekend now at like 6:30 in the morning, and I can't go back to sleep.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Well, it's kind of the equivalent of being a late nighter, because no one else gets up at the weekend until about 11 in the morning, so you get that kind of quiet time on your own.
Which, as we know, spare time is the most valuable commodity there is.
I actually do lots of things.
Haven't we all reached the age where we wake up at bladder o'clock?
Well, I do that, yeah. There's obviously that too. Anyway, Pakistan won a toss and they decided to bat, which means we're not going to get 500 on day one, which is a bit of a shame because that was fun last time. But we are going to see. Apparently, Pakistan, the wickets aren't going to be as flat as last time. They've got. They think they're going to. Make it more seamer friendly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll see. They're usually as flat as a pancake. They've still got to go Rawalpindi. But there's 2 tests in Multan. Doesn't look like there's a soul in the ground, which is a bit depressing. Maybe there's 1 or 2 people. I don't know.
They're in the shade.
Well, they should be in the shade. What did you say? It was
38 to 40 degrees it's going to be today. And that's one of the reasons they think why they might have left a bit of grass on the wicket, just because it's going to burn off anyway. So, it may not remain as green as it looks right now.
Well, so that may be the case, and England will want to make use of it. They're starting at 10 o'clock in the morning over there, I believe, because it gets dark. It's the time of year where it gets dark pretty early. I don't think there'll be a lot of extra time. I don't think they'll be able to get an extra half hour in, if I remember rightly, at the end of the day. Anyway, usually they go off after about 20 minutes tops.
But if you are preparing wickets as the home side, and there's a bowler in the England ranks in the shape of Chris Woakes, who likes bowling in English conditions and is famously not as nearly as effective abroad, then would you want to produce a pitch that's going to have him licking his lips? I think not, probably. But,
no,
but they have.
Especially when you know what his what his away stats are.
And bear in mind, he's got a kookaburra in hand too.
Oh, yeah, well. Do they use kookaburras there?
Yep.
Oh, right, okay. Didn't know that. Right, let's go through some teams. Pakistan are Siam Ayub, Abdullah Shafiq, Shah Masood, Babar Azam, Saad Shakil, Mohammad Rizwan, Salman Agha, Ahmad Jamal, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Naseem Shah, and Abrar Ahmed. England are Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Harry Brook. Stokesy hasn't made it, so Jamie Smith goes in at 6, Chris Woakes 7, Brian Cass 8.
Making his debut
In a test match, yeah. Gus Atkinson is 9, Jack Leach and Shoaib Bashir.
The old Somerset spin attack.
Yeah, who's going to come up better? I reckon Jack Leach will show up Shoaib Bashir. I just think he's probably England's
He did alright in Pakistan last time, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And I think towards the end of the county season he sort of out-bowled Shoaib as well, but they'll be supporting each other, backing each other up.
Have they ever played simultaneously for Somerset or just England?
Well, I was saying at the end of the Somerset season, they both played at least one game together, and I think Leachy got about 8, and Shoaib didn't get any.
Yeah, that's true. Right, we're going to have some jingles in a second when I've got them all in the order in the carts. But the first ball is bowled by, I can give you him because we have him. It's this guy.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Now, I'm pretty certain we had a jingle for Ayub, but it does appear that we don't.
Well, we've got Abdullah Shafiq on strike, so
we definitely got a jingle for him.
It was a gentler way swing of the first one.
Shafiq's technique. Abdullah Shafiq's unique.
Well, there was an appeal second ball. It seemed to be sliding down, was it?
Yeah, but he's got that bit of shape, that bit of a way swing. So it started on leg, and rather than carrying on down, it did straighten. So it's worth a shout. Not the stupidest shout I've ever seen, but just sliding down. I think you're right.
Now I need to get my G
Possibly high as well.
Of course, I don't get here with plenty of time to spare in the morning, so it is all a bit. Got to get on air, and of course, as we all know, Woakes is in again, and Abdullah Shafiq just plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. As we all know, Hendo and Ditch were in here on their own last time, and I turned on the team viewer to look at the screen set when they couldn't do something, and everything had disappeared. They fucking moved everything. It was a disaster, and I haven't been in here since then. So.
Well, I think there are two approaches, aren't there? If you're not that comfortable with the technology, there are two approaches. One is to sort of leave well alone, which is the approach that I take, and the other approach is to press every fucking button you can see.
Well, that seems to be Ditch's approach. Oh, that one's a decent ball outside the off stump, left alone. Well, not left alone. Beats the outside edge really. Played down the line, and it just went away from Abdullah through to the keeper, and there is no run.
So a little bit of movement we're seeing, aren't we, in this first over? One wonders how long this is going to last, though.
Well, probably
Chris Wokes
about 5 overs.
he might only bowl 3 overs in the day.
Well, I guess the first hour you probably might go with C, mightn't you? That one's into the pitch, and they're going to get a run. Oh, and they could have been a potential run out, but I think is that Zach Crawley, whoever it was who fielded it, blooped it up in the air. It was Zach Crawley.
It stuck in his hand, didn't it?
Yeah, it did seem.
He tried to underarm it at the stumps, and it lobbed in the air and he hit himself on the back of the head.
Yeah, because it's going to be about 10 degrees hotter than it was last time they were there, wasn't it? Because it was 2 months later. Was it just after Christmas?
It was December, I think it was.
December. Okay, 2 months later.
Seems like only yesterday, didn't it? But it was about 2 years ago, nearly.
Yeah, it was a great series.
Don't time fly, Messers?
Oh, done it just.
Tell me about it.
Right, I can get someone in here. Wokes is in to Saeem Ayub, and he just defends it up to mid-off, and there is no run. And that is the end of the first over. Over, even.
So, on YouTube, we have Mog, who just types first. He says, Grubby looks especially middle-aged today. Well, fuck you too, Mog.
I'll take middle-aged.
Yeah.
But, if I live to 104, that'd be a great effort.
Leah says, morning, everyone. What a stupid idea to start a test on a Monday so you can make sure you get no airtime on English weekend. Well, there's football on then anyhow, isn't there? By the way, the GPL is at 177 quid.
Yeah, it is.
Brown in Brisbane says, morning all good and happy. Well, it's too early to be happy, but okay.
I'm happy.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm good.
And this Dr. Astrovia asks pitch condition. Well, it looks hard and flat, to be honest.
Yep.
And a little bit green.
And a little bit green, and it's very hot. And then the first over from the other end is this man. His first ball's just outside the off stump, left alone.
Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Joffre, breaking down after every game.
A stunning start to he's played 7 testers, he's got 5 wickets in innings 3 times already, and an average of 20.18 and 34 wickets in those 7 tests. So he's had a fantastic start to his career.
And he looks like my cousin James.
And he looks like your cousin James. And this is his first
win-win.
Win-win, yes. Next ball hits the bat hard. It's played out square on the offside, and there's no one. He does always look like a mopey bastard, it has to be said, but
James isn't a mopey bastard. He's a nice lad.
yeah, well, yeah.
By the way, Mog says he sent you an IOB jingle in capital letters, he says.
Yep, I found it. I've got it. And in fact, I'm going to play it for you just now.
Will be.
For the first time, they've done something right. Cause the selectors pick Simon,
Good bit of bounce there for Magnuson outside the off stump, getting his pain up, his pace up a little bit.
Great jingle, that, wasn't it? Great jingle, Mog.
Great jingle.
Yeah.
Through to the keeper, no run.
Super stuff.
Well, although it's going to get 35 today, apparently it's only 25 at the moment, which is actually almost exactly the same as Perth.
Are you on a promise at mentioning Perth as many times as possible?
Absolutely. I'm sponsored by
the tourist board.
I mean, yeah, why you want to come here, I don't know, but
left alone through to the keeper, and there ain't no run. Yeah, I've been to Perth. It's fucking dull, I have to say.
I've not been to Perth. Got a mate who lives there, Tony Hamblin. You probably know him, Messers.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
He came back. He came back a couple of years ago.
From England?
He goes. I love it over here. I live in a big enough house with a pool, and I'm a brickie. He says. I love that.
Yeah. Well, I heard someone describing the difference between living in Australia and living in England. Is Australia you look up, England you look down.
Well, that's decent pace it seemed to me, but he looks, according to the speed gun, he's only marginally quicker than Wokes, but it looks fairly quicker on the TV. Abdullah takes his bottom hand off and it bounces up and defends it in front of his midriff, and there is no run.
Heavy ball. He bowls a heavy ball.
We have a very important super chat. You got a jingle?
Oh, I got a jingle. Yep. after this ball as it's defended out to point, and there is no run. Is that fielded by O'Brien Cast? Here we go.
Use your Brian Super Chat.
It's from our favourite person, Brian in Brisbane.
Oh.
He sent us $2 Australian. It says, morning, some coffee's on the way. 0355 code.
Well, that's
Nice.
good actually, because I just made some coffee here with some instant, and it is absolutely shocking.
Yeah.
I tried to have it black. I like my coffee quite strong, so I put a lot in. But that, when it doesn't taste very nice, then it's not a good idea to make it strong, is it?
No.
So I've thrown it away.
Have you?
I'm on the water.
Oh, right. Well,
Tastes nicer.
There'll be some decent coffee arriving. Yeah, when
Thanks,
it's
Brian,
strong,
you're
it's
a
best to
ledge.
have it quite weak. You've made this very strong as well. I mean, I'll get through it because it's coffee and I need the caffeine
There
to
you
get
go.
me up. But Woke's coming in for his second over. He's buying at Sim Ayub. And he leaves that one outside his off stump through to the keeper and there's no run. Of course, I meant to do an under for the fall of the first wicket, even though I'm not that sure it will happen. But, you know, might as well give it a shot, eh?
I just want to say another big thanks to Brian, whose generosity seemingly knows no bounds. What a lovely man.
Isn't
Yeah, I know.
I'm still drinking beers of his, which he sent me last year, because I drink very little these days. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it wouldn't have lasted that long in my house.
Oh, that's arrowing in at the pads, but it's defended up to mid on, and there is no run.
And I guess they want to get Bryden Cast into the action relatively early as well. Gus Atkinson famously doesn't take the new ball for Surrey, does he? So he's not used to bowling with the new ball, but he's very quickly become one of the senior bowlers in this side. But yeah, I should imagine we'll see Bryden Cast sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Spare's doing some important admin
Yeah.
with a bookmaker.
That one goes across. Saeem draws his bat inside it through to the keeper, and there's no run. Haven't really troubled the bat that much so far, England, and you don't get a lot of time with a new ball. There's no movement off the pitch.
I think you've got to be brave enough to bowl that slightly fuller length, haven't you, to exploit any movement through the air that there might be,
Yeah.
and risk getting driven, and maybe bring the stumps and the pads into play.
Well, I mean, so far, that one again is across Saeem through to the keeper, and there's no run. They haven't really been troubled. There doesn't look to be a great deal in the pitch, so.
Well, it looks quite pretty at the moment because it keeps going past the bat or being left, but it's not particularly threatening.
No.
So yeah, I think it's primarily a length thing. Really try and shove it up there a bit fuller.
Try and draw the drive.
Draw
get a
the
little
drive.
edge.
And yeah, I mean, as I say, bring the stumps into play.
Wokes up to the crease. Does a little bit fuller, and Saeem does get a bit of bat on it. Guides it down backward of square. There is a man there, gully, and there is no run.
Just early in his Test career, Sim Ayub. He's in his 4th Test match, only averaging about 28 at the moment. But he has got a double century in first-class cricket, so decent pedigree.
Everyone in the subcontinent's got doubles
Yeah.
and triples. Flat tracks. They like to bat. There's a few people in the stands behind.
Good.
Well, they look like they probably something to do with the. That's a nice shot though. That is full and it's going across right in the slot for a left-hander who just pushes that out through the covers. First boundary of the day. He's up and running with 4 runs. Now I've got to remember which. Got to get rid of that jingle. The ones that click off the old YouTube nonsense.
Oh, removing the dangerous ones.
Yeah, we're going to be left with not a lot, but I was going through them all yesterday. The little notes we get from YouTube telling us which ones have stopped us from getting
Well, at least
monetised.
that's helpful information.
True. That one is nicely driven this time by Abdullah Shafiq. First ball of the next over. Not sure it's going to reach the boundary. I think it's chased down by Zach Crawley. It should get back for comfortable 2. Or was that 3?
3, I think.
3, yeah. Pakistan move on to 8 for none in the 4th over.
By the way, Matthew Cullen says, morning all. What's the GPL record? 177 pounds is the biggest I've seen. It's up there, isn't it?
We got
Been over 200, isn't it?
I think it was high 200s. I think it was 290 or maybe marginally over 300 quid once.
Yeah. Anyhow, it's a lot, so it's well worth you getting in. Go to GorillaCricket.com.
Buy your
click on
tickets.
competitions.
And enter.
And enter.
Apparently, a load of you should be receiving mugs soon from Patreon as well.
Oh.
Yeah. So, Rich Turner sent us a picture of his. They're pretty fucking good.
Oh, lovely.
I changed the design. I think it's the Ashes design on it with
Yes.
the guy with our English monkey ape even beating the Australian kangaroo over the head, which is always a good one. That's past the outside edge of Saeem through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, I'm glad I almost opted out of it, seeing as I already had a Gorilla Cricket mug or two, but I'm glad I didn't.
Well, that's why I changed the design. I think these are collector's items. There aren't that many of them around.
Given the design, though, Messrs, surely you're gonna have to hide it when you have your friends come round. It's gonna look unpatriotic, isn't it?
No, nobody gets that upset. They just have a chuckle.
Yes, that was dropped. Nicely played by Saeem, right under his eyes. Just lets the ball come onto the bat, drops it square on the offside. And it's another dot ball. Certainly not Baz ball.
I mean, it's not like I've got a Maga player grabbing.
No, but I mean, having the symbol of Australia being beaten by some massive ape, that's like that could, if you're a bit jingoistic, look unpatriotic.
If you're in America, it might get you shot.
A lot of things can get you shot in America.
Well, down the leg side, surely that's out, isn't it? Yeah, it
Yep.
is.
No, it's not.
Oh dear,
Wow.
oh dear. Saeem has just got himself strangled down the leg side. Now he's walking off, so clearly it was.
Yeah.
It was one of
Big
those
deflection.
ones. That was pretty poor. He should have just nudged that down to fine leg for a single, but instead he's got himself a little bit of a glove down the leg side, and he's been taken by Jamie Smith. And unfortunately, Pakistan lose their first wicket, which not great.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says, you out.
What wasn't a great ball.
No,
has,
he's just a
got
wicket taker, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he is a wicket taker.
Doesn't matter how they come, no pictures in scorebook.
That is. So Ayub goes for 4 of 10. And England will be very happy with that. Does that bring out Baba bat at
I think Shan Masood is slated to come in 3.
Shah Masood.
But, don't take my word for it.
Mark,
Yeah.
Mark keeps abuse going. You fucking sycophants, he says. Brown in Brisbane says it's 6 degrees in Northampton. Fucking hell. Jamar, the Statsman, says afternoon y'all from Victoria, Australia. And a good tip from Leah, who says try making instant coffee in hot milk. It takes off the nasty edge.
Well, I did that at home, actually, Leo. I started having oat milk in my coffee. It's a small step to a healthier lifestyle, but one that I'm seeing as significant. And I always warm it in the microwave before.
It's what my wife does. I don't like that.
Well,
She does 50-50 basically. Milk, water.
I'm having a look at the moment to see if I can send you a cafetiere from Amazon. And some
Well,
fresh
we've
coffee.
got one of those push things that
that is a
Oh,
cat,
you
yeah.
have? Oh.
that Gary left here years ago. Was they called Coffee Press or something? They're called.
Yeah.
I think
Plunger,
I think we've got some fresh coffee in the cupboard, but I never make it anyway. Shah
okay, so I
Masood
won't
is the
get you
next
one.
man in. That's all right. Shah Masood is in, and it's chased down. I think again by Zach Crawley, who seems to be everywhere, or it's just someone who looks like Zach Crawley is everywhere. And he immediately gets off the mark with a single, possibly 2. Yeah, it was poor, wasn't it? Should have just maybe it got up on him a bit. It didn't come off the back, came off the glove. Maybe didn't ride it enough.
It's just really soft, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very soft dismissal.
Early doors, you just want to be leaving that alone. It's a non-threatening delivery down the leg
I
side.
don't think as a batsman you can leave that alone. That's easy runs, isn't it? Normally. That's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. The new batsman is
Shan Masood was born in Kuwait in October 1989. Less than a year later, Saddam Hussein invaded. Coincidence? Yeah, you keep telling yourself that.
One of the weirder jingles we have, but I like it. His average ain't much to write home about. Just 28 he averages in Test cricket.
Well, Pakistan haven't won to test this. I'll pay you. We had Atif on the podcast this week.
Oh, yeah?
It was quite fun. Yeah.
How's
yeah.
Atif?
He's very well. He's out there.
I thought about messaging him and then didn't. It's the thought that counts.
It's the thought that counts. Wokes is back in for his third over, and that's defended out to the covers, and there is no run. Yeah, he's out there for TMS. Of course, they're not allowed to leave the bloody hotel, which is a bit weird.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, the Sky
sure
lads.
England team are.
The Sky lads are at the ground.
Yeah, I mean, basically, they're not allowed to leave the hotel, and of course, you know, A, he's got family out there, and B, you know, he's been there 100 times, and he had to have a sort of meeting. And he's like, why are you inviting me to this meeting? You know, I know everything I know everything there is to know about this, yeah. That's into the pads of Abdullah Shafiq, who works it nicely out into the deep on the leg side. Shoaib Bashir is out there in the deep. He'll pick it up. They'll get back for 2.
Apparently, England were very happy to have 2 tests in a row at Multan because their favourite golf course is there.
Yeah, apparently they've been using it liberally as well. Apparently, Root says it's good for getting used to the heat, which is probably actually true.
Yeah. As long as you don't fall off the golf cart.
Yeah, and injure yourself and break a leg. Wokes in. Oh, now that's not a bad appeal again, but I think it's going
high,
down.
isn't it?
It's too high and probably going down. There's no real cut in the off the seam on this track. Not a lot in the air either.
No.
Well, we saw a little bit in the early overs. Wokes in particular, but it was... He hadn't quite got his length right, I don't think, to make the most of it. And while the ball is still relatively hard, that sort of length is always going to be going over the top, that we just saw there.
Babar Azam is only averaging 28 this year or something, or 20 in his last, whatever it is. That's left alone. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. His test average has dropped down to about 45, Atif was saying.
Who's that, sorry? Baba?
Baba, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, this track has got to be the best chance he's got for reinstating some sort of form,
Well,
isn't it?
you'd have said that about a lot of tracks in Pakistan, and you know,
Yeah.
I mean, they lost at home to Bangladesh,
Yeah.
which really stung them. Oh, that's nice into the pads though. Played by Abdullah, clips it out to mid wicket, no run. And of course, Baba will be in next.
Yeah, and then
Matthew Cullen says singing opening batsman leaving the ball is disconcerting. Go hard.
Yeah, I don't think you see England doing that, eh?
not Duckett.
No. Nor Crawley, I don't think, really. Does look quite nice. Never visited Pakistan.
No, me neither.
I've never been to Southeast Asia, really. On the back foot, nicely pushed through the covers by Abdullah Shafiq. And it'll be fielded by Zach Crawley, who seems to be everywhere, as I said. Easily spotted. He's got a big, wide-brimmed hat on. And Abdullah gets another couple.
And a big goofy grin.
Yeah, score moves on to 12 for 1. Yeah, I was always too scared of getting caught smoking weed in these places and get put in jail. I think I could probably manage it now. I don't smoke so much.
Was that the end of the over?
Yeah,
I
I
believe
think so.
so.
Dan De Castro says England's World Test Championship slow over penalties could be tragic because if India whitewashed Australia, England remarkably could have reached the final. I don't see India whitewashing Australia. I think that's going to be a fascinating series.
Well, they haven't lost in Australia, have they?
Not for
two
a long time.
Not for a long time. It was they won the last. Did they win the last time they were there? 2-1.
Yeah.
And they drew
Yes,
the previous
they won
one.
They won their last 2 series. Yeah.
Oh, okay, was it 2? I thought they drew one of them. Or was that the one before? That was that 3 series ago. That's left alone outside Sharma Sood's off stump. Through the keeper, no run.
And Lockie Six says, "Yay, Test cricket, and it's not on at this insane o'clock in Australia."
Yeah, I'm very happy for you.
Good tone there, Gravy.
Oh yeah, I believe on the east coast it'll be what, 10 hours ahead now. So
Yes.
about 4 in the afternoon. That's into the pads, nicely clipped by Shah Massoud out towards deep square leg. They'll get back for an easy 2. Score moves on to 16 for 1.
Brown in Brisbane says, did the 82-pound Gorilla Cricket shower curtains get sorted? I don't think so. I think Redbubble's beyond our ken in that regard.
Yes. Endo reckons we should buy a load of stock and send them out from here, but that's a risky business.
Well,
Yes. Oh, you don't want to start getting into that.
No.
we could all come and work in that sweatshop.
You'd be better off drop shipping.
Shah Massoud faces up Atkinson, bowls it short but down leg side, and Shah had nothing to do with it. Through
Yeah.
the keeper, no run.
That's what Siam should have done.
Yes,
He was trying to get the wicket the same way, wasn't he, there?
very much so.
Leah says it's a French press is what you're trying to think of in terms of the coffee.
Yeah, that's probably what it's called.
Why does everything sound filthy when you put the word French in front of
Oh,
it?
wow, I know. Because the French are filthy.
Projection, not at all.
And they use anglais as like a term of abuse.
That's defended square on the offside, and out through in front of point. They'll get themselves through for a single.
Try asking for custard in a French restaurant. Crème anglaise, non.
Yeah.
I did once have a boss. We were going on a works Christmas trip to Paris and having lunch in a nice restaurant there. He said, he knew I spoke a bit of French. He goes, can you phone them up and ask if they've got any New World wines? I said, are you serious? So I did. And guess what the answer was?
Non.
Oui.
Oh, really?
Non, exactement. It was non. In exactly that tone. Non.
Disgusted. I tell you what, wine is extraordinarily cheap in France, and it's bloody good for
Yeah.
cheap wine. You can get €4 bottle of wine, and it's half decent if you find the right one.
I
Some
love-
of them are pretty shit.
A lovely baguette and some Mariette, and you're away.
Exactly. Defended up towards mid-on. There's no one. I'm a pate man. I love pate and French bread.
Well, rillette,
Oh,
which is like a poor man's pate. It's the roughest, nastiest stuff you can get from the supermarket, but you get that with a lovely baguette and a bottle of cheap wine, and it's delicious.
exactly.
Yeah, why would you ever leave?
But then other stuff is fucking expensive. Meat out there is extraordinarily expensive. Chicken was stupidly expensive. Atkinson in, defended by Abdullah from the crease. Goes out square on the offside. There is no run. It ends at end the 6th over, 17 for 1.
Brown Barish is with us. He says, oh, hey, look, something for me to fall asleep to. And I mean that in the nicest possible way.
Your eyes are feeling heavy.
Leah says, any thoughts on the Kanpur match? And Matthew Cullen says, what patron level gets you a mug? So I think it's the $20.
$20 now,
3
yeah.
months. Yeah.
$20 for 3 months, you get a mug. It's a very nice mug. And become a $20 patron. We'd love you. We are going to be moving. A tenant, Ben, my tenant, has found somewhere to live, so he'll be out of here in about a month. I still haven't got a buyer. I desperately need a buyer. Got to get rid of this place. Hence why I'm looking for a job. It should be a bit annoying for Gorilla Cricket if I do get a job. It's only 3 days a week in a school.
Sad times.
Sad times. However, if I'm going to get a buyer for the flat, I probably won't have to get a job, which would be really nice.
Well, don't tell your prospective employers that over the radio.
No, well, they won't be listening. Weirdly, it's at Lane School. We used to play at Lane School when I was...
The whole of Dulwich listens to Gorilla Cricket,
Well,
doesn't
we
it?
used to play at Lane School when I was a kid. And they were shit.
We
We used to bowl them out for about 40 every year.
Oh, right.
And weirdly, the club I played for was Allane and Honour Oak Old Boys. It was Old Alanians, which was Dulwich Old Boys. And of course, I never went to either of these two public schools. But yeah, the last club I played for was Allane and Honour Oak Old Boys. And we used to net in their sports hall.
It was a Norcross team, wasn't it?
Well, originally it was, yeah, and then Norcross stopped playing. Oh, that's squared up Sharm shoot, but he gets an outside leading edge that goes out to the covers and he'll get himself a single. Yeah, he used to net there over the winter anyway, so I know the school quite well. I'm a bit worried, lots of bloody snotty kids. I don't know how much I'll have to interact with them if I get the job.
Well, you're going to be like groundkeeper Willie
Yeah, I think I might be.
in The Simpsons.
I probably, I'm not very good at working for other people. This is what I do worry about.
I find that
Or being,
so hard to believe.
being told what to do.
Yeah, exactly that. Wokes into Abdullah. It's defended back down the track, and there is no run. There's a part of me hopes I don't get it.
Unless he's married to them.
Yeah. I applied for another one, which is, this is what I realised. There's two types of jobs I can do. Property management, I was telling Messi before we went on air, which is basically my other things, being a landlord, basically, but doing property management for someone else, which is dealing with tenants and fucking landlords, which is quite easy.
You clearly love it.
Well, no, tenants can be a pain. Landlords, okay, they're fine. They don't want to get what they, most of them don't want to spend money. That's fair enough. That's defended back down the track. There's no run, and then of course you've got to deal with fucking builders and tradesmen who are I'm sorry, but
As I say, you sound like you love it.
no, it's a pain in the arse. But I could do it quite easily. And the other one, which I'd much rather do, is in the audio-visual sphere, which is i.e. doing what we do here or anything like that. There's a lot of sort of events people looking for audio-visual engineers, so I've applied for a couple of jobs there. There's another one that's £300 a day, that will work all right. That one's punched nicely by Abdullah Shafiq out through the covers. The outfield's not that quick. Is it going to make it? It's not going to make it. Crawley chases it down once again. Throws it in. I think it's another 3 runs.
Oh wow! Would you change at the end of the serve?
Are we? Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Oh, to get the... I better get the...
Oh, Lockie Six has got the solution for you. Just play a season in the IPL, man.
Well, of course, that would be perfect, and I'm pretty certain I could go for under 8 and over. On average, I reckon I can manage that.
And here's CSK's new signing, the
Bear.
53-year-old rookie out of South London. No one's ever heard of him before, but we've plucked him from retirement. I mean, yeah, I can see that happening.
If MSD's going to play another season,
Well, exactly. That's short and wide, and Shah Masood just punches it out through the covers. There's going to be another 3 runs there.
this is proper Test cricket. 3 runs all over the place.
I know. Also, we've got Bear, Messrs Grubby, followed by Grubby, 40 Billy. Billy is here. Now, he's a young kid, so I guess getting up early is not for him.
You never know.
You never know.
You're making all sorts of generational assumptions there.
Well, I am. My daughter
'cause you
my
never
daughter
got
my daughter survived 2 weeks at university. Has already had the freshest cold.
Oh dear. That means she's been doing some kissing.
Well,
Oh,
who knows? 40, turn your camera off for a second. You're not on yet. That's into the pads. Oh, clip maybe a little bit aerial. There's a short mid wicket in, but it misses him. Goes out towards deep mid wicket, and there will be another 2, maybe 3. I don't know if we got back for 3 or 2 there. We've got Bear, Messrs Grubby, followed by Grubby, 40 Billy. Billy is
40? That was 40 with some playback.
I don't know how that
Yeah, I'm
happened.
here. Sorry, there was a little bit of playback there.
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah, it was a bit. Well,
Yeah.
was that the end of the over? You're on now, I believe.
there? Right. Okay.
okay, I'll just do one more tweet. Leah says, I'm still amazed by the fact that Blue Nun is produced in Germany but not sold here. We sell that crap any to you guys. Has anybody bought Blue Nun since the 1980s?
Only ironically, I should imagine. But
Well,
there we are.
exactly that. Morning, Billy.
Okay, I'll catch you later.
How are you, mate? Oh, jeez.
Oh, I'm alright, thank you. Nice early start. Always good to wake up and immediately be watching cricket.
Well, you know.
And a joy to be talking about it alongside you guys.
Well, I hope so. Oh, God, what's going on here? Screen's going on and off. 40, you're on, mate. You can now turn on your camera and join us.
Right,
Yes, I am.
we've got Gus Atkinson who's bowling to Abdullah Shafiq. It's outside the off stump and left alone. There is no run. Hello, 40, and hello, Billy.
Hello, Grubby, and hello, Billy. How are you? I don't know what you're complaining about. It's 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yes, it is. I'm just going to shift seats, so you two have a quick chat, and I'll join you in about 4 seconds.
Okay. How are you, Billy? What time is it with you? Are you in?
I'm alright, thank you. Yeah, I'm in England. I'm in Newcastle. 6:30 in the morning. So yeah, it's nice to be watching some cricket.
Whereabouts in Newcastle?
Full delivery driven by Abdullah down the ground. I think this is going to reach the boundary at long off. It's trickling away. Crawley's in hot pursuit, but he can't get there. And it is another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Pakistan have moved on to 31 for 1. Saeem Ayub is the man to have fallen to Gus Atkinson, caught, strangled down the leg side in heartbreaking fashion for him. Wishes that he hadn't flirted at that one. What have you made of it, chaps? Have you been watching, or have you just got up and Billy gone straight into it?
No. I've been watched a bit of the build-up.
Good man.
Watched the toss. No, it's all good. I mean, that kind of dismissal strangled down the leg side, as you say, is such a sign of a batsman being completely void of form and confidence, really desperate to get bat and ball, and just flicks it down the leg side.
I suppose you might consider yourself to be unlucky because you think, I mean, Bear was making this point that it's like 3 runs, but rather than get any meaningful contact, he just feathered it through, and this is defended into the onside by Abdullah. So you could say he's unlucky, but my view was that early in your, you don't need to be going near that, just leave it alone, it's not threatening. But, you know, the wicket taker that is Gus Atkinson does what he does.
Well, that's what Gus Atkinson brings. You know, it's a little bit of extra bounce, a bit of pace, and that kind of dismissal is therefore possible with him. But definitely, you know, I don't think even he would claim that it was a plan that he was bowling to. You know, England didn't have a leg slip in, so it was just a strangle. 3
slips in place here, and he leans on this one to point and gets himself a single. Does Abdullah, 32 for 1. Abdullah has 19. Shan Masood is captain's on 9.
The most interesting thing, of course, that everyone always thinks about in Pakistan or in cricket in general on the first day of a series is the pitch. You know, what have you made of it? It looks like there's potentially a little bit more in it than last year with the pitches. Last year in 2020 they were appalling.
I guess we have to wait and see. I guess we have to wait and see. It's yeah, I mean, last time England really forced a lot of those results and forced the win, so fair play. It was pretty exciting in the end, but maybe the pitches didn't help. It was in spite of rather than because of those pitches. A short delivery and tennis ball bounce, in fact, signalled a wide by the umpire. So high did it pass over. It's one of these.
Wide. I think I actually remember that pitch in Royal Pindi, which hosted the first Test match last time England played in Pakistan. That was actually rated as an OK pitch, apparently, because the ICC rate every pitch after a game, which was interesting.
Atkinson over the wicket to the left-handed Shan Masood. It squirts away up a leading edge. Wow, I've never seen a leading edge timed so well. It's almost going to reach the boundary. It's hauled in. I think they're back for another 3. You've seen at least 3 threes this morning. And yeah, close up of Bryden Cast. I was saying probably we'll see him into the attack sooner rather than later. You want to blood him as soon as possible, don't you?
Yeah, that's what captains usually like to do. Of course, it'll be interesting to see how Pope, I mean, you know, how is he going to deal with the spinners? Stokes, of course, puts a lot of faith in, well, it's Bashir and Leach. Good to see Leach back in the side.
Yeah.
But no, you know, you'd assume Stokes would have the field up and they might get hit for a few, but he'll trust them to take wickets. Will Pope do the same?
Atkinson bowls again outside the off stump. He's up on his toes. Abdullah defending this one to the offside. There's no run. That completes the 8th over. 36 for 1. Fourthie, do we have any messages from around the globe?
Yeah, just it's quite low level, I would say. Steady. Leah says, I would have to stop listening if the Bears signed with those yellow bastards Chennai Senior Kings, speaking as a Mumbai fan. I'm afraid it's a little bit of a closed book for me, but that might mean a bit more to you two fellows. MD, the mysteriously named MD. Afternoon from Tokyo, and chaps all well? Yes, very well, thank you. Roughly the same time zone as you, MD. But spare a thought for our friends in the UK, where I imagine it's still dark.
Yep, certainly is.
Where are you coming from, Forty?
Melbourne.
Oh, very nice. Good whereabouts in Melbourne? I was travelling there a year and a half ago.
Oh, eastern suburbs. The leafy eastern suburbs, Burwood to be precise.
Okay, I was in Brighton, so I don't think that's too far away. But you can.
That's way down south. You need a passport to get from there. Very nice though, Brighton. Well heeled.
Here we go, Bryden Castle.
Yeah, he's into the attack.
As you were saying.
And I can't find his jingle, so I'll just go Bryden Cars. Here he comes. And he's going to bowl to Shan Masood. He's over the wicket, and his first ball in Test cricket is cut to backward point and fielded. It was short, it was a bit wide, and perhaps betraying a little bit of understandable nerves there, the debutant. But hopefully that's loosened him up, and we'll see what he can do.
He's got a good strong action, Bryden Castle. He played in the 50 overs and T20 against Australia, and he bowled pretty well, to be fair. Of course, coming back from the 3-month betting suspension, straight into the England setup, so they obviously think highly of him.
He's got a terrible haircut.
Pushed defensively to mid-off by Shan Masood, this second ball of the over, and there's no run. Yeah, he's got... I've dabbled with bleached blonde hair in my time, Forthy.
Don't we just know it?
Yeah. And as it grew out, you know, it looks a little bit like what Bryden Castles looks like now. And one or two of my friends did describe it as pigeon shit hair at the time. So here he comes with his pigeon shit hair, Bryden Castles, over the wicket, 3 slips, left-handed Shan Masood, tucks this one off his legs to square leg. Leach does the fielding, and there's no run. So even though he's not gone for a run in his first 3 deliveries, he's bowled a short wide one, a fullish one on leg stump, and has got away with it because the batsman's hit it straight to the fielder.
He's got a terrible sleeve of tattoos to go with his blonde hair as well.
Wouldn't you think
very judgy between us, aren't we? Very judgy.
Wouldn't you think your first day in Test cricket is a bit like your wedding day? You want to get your hair absolutely perfect. I mean, it's a terrible approach to your first day in Test cricket.
He obviously thinks his hair looks all right, though.
Maybe he does. Yeah. He's wrong.
Full delivery, which is driven to mid-on, and again there is no run. He's just wrong. He's wrong in this subjective matter. Wrong. He's just fundamentally wrong.
He's one of our South African friends, isn't he? It does look like a South African approach to hair, I'd say.
Well, he's that sort of South African archetype, big, broad of shoulder, strapping lad, strong action, as you say, Billy. And
he gets it up there as well. He's got a bit of pace about him.
High 80s.
Of course, what England are looking for down under. Messi gets annoyed when I talk about the Ashes, but
you can.
It's the pinnacle.
You can
it
hardly
really is all about the Ashes.
You can hardly avoid it. This is cut out, and he almost feathered a catch through to Smith there. Did Shan Masood. He's played a nothing sort of fiddly shot to a ball of decent length, neither forward nor back to it, and just all hands trying to guide it through the offside. Ugly looking shot, really. Lucky to get away with it.
It would be great if Shan Masood could score some runs. I mean, Pakistan just seems to be focusing so much on white ball cricket these days, so much on the Champions Trophy, on the PSL, and Shan Masood, of course, hasn't got a winner's captain in 5 tests yet.
He drops this one in front of him, thinks about a quick single, but it's not there. So Bryden Castles' first over in Test cricket is a maiden. Whether it deserves to be or not is a different matter.
Well, not much happening. When I say not much happening, nothing happening actually on YouTube. That's what's happening. Although it's interesting you had all hands there, Grubby. Can you recall what South African cricketer had the nickname, the locker room name of all hands?
All hands Kronya? I don't know.
It was all hands on decky. So it was on deck. That's too good for cricketers.
Yeah.
If it's like something that I don't know, Mark Nicholas would have come up with, or one of those, types.
I mean, that's as good a nickname as one size for Fitz Hall, the footballer.
That's excellent.
You must have heard that, Forthy, in your time, no?
I know, I haven't heard that.
Ah, well, welcome.
Okay.
One size fits all.
Oh, hang on, I got something from Jay. Says, morning all, I'm house sitting at the moment, and so I'm Lord of the Manse, obviously drunk on power. Good morning, Jay.
Is power the only thing you're drunk on, Jay, at this time of the morning?
Well, I would imagine so.
6:40. Chris Wokes is going to come and have a bowl. Has he swapped ends now with that bowling change? I think he probably has.
Yeah, you'd think so. I wonder what they see.
He has.
Struggled a little bit in his first 4 overs. Didn't quite get the line right. He's usually so metronomic, Chris Wokes.
Yeah.
He didn't bowl bad. He'll be nervous. A lot to prove in this series.
Yeah. decent delivery outside the off stump, but he just sort of fiddles it down to third man. It's actually going to run all the way as it went past third slip's hand for one of these. 4 to Abdullah Shafiq. And yes, you're right. I mean, he'll be more aware than most that his record away from home is not what it is on these shores, and desperate to prove the doubters wrong.
You know, I read in the week, I think he did an interview. I mean, the thing is, it's all anyone can talk about. As soon as you think about Chris Works, you immediately say unbelievable bowler at home and struggles away from home. But he did say, and I guess it's fair enough, really, you know, my record at home is exceptional, so it's never going to match up to that.
He's up on his toes trying to steer this through backward point, and it's fielded this time, so he can't get a run. He's got 23 to his name so far. Abdullah batted quite nicely. Shan Masood keeping him company at the other end with 12, and it's 40 for one.
True to say that his record away is terrible as well. I mean, as much as his record at home is outstanding, he's got an average of 60.
Yeah.
Just quickly on Abdullah Shafiq, that little poke there off that last ball off the offside, that little flutter outside the off stump, which he did get bat on. I think that's a bit unnecessary. You know, he's on 23, batting all right, but he needs to put that away.
The ball on off stump, which he defends into the offside. There's no run.
I think that looks to me like a batsman who's just searching for bat and ball, like lots of them slightly out of form. So you know, he either he needs to smack that through point to 4 or leave it well alone.
Yeah, a bit indeterminate.
Not that I'm in the place to tell Abdullah Shafiq how to bat.
No, but you're in the position to tell our listeners, and I think it's a very fair point that you make. Very much in that position.
You've been a very small band of guerrilla cricket commentators who took that approach.
Abdullah is forward, trying to steer this one, or turn it into the leg side. It just plops down in front of him off his pad. But back to Wokes and the way he started this morning. He was getting the ball to move a little bit through the air. One imagines that that's not going to last particularly long in these conditions, but there was some movement through the air. But I was just making the point that in order to get the most out of that, you need to push your length pretty full and risk being driven. And I think while it looked quite pretty what he was doing, it wasn't particularly threatening. He had the early LBW shout, second ball of the morning, which they rightly didn't review. A nice looking turn through the leg side here from Abdullah. He's going to get a couple there.
I think the field slightly dictates they're just on the leg side. We see everyone's just in front of square, really. You've got a kind of a short mid wicket, really forward, very square leg, and I think that just suggests the pace of Chris Works obviously isn't there, and they feel like it won't come onto the bat, and you could potentially get one that sticks in the pitch a little bit. It's just stick to one of them for a cat.
And maybe we'll see more of that as the day wears on, as the game wears on. When the seamers are on, you might see more and more fielders in front of square. A bit of an airy drive here. I was saying how nicely he's batted, but that was not a good shot. An airy-fairy drive, perhaps a little bit indeterminate again. Neither fish nor fowl, and through to keeper, and he survives. Fourthie, you got anything?
Right.
Yes, a little bit. Lockie 6, some blokes try to grow a mullet, but end up with a carp. J. Grover Grubby, no. I don't think he's rejecting your sexual advances. I believe that he's referring to the, are you drunk?
The amount of stuff that he might be drunk on, yes. Okay.
I believe so.
Okay.
MD 36, Billy 12 Trees. Wasn't that his nickname?
Yes.
Apologies for punctuation. Rugby chat, sorry.
That's brilliant, that. It's because Jordan Murphy was his coach at the time, the Irish fellow, and so obviously 12 Trees, 36.
12 Trees. That is good, actually. That is very good, yeah. Much as I dislike rugby, that is very good.
You got to like that nickname, though. There's another good one. I once met, I'll do it after this ball, it's Cass, who's, that's going to be called a wide, surely he's banged that into the pitch, and it has sailed about the height of a double-decker bus over his head. Rightly called one of these. Yeah, do you remember the cricketer Alex Loudon? Played for Warwickshire, played one one-day international for England, and he acquired the nickname Minotaur because that's all he ever went on.
That's good. That's good.
Nice bloke. and then he went out with Pippa Middleton after his cricket career. So
Oh, that's right.
yeah, this one squirted away through backward point by Shan Masood. A false shot, but it is going to bring him one of these.
He ended up in finance, didn't he? Which is not surprising, considering Pippa would attach herself to something financial, you would imagine.
Yeah, he was pretty well to do. I think he quit the game relatively young. He was about 28, 29. And he went into
become something medium-sized in the city.
Well, medium-sized in the city is probably good enough as far as Pippa's concerned.
So.
They didn't last. She's married to someone else now, but it's none
is that right?
None of my business really. A big appeal for LBW here, having been given by Damascena. So as we stand, Bryden Cast has his first wicket. He started with an incredibly short ball, and then bowled the opposite, really, a full-length Yorker length. Delivery missed by the batsman. The question will be whether it pitched in line or not. If obviously it was pitched outside leg stump, it will be overturned, and he has reviewed it, by the way. So we are going to be in the middle of one of these.
Better out than in, better in than out. Better out than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
Billy, what do you think on first view?
Yeah, my first view was that was out. It's always that's going to be very close to pitching outside. It looks like to me that could be pitching umpire's call, and it is going to go on and hit the stump. So we'll see. It was much fuller, as you say, a bit of pace. But my first instinct was that was out.
So, same here. But that was out.
He's quite closed at the crease. He should be opening up that left toe a bit.
It's pitched outside. Bollocks.
Did it?
Yep. Just seen it there. It's pitched outside leg. So that's going to be...
Surprises me. Okay. How annoying.
Having said... having said that about pitching, I don't think you can get pitching as umpire's call, can you?
Well, if it had pitched
outside or it's not.
If it had pitched half and half, then maybe that would be considered umpire's call.
If a bit of it pitches in line with the stumps, which it did there, it feels as if it should be given myself.
I think that's what I mean.
That's not the rule, though, is it?
It's got to be
I'm
the
afraid.
No, I know it's not the rule. I'm fully aware of that. I feel it should be.
It should be. Turned to square leg by Shan and fielded, and there's no run.
What do you think?
Agitating for a rule change.
You've got to give something to the batsman. I think. And the interesting thing with umpire's call, people. Well, I think you do. It makes it. I think it needs to be. Everything needs to be slightly in favour of the batsman, and in terms of the review, almost, because I think the interesting thing about umpire's call, lots of people have said, I'll go into it after this ball.
To be bowled by Bryden Cast over the wicket to the left-handed Shan Masood, defended into the offside. There's no run. Billy.
But lots of people have said, the umpire's call should be 25%, not 50%, or stuff like that. But the reality is that makes the stump so much wider and so much bigger. You're effectively adding an extra stump on each side and the height as well, meaning that literally everything would be given out. So I think umpire's call is always a contentious one. I'm fine with that being like that. That's always my argument for bowlers bowling for around the wicket, like Stuart Broad did. It's so difficult to get an LBW decision, even when it was that full.
Cast is in again to Shan Masood. A ball that he cuts, even though it's quite close to him. And he's found a gap. And it's going to bring him 2. 49 for 1. Ben Stokes looked furious after that LBW decision was overturned. But rightly so, you can't have any complaints about it. With the rules or the laws as they currently stand. let me add.
I don't know really. He's missed the ball. He's played a false shot. The bowler's done him. Bit of it's pitched in line with the stumps. It would have hit the stumps, and apparently it's not out. I don't know. I mean, I know what you're saying, Billy. I get it too.
I think you'd have to go in at the root of the law there and change the law. So you'd have to say, pitching outside leg stump is not going to be a reason not to give it anymore, and that's quite fundamental. This is just defended back at the track to finish the over. It's 49 for 1 after 11.
Very good. Oh, Harris, good morning, fellas. Everyone's up a bit early, eh? Not me. commentary will be putting me to sleep tonight. Jay Grover, 40. Best book I've read in decades is Claire Keegan's Small Things Like These. Ooh, that's a great recommendation. Thank you, Jay. It's a novella and a heartbreaking work of staggering genius. I will follow up on that. Leah, well, not much beats Afghanistan as a nickname for the Forgotten War. Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
That was a great one. Jay, Leah, my personal favourite, and says, Grubby, 40 is too generous. My no is in agreement. I've been on the pop since the wee hours. Very good.
We underestimated you, Jay.
As ever, yes. And Lockie says, if they're going to use their technology, they should trust it. Get rid of umpire's call altogether.
Get rid of the umpires.
Get rid of the umpires. Don't get rid of Test cricket there. That would be going too far.
Yeah. Chris Wokes is going to start a new over. Bit expensive, 25 off his first 5 this morning. And he starts this one with the ball outside the off stump, which Abdullah leaves alone.
Yeah, he has been a bit expensive. He hasn't bowled overseas for such a long time. It's almost difficult for him to find the length, and it's bowling with a kookaburra ball. So it's all, I guess, a little bit alien. But, you know, he's the most experienced man in the England attack. Atkinson has never played an overseas test, Bryden Castles in his first test match. And interesting, England have gone with 3 seamers. Was that what you guys were expecting?
The balance of the attack.
2 spinners plus root.
Yeah, the balance of the attack looks about right. This one takes him high up on the pad as he's looking to come forward. Would you say 40?
I'd agree. 3. I mean, they've basically got 3 spinners. Joe Root's not far off a front 9 spinner.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, let's say if Stokes was in the side, how do you think the balance of that attack would change? Do you think it would still be 3 main seamers plus Stokes, or how do you think they would jiggle it?
It's a good question, that. I mean, if he's fully fit to bowl, then you probably drop one of the seamers, I guess. But that's a big if with Stokes. As Wokes comes a bit wider of the crease this time, and it's defended by Abdullah to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, he may have been fully fit at some point in the past, but I don't think he'll ever be fully fit ever again.
No, he's always carrying about 12 injuries at any one time.
Well, I think I was listening in the sometime in the week. They were saying that if he comes back in the series, he'll be doing both roles because apparently, you know, he did his hamstring batting, and that's the most likely place to do it apparently when you're turning for a quick single or things like that.
Just been brought some coffee that's going to taste nicer than what I made this morning. This is just defending to the onside. There's no run. This will be from our lovely Brian. Thanks once again, Brian, the most generous man in the world, bar none. And we are the beneficiaries of that generosity. How lucky we are.
It even reaches down to Melbourne. Thank you, Brian.
Amazing.
Yes, it does.
What's Brian been sending you?
I pop round to my local Dan Murphy's, and there's after a lot of engagement with the staff who can't understand who Brian in Brisbane is, then they finally go around the stock room and find, oh yeah, no, something has come for you.
Abdullah turns this one just backward of square on the leg side, and that brings up the Pakistan 50 for 1, with 1 ball remaining of the 12th over. So while it may not be Stokey Cullen ball, you know, four and over is perfectly acceptable, isn't it, Billy?
Yeah, it is. Just quickly for the uneducated Poms, what was it called? A Brian something? Or what?
Brian's a man.
Brian? No, Dan
Murphy. No, I got that. Sorry, Dan Murphy.
Dan Murphy's.
Dan Murphy's, yes. No, Dan Murphy's is well, we call it a bottle shop. You call it an off license.
I love that bottle shop. So what?
It's a bottle-o.
Bottle-o.
It's a bottle-o.
So Brian had sent you something to your local bottle shop. Is that right?
Bottle-o. Yeah. And then, you know, the system being what it is. Oh, hang on, we've got that written down on a piece of paper somewhere, mate. Hang on, no. Oh, no, that's Jim had that and he's lost it. Damn. We'll go around the back and see if we can find it. It's all that business.
Jim's not here till next Wednesday. This is pushed to point by Shan and there's no run. That does complete the 12th over with the score on 50 for 1.
Let's have a quick look here. What is going on? Lockie, oh yeah, I've had that. Roger Binney. Oh, shades of the 1983 World Cup there. What do you think should be the ideal score England want to restrict Pakistan to? We'll come back to that in one moment. Have a think on that, chaps. Roger McCann, get on the lager for FS. Jay Grover, Roger. Lockie 6, nobody beats Dan Murphy. Nobody. Jay Grover, can a statue be erected to Brian in Sydenham? It absolutely should be. So what do you think, going back to the original question, what do you think England want to restrict Pakistan to?
Well, I think you almost need to look at it from the other angle of what Pakistan will want to get, and I think, you know, they'll want to get to 400 ideally. The pitch looks pretty flat, bit of bounce. But no, so I guess England 350 would be a good effort, I reckon. 300.
A full delivery
Very
driven
good.
up by Abdullah. A little bit aerial for a short time, but he's got most of it. I think it's going to run away to the boundary unless... No, man and ball, and it is that man Crawley. He does seem to be everywhere, but he can't prevent the 4. It's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Yes, I had a very similar thought process when I heard that question about what will England want to restrict Pakistan to. I was in my head, my first thing was anything under 400.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, going back to that first test in Rawalpindi, the last time in 2022. You know, I mean, England scored 508. I think it was in a day. It wasn't even in a day. It was in 78 overs.
That's right. A short ball from Cast. The fast bowler's immediate riposte to being driven for 4 is to bowl a short one. As we know, that's just the law. And I suspect Abdullah Shafiq saw that coming and ducked under it pretty comfortably.
So,
It's the law,
you know,
not
it's
6
slightly
days.
slightly more sedate start here from Pakistan.
Yeah, but as I say, it's a very respectable scoring rate in Test matches.
yeah,
Anything
it's
over
the
4.
It's the law.
Men-
7 days a week, not 6 days a week, not 8 days a week, McCartney. It's the law. 7 days a week.
What's that from?
That's a far show thing.
Oh, is it? Full delivery. He's got his direction a little bit wrong there. It's fired in on leg stump, and he just lays a bat on it, does Abdullah, for 1.
Hopefully a few more people will get into the crowd throughout the day. In Pakistan, it's always difficult. You just know that for a white ball game, the crowd would probably be full, but they're just not as interested in it.
Yeah, and
they are there. They're dressed quite wisely, sitting in the shade.
in the shade. Yeah, exactly. You got to respect that, I think.
Yeah, you absolutely have. Yeah.
As the temperature will be climbing, we reckon, through the day. I think it was a mere 25 this morning, but the temperature's due to go up to 38 or 40 degrees, which is playing sport in that. No thanks. A fiddle by Shan Masood. He's done that a couple of times, and again he doesn't get anything on it, and it looks pretty ugly through to the keeper.
When you play junior cricket in Australia, I think they have to stop playing on a Saturday morning if it gets to 35 degrees, which it did one morning, and they all trooped off. I remember standing next to one of the dads who said, "It's not that hot."
Yeah. Sun stopped play.
Yeah.
But understandable from the country that brought you Slip Slap Slop, one of the finest advertising slogans ever in the history of communications.
It was.
Cast over the wicket to Shan Masood, who tucks him through the leg side for a comfortable single.
Am I right in saying, fourth?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, am I right in saying, fourthly, that you're made to wear a hat as a child in Australia at school until?
Oh yes. Yes, you are. Yes. Well, quite right. Quite wisely. As a.
I mean, it even happens in the UK now.
Okay.
Gone are the days where you just shove your kid out at the start of the day in the summer holiday, and you don't see them till the evening, and they come back red raw from the sun.
Well, I mean, you won't be surprised to discover that the incidence of melanoma in Australia is pretty high.
Yeah, but presumably gone down over the last 20-30 years.
Yes, it's improved.
A leave alone from Abdullah, which completes that over. We're having drinks, well-earned drinks over there in Multan. 56 for 1 is the score after 13 overs, so immediately we're 2 down on the over rates. Don't get me started. Now we're going to have a change. Billy, you're going to do a bit of ball by ball, I think, after the drinks break. Messers is back. Hello, Messers. And fourthly, you'll be shifting, if not actually, then metaphorically, to the summariser's chair.
And you'll need to change the screen to 3.
Oh yeah.
Quite soon. I should say I've had an exciting adventure since I was last on air.
What's that?
Well, I went to the letterbox and checked was there any mail, and I reached my hand in, and there was something warm and soft and fluffy in there. Turned out there was a baby possum in there. It was the cutest little thing. which I've posted a picture of it on Twitter and Blue Sky.
So how's it ended up there?
Oh, it obviously popped in through the hole. They can get through very small spaces, I can tell you, because they can get into anything in my roof with no difficulty. I should say there's a couple of tweets on YouTube, or messages on Bluetooth from the Light Roller, who says, I'm guessing Billy is a student. He's got a worse Geordie accent than me. His way, how are kids? How are the lads? Now, I don't know how that's supposed to sound. So I've got no idea when it comes to Geordie accents. I'm sorry. He also says Dan Murphy also stocks bay juice. Anyone tried that? And he's shared something that shows that the UK is the happiest country. What the fuck? I'm questioning the process here. Yeah, you've got to be a bit dubious if anything that says UK is the happiest country, particularly as winter's approaching. And over on YouTube, on Twitter, West Aussie Leeds says it's 1 p.m. on a Monday. I'm at work listening to Guerrilla Cricket. What could be better? I think England look so unbalanced without Stokes. Hopefully he can bat and bowl soon. Yeah, it's a huge miss. Oh, and I've got to say, Roger Pineapple is with us. Good morning, Roger. He says, good morning. Oatmeal wankers, get off the lagers for fuck's sake. Oh, you're informed. I saw someone in the Women's World Cup yesterday, Roger, batting in a cap, and I immediately thought of you. It was back to the good old days, as it were. And over on YouTube, tell me if the cricket's resuming because I'm concentrating on the messages. Lockie says, pretty fast scoring rate. They'll score for 350 today. Well, if they keep it up, they will. Why is your scoreboard dashboard code written in JSON and not Python? Oh, well, we import it at the moment. The pair's looking at redoing that. Brian in Brisbane says, when I first sent BS to Dan Murphy's in Perth messages to collect, I did address it to messages. He did have a hard time proving the link between messages and its real name. That's quite true. It took a while. Craig Jacobs says, what a great atmosphere. Hopefully there's enough security to control the crowd. Michelle Pfeiffer says, had a great night last night watching the NRL Grand Final. I watched 10 minutes. I bored me shitless. Barbecue in the backyard. Brought the TV out with a long extension cord along with the lounge chairs from the house. We're back. Oh, no, we're not. They're on replays. And Roger McCann's also on YouTube. Says, Billy says, painter decorator in Geordie. MD says, Jez, miss your dulcet tones. And Jay says, is that the Roger McCann? We need a Durber. Roger Bindy says, what was the issue with the baby possum? Oh, it was just having a kip. They like to sit down on a warm day and kip anywhere. So no issues. Just they're beautiful. Apart from the fact they get in my roof and piss down the walls. But apart from that, they're great. And I had one running.
My dog Toby doesn't. No dogs like them, of course. Toby goes crazy if he smells a possum.
Spin. Oh, well, we got Spin.
Yeah.
Bowling
we were wondering earlier. You can jingle him up.
Yep.
Yeah, Bashir.
Here he is.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
Thank you very much. Well, the start of the 14th over here is going to be bowled by Sher Bashir. That might up the over rate that you very so briefly mentioned is already below. England have been docked. Is it 19 points, I want to say, in the World Test Championship? Which is quite a lot, but Bashir's coming in here around the wicket, slipping a leg slip in, and that's, well, a full toss that's been flicked down the leg side. Will it go away for 4? Might the outfield's reasonably quick? No, it'll be cut off by Zach Crawley once again in the field. Throws it in, and they'll get a couple.
Perhaps his hands are cold.
Well, it's only 26 degrees there at the moment.
Yeah, well, you'd assume it's, it's still a new ball, slightly difficult to grip, so it might have just slipped a bit there. But well, that's a 50 partnership though, 51 off 59. They've gone along at a decent rate, these two, Shan Bashir and Abdullah Shafiq.
It's interesting you mentioned that. One of the things Nathan Lahr mentioned in his long interview on Sky was that he finds the new Kookaburra much easier to grip than the new Dukes.
Is that because of the more pronounced seam, maybe?
I presume so, yeah.
Yes, that would sort of make sense, wouldn't it? Get a bit more purchase, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what Bashir can do here. As I say, these two batting nicely, puts on 59 for 1. As he wheels away, turns his arms over the wicket with the right hander now and drives. And they might get a single here, a diving stop at mid-off. And they will just wander through for a single. The score moves to 60. Good athleticism from Wokes to get down there.
NB asks a question which probably a number of our viewers don't know because they're joining us through the morning. He says, weather pitch info?
Pitch info?
Bit of thatchy grass on the pitch. Bashir in once more. That's down the leg side. And
I would say it's probably
goes away for nothing.
Classic Pakistani pitch, really. It's not really offering much of anything early on. The bounce has been fairly true through to the keeper. It's been coming through waist high with the occasional one shoulder high, so it's not a dull flat pudding. It's got reasonable bounce. It'll probably break up a little as end of day 3, day 4.
Bashir in once more. That's a bit of a awkward chip to a wide kind of mid off for Harry Brook flex, and they'll go through for a single.
As the sun gets into the tiny cracks and starts opening them up. But no, it's a fairly standard Pakistan pitch.
Well, Bashir hasn't really landed one properly yet to see if it's actually going to get any turn. That one's a bit better,
No.
and it doesn't. It's pushed back to him as he gives an angry stare back to Abdullah Shafiq, who scampers back into his crease.
Abdullah Shafiq's had a terrible year in Test cricket last year, averaged hardly anything, but had 3 good years prior to that.
Bashir, and once more, that's a nice delivery, and it's just blocked back to him. For the end of the 14th over, yes, he did. Well, he made his debut against England and scored 100. I think I'm right in saying on debut, but he's had very little since, really. Hopefully he can. Hopefully he can find some form.
He kind of kicked on, but last year was very poor for him. He's way out of form. Hello, Messi. Anything happening?
Yes. Lockie says the pitch is a road. I think it's a good batting pitch. I'm not sure I called it a road at this stage. Jay says, as I'm house sitting, temptation to piss on the walls is strong. Hopefully sanity will overcome my drunken need to mark my territory. Yeah. I mean, possibly the desire to be invited back to house sit might be a factor as well, Joe.
I took Toby to the...
Sorry, can I just remind people, the GPL is open, and one of its highest rates, £177.
Right, Carson has started a new over, and Shah Masood greets him at the crease with a thumping drive through the covers for 4. It's a really nice shot. It was a bit of a half volley wide outside the off stump, and I have to say, left-handed cover drive, there's nothing better.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot. Timed to perfection. Nothing to criticise there, and fully deserving of the boundary.
Yeah, really nice shot. Just one bounce on the practice pitches and thudded into the boundary sponge.
I should correct that. The GPL is now at £185.
Riches beyond your wildest dreams. Riches of Croesus, King of Lydia.
Have you entered yet, Messi? You usually like to enter, don't you?
I do. I've put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 entries, all ending in 3, of course.
Of course. How about you, Billy? Do you have a little flutter?
I haven't yet, but I might afterwards. Not sure if my uni budget allows that kind of thing.
Reckless expenditure.
Second delivery is more down the leg side, a bit shorter, as you might expect. From Bride and Cast, and they won't get a single. No, really nice cover drive. I mentioned earlier left-handed cover drives. Don't you guys agree with that? Watching left-handed cover drive, I think it's one of the best shots in cricket.
Yes.
Yes, it is. I suppose the on drive through between mid-on and the wicket is perhaps the most elegant of all drives, but the one you described is not far.
Casting once more, and Shah Masood's played that very badly. He's turned on it. It was a bouncer, but not really a bouncer. It didn't get up, and he's turned it. It's thumped him on the back, it looked like. So that will hurt as he grimaces. He's really got into a very awkward position. It's hit him almost on the back of the shoulder blade. It was a nothing really ball from Cast, just back of a length, and for some reason he tried to duck it. He got in an awful position, got it all wrong there.
Yes, I think he was expecting that tennis ball bounce we saw earlier, and it didn't come, and he got himself into a terrible one.
Wilcast follow it up with a Yorker. No, he goes bounce again, and that's cut pulled hard. But England do have a backward square leg. Maybe it's a bit of a bouncer plan here coming into these.
Yeah, maybe.
These two. Definitely the left-hander, San Masood.
Bryden Cars definitely looks like he's got the physical equipment to go through the day. He is a huge unit.
Yeah, well, we've seen with lots of England's huge units that they get injured. Do you know anyone know what his injury record's like?
Don't really know with Bryden Cars. I imagine it's probably bad. I assume any England bowler's got a bad injury record. Check it.
It's probably a safe assumption. Well, Abdulashfiq taps it back on the ground to greet him, and that's another bouncer. That one does come through really, and that's safely taken by Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Jamie Smith, we haven't really met.
Yes.
We haven't. Oh, go on. No, go on. Go on.
I was going to say Abdullah correctly getting right underneath that one, whereas Sharm was caught betwixt and between for the previous one. And you have no time to react. You can't change your mind at this level of cricket.
No. Well, maybe time after the ball. But any thoughts on how Jamie Smith might be able to cope with keeping in Pakistan? He's done very well so far. I mean, to me, that was the question mark coming into for him over the summer. But how have you guys thought he's done with the gloves? Maybe
I think he's been
after this ball. Give your thoughts. Cast in once more. Goes slightly wider on the crease, and that's pushed into the offside through the vacant point area, and they'll get a single.
Yeah, I think we're probably all agreed that whereas he's not quite in the very top bracket he's not a Jack Russell or someone or Chris Reed or someone of that quality. He's definitely on the other hand, he's a step up from
Ben Folkes quality.
Yeah, so he's probably not quite at Ben Folkes level. I would say just a notch or two below that, but he might improve. He's reasonably young as well. He's very tall for a wicket-keeper, but his batting is there to compensate for all that. But he's definitely a step up from Bairstow and Butler. Messi.
Yeah, Rich Turner Music is with us. Hello, Rich. Says, good morning from Hampshire, where we are practicing our Hindi. Well, I hope it proves useful. Lockie6 says, I have possums in my attic. They add a certain je ne sais quoi to the ambience. Yeah, you could say that. When they fight with each other, they are very, very loud. Indeed.
Bashir in for the start of the 16th, and that's full and just been blocked back. Do it in between balls, Messi. Or Bashir's about to bowl again. No worries at all. Bashir bowls over the wicket to Abdulashfiq. That's full, and he pushes it down the ground, but mid-on scampers round, and there'll be no run.
There's a short leg and a slip of quite a deep short leg, if that makes sense. It's little. I think it's Ben Duckett rather than Ollie Pope, just as I glimpsed it there.
Well, a short leg. Then.
Exactly, yes.
Ben Duckett is very short, and that's just down the leg side from Bashir and tucked away around the corner to where a 45 would have been. And they'll go through for a single. Bryden Cast throws it in, getting a well-earned rest in the heat at fine leg.
He's just got really short legs, Ben Duckett, which makes him appear to be shorter than he actually is. He's 5'7", which is used to be regarded as.
Did anyone see where he?
5'8". Don't make it worse than it is.
Well, it depends whether you think shortness is bad.
Bashir around the wicket. Oh, and wraps him on the pad. It looks to be sliding down leg, and the umpire remains unmoved. England seem to like it, but they weren't necessarily that confident as the timer ticks down. They're having a chat about it. Pope's record on DRS is really bad, and it looks like they're going to not go for the review, which I think is a wise decision.
I agree with you, Billy. That looked like it was going at the very best, just maybe flipping, but almost certainly going down, I would say.
Agreed.
No real spin, just going on with the arm so far.
Exactly.
And well, Bashir tried to come in there, but Masood steps away. This is another thing that annoys me. I think you guys will have this. People going behind it seems to happen so much more, well, in cricket in general, but in the subcontinent. People going behind the bowler's arm. I mean, there's barely anyone in the crowd. How can you possibly have a distraction behind the bowler's arm?
So how they manage
I wonder if in Pakistan there's so many security staff who aren't necessarily into cricket or something.
That's a good point.
That is a very good point. The views just coming up on the screen now. Pitch in line, impact in line, and sliding down the leg side as we thought.
Comfortably missing. I think Ollie Pope's about 0 out of 11 on his reviews, isn't he? Somewhere around there.
No, he got one.
He got one. Okay, right.
I feel a bit sorry for Pope again. Captaining in the shadow of Stokes, and England are massively affected by Stokes.
Oh, Bashir comes in, and well, we wondered how Pakistan would play him, and Shah Massoud shows his intent there, coming down the pitch and hacks it really through mid-on, and that will be 4 runs.
Nice shot.
Yes, I don't think he'll be too distressed to see that. You always say that. But it wasn't an elegant shot, actually. It was something of a hoik, as you described.
No, a bit of a hack.
Yeah, hack. That's right.
Really, off the inside half of the bat.
Yeah.
Bashir gives the impression that, no, I'm quite pleased about that. Of course, the old Shane Warne thing, rather be hit for a 4 than a single.
Well, the things I think he gives that impression because they are. I think Stokes inspires such confidence in spinners. Quite often you see him clapping when a batsman. Shah Massoud comes down the pitch once more, and that's 4 more. That's a better shot. Gets to the pitch nicely and swipes it back over Bashir's head.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
So MD just says Chris Reed. Mog says to Jay, do it. To which Lockie says, just want to congratulate Jay on the last time he will ever house it inside. And Kieran Roseblade is with us. Says, morning all, so much cricket recently. Great to see proper cricket as well, not this IPL rubbish. I suppose Pakistan team think the same. Indeed. And there's a comment over on Twitter from Clueless Middle-Aged Man. Says, in the next 70 days, England has to play 6 tests, 30 days, 3 ODIs, 5 T20s, 38 days of cricket. Starting in the heat is a great way to wipe the team out early.
Starts new over. Well, they tried to scamper through for a single there. It was risky. And I'm not sure who that was. Was that Ollie Pope, I think, diving in at mid-on. And he tried to kind of dive and throw at the same time. And everyone's got their hands on their heads, so it must have been close. We'll have to see a replay.
Yeah.
But it was a very quick single. You almost didn't think they'd go for it, but they set off immediately. And Pope did come in well. He was absolutely miles out of the hit. It wasn't even in the frame.
And he was only 3 yards away. He could have
ran it to the stump.
He could almost have done it was that South African fielder who did that.
Jonty Rhodes.
Jonty Rhodes, wasn't it? Who I think against Pakistan, who just kept running, and that Ollie Pope could easily have done that there.
Yeah, he could. Pakistan certainly don't need a runner with lots of. But it's interesting with Pakistan's form because we've talked. They've all struggled really, but they do all average. Lots of their middle lower order average in the 40s. So a lot of talent there. And that next ball from Cars is Shah Massoud swivels. It was short, and he flicks it down to backward square leg for a single.
By the way, I think I got a slightly quizzical Chris Reed. I can't remember who said it on YouTube, but the reason it popped into my head was they asked Stuart Broad recently on interview, who would you most like to keep wicket to you? Who was your favourite keeper? And his answer was indeed Chris Reed. Now from Notts and Cage. I think Chris Reed's England career was over before Stuart Broad started his, but they definitely played together at Notts, obviously. He was a very good keeper, Chris Reed.
If the Bear is listening, I would point out that the run out is 14-1 at the moment.
Cars in. Third ball of the over, and Shafiq ducks underneath that one. It'll be interesting to see if Cars gets Massoud back on strike, if he decides to give him another bouncer, considering he played the first one so terribly. I mean, it was such a strange single that you'd assume that it was Massoud who called it. Pope, in annoyance, smacked his hand into the stumps because he really could have. He had a bit of time play, although not that you think about that when you're in that particular motion. But they practice that so often, he'll probably feel like he should have hit there, and that Pakistan should be 2 down as Carson for the 4th ball, and this is well pulled to a short. What would you call that? Fielding position.
Well, I suppose it's mid-wicket. It's a fairly
Yeah.
short mid.
A short mid-wicket.
It's a bare mid-wicket.
Yeah.
It's where Bear always wants someone.
It's about 5 yards. It's a genuine run-saving position. Sometimes mid-wicket's on their heels, about 10 yards behind that, but this one's much closer.
So the Barmy Army in the crowd have made the trip out to Pakistan, which is very nice, very jealous. It looks absolutely beautiful, man.
Well,
Cast to Abdullah Shafiq once more and gets on the back foot and pushes it back to him.
I think we'd have to define absolutely beautiful a little more narrowly, maybe, Billy. It's a concrete oven.
I thought you were used to the heat. I thought you were used to the heat.
Yes, well, it's not Melbourne, as you'll know from your trip down here. It gets highly variable temperatures.
Well, I tell you, coming from the 2 degrees of England,
yes,
it's quite nice. You know, the Aussies were complaining about it being terrible weather. When there was a few clouds in the sky and 25 degrees. Unbelievable. Cast here a new plan round the wicket to Abdullah Shafiq and bowls a bouncer that's really misdirected. I wonder if that one will be called a wide. Didn't quite get up high enough, I guess, but well down the leg side, and that completes another over. It's been a bit erratic so far, Bryden Cast for me. Anything on socials, Messi? What's going on as people are waking up?
Umbreno Ovo's with us. It says, morning, wonderful Gorilla Cricket. Smith has done a great job since getting on the gloves, but I still feel for folks. Sadly, playing at the wrong time. Still feels like having the Messi of wicket keepers and not picking him. I've got to agree with that, haven't I? And Roger Pineapple says, wow, Amir Sohail has added a fair bit of Terry. And Lockie 6 says, specialist keepers died when Gilchrist replaced Healy. Well, I don't know. You could go back as far as Rod Marsh. He wasn't a great keeper when he started playing. I think it's Jim Parks in the 60s wasn't as good a keeper as John Murray, but he played because he had a better batting record.
Messers, it's Grubby here. Since you mentioned Rog there, I was very pleased to see him getting in touch. And he mentioned he wanted something saying in a Geordie accent. Can I offer Rita Chakrabarti? Is very pleasing to say in a Geordie accent.
Bashir, who took some tap in the last over, comes in again, and that's shorter. And Masood gets on the back foot and slaps it to cover. Well,
they're doubling down England. They've put another short fielder in, so we've got a man short leg, a leg slip and a slip, and the 2 men cover at mid wicket are in quite close as well.
Yeah, for the second ball of the over here. Forwards, that's on the back foot, and Shah Masood rightfully puts it away for 1 bow, 2 bounces, and trundles over the rope. That's a really nice shot from Shah Masood. Got what it deserved, really. It was
Yeah, they're not offering a great deal of control. I mean, to be honest, I don't think England bowled particularly well here. They're not offering a lot of control, and there's too many loose balls at the moment, for whatever reason.
How would you, Forty, if you were Bashir, what would you be trying to bowl? What kind of pace and line? And
I don't know. I think I would probably first test in Pakistan.
I'd suggest putting Jack Leach on if I was him.
Well, he's in once more, and that goes off the inside off the bat for nothing.
I don't know whether he may be trying to be a little too aggressive early on. Maybe Billy. I think he ought to. And the thing about subcontinental cricket is you've got to exercise a great deal of patience when you're bowling.
Well, he's in once more. That's a nicer delivery, better length, and a little bit of bounce. And Shah Masood just blocks it back to him. Yeah, I personally just think it's all about the length, really. You know, he can't be bowling a long hop, really, because Shah Masood well, both of these two are too high quality to not put that to the fence. But I like the fact that he's around the wicket. And he's in once more. That's ball on middle stump, and it's just turned against the spin for no run.
Yes, and Shah Masood is going at better than a run of ball at the moment. So he is the attack dog.
Yeah, he's done well. He seems to be moving his feet slightly better than Abdul Shafiq, and he does move his feet there, and he comes down the pitch. That's a beautiful shot, inside out, and smacks it over, kind of a wide mid-off for 4 runs. Bashir really is getting some tap here.
They're trying to hit him out of the attack.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yes, end of the over, Messi.
Oh, thank you. Jay points out it's not that large a house. This would be my own petard. Well, presumably you do it as you're leaving, Jay, if that's the case. And Leah says, how are we having a conversation about good current keepers without mentioning Pant? Well, because India aren't playing. Ollie Robinson at Durham, I think, is a good prospect to be in the England team as keeper, with Jamie Smith as a full-time batter at some stage in the next few years.
Yes, I think there is a genuine school of thought that's seeing things that way, that's for sure.
I'd love it if Jamie Smith learned to use his feet when batting, though.
My favourite all-time England wicketkeeper is Leslie Ethelbert Ames from the 1930s. He actually averaged over 40 with the bat, even back then.
What was his third one? What did the G stand for?
Yeah, I knew you were going to ask that. Telly G Ames, isn't it? I think it's something rather less, Ethelbert-esque. So that's George or something, but maybe it isn't.
Well, a bowling change here for England. Gus Atkinson is going to be brought back into the attack. No Jack Leach, as was being called for, but maybe he'll come on from the other end.
Gus
I think we'll...
Oh, we'll do change after this over, aren't we?
Yeah, it's pretty touch and go for this, whether we... No, we'll probably get this over in.
Well, Atkinson's about to start at 1 for 17 off 4 overs so far. Pakistan 86 for 1. The start of the 19th, England 2 slips and a gully in at the moment for Abdullah Shafiq to face, who's on 35 from 57 deliveries. Batted nicely as he taps his bat on the ground to greet Gus Atkinson, who bowls. That's full and off the inside half of the bat, and they won't get a run there.
Leslie Ethelbert George Ames. George, correct.
Oh, it's George. Oh, got it. I'm actually one of my in my skill set. Quite a things that aren't in my skill set, but middle names of sport of the Test cricketers is I'm quite good.
I think dear old Rog likes that as well. Who's in touch this morning?
Yeah. Right. Stephen Peter Devereux Smith.
Atkinson into the second ball of the over, and that's blocked by defended nicely under his eyes by Abdullah Shafiq.
If I just run through
what
one,
did the MJK stand for?
MJK, well, I know it's Smith. No, I don't know MJK.
Oh, sorry.
What is the MJK?
I got no idea. I just.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah. Robert. If I say a few of it, Robert, George, Dylan, you have to complete them.
Willis.
Yes, very good. I'll stop there anyway. Carry on.
The third ball of Atkinson's over. He comes in wide on the crease, and that's off the inside half the bat. He half raises his arm, does Atkinson, to suggest he thought it was close to hitting the pads. He's looking in decent rhythm here, Gus Atkinson, in better rhythm than Bryden Carson. You would say some of the other English bowlers. England haven't bowled that well this morning, guys. I don't think.
No, they haven't. It's been rather a disappointing start, but it's an inexperienced attack. Yeah, we're not looking at Anderson and Broad, and even Ollie Robinson would probably have offered more control here. But so that's to a degree to be expected.
Atkinson bowls with Shafiq. That's hit him high on the thigh pad almost, and it goes down to a kind of gully. We'll pick it up.
Inexperienced captain as well.
Yeah, it is slightly inexperienced. Well, and of course there's, a distinct lack of preparation for this series. Is probably the main factor.
Well,
you would assume their golf's in better shape than their cricket preparation.
Right. 8 days ago, we were all shivering up in Durham, weren't we? Very close to where you are, Billy.
Atkinson bowls, and that's swiped away by Abdullah Shafiq, but no real timing to it. And Crawley once more gathers.
You got lectures today, Billy?
Yeah, I can only do the morning stint. I've got lectures all day really, which is a bit disappointing. Of course I won't be in touch or watching the cricket at all during my lecture.
No, not at all. No, absolutely. We want to know where
business and journalism is what I'm.
Business and journalism, right. Well, this is kind of journalism in a way, isn't it? So
yeah, definitely counts. as the last ball of the over, Atkinson comes in and does bowl a bounce, so that one got through slightly better, and that is the end of the 19th over. And I think we are due a change.
Yes.
Has anyone got the rotor in front of them? Who's
Yes,
swapping out?
you're
I'm
on
onto social. Yeah.
I'll leave you a whole lot of socials. Grubby's, Bear is summarising, and
See you later.
40 is on ball by ball. But I will just leave by telling you that MJK Smith is Michael John Knight Smith.
Okay.
There you go. Add that to your lexicon. I'll catch you after
Thank you very
lunch.
much. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Well, it's been Pakistan's mornings thus so far. They lost the early wicket at 8 for 1, but they've moved on reasonably serenely. There was one LBW given out, overturned, 86 for 1, and both batsmen. Abdullah Shafiq is playing the more sheet anchor role, and Shan is going at veteran run of ball. England just haven't bowled that well. Bashir's gone at over 7 and over, and the seamers, perhaps not surprisingly, haven't looked that threatening. Bear is just taking over. Have you seen it so far?
That's pretty much sums it up, doesn't it, really?
Yeah. And that's whipped off his legs by Shan. Off Bashir. First ball of Bashir's over. Won't quite go all the way. They'll probably come back for 3. And Shan will move very rapidly onto 48 off just 42 balls.
Yeah, I think, it's a good toss to win, isn't it? I mean, you want to win the toss and bat first in subcontinental conditions. The pitches are generally quite flat, and you're going to get the best conditions if you open. I mean, you might have got a little bit of moisture in the pitch, but at 38 degrees at lunchtime, I don't think this. The pitch is going to be pretty flat. They were talking about a bit more seamer-friendly wickets. This doesn't look very seamer-friendly to me.
No, not at all. Back over the wicket comes Bashir to Abdullah. Just a nice forward defensive there. The leg slip's gone to the right-hander. Just the 2 men in, slip and a short leg.
We should point out there's 25 minutes left on the GPL. It's 177 quid it's starting out this morning.
Another forward defensive dot ball. What's the most that the GPL's ever got up to, would you say?
I think it's got up to 290, maybe 300 quid.
Wow. Impressive.
Points. How many entries? We've had 5 entries this morning. No, we've had more than that. We've had 16, so the pot will be 185 quid at the moment.
Abdullah just content to see this one off his legs to mid-wicket.
How do people enter the GPL if they don't already know how to do it?
Well, you go to GorillaCricket.com, hit the competitions tab. If you aren't already a member, you'll have to register, and then you can buy tickets via PayPal, and then you just log your entries.
Another defensive shot, dot ball.
If you win it, you get the pot. If you don't, it rolls over to the next day and gets ever bigger and bigger. I had a dream one day that we'd have like 500-600 people entering a day, so we'd have a winner every day and we'd make money every day, but that's never happened.
One day. Last ball of the over. Another forward defensive. I think it was just the 1 run off. Oh no, 3 runs off the first ball of that over. At the end of the 20th over, Pakistan going along very nicely at 4.5 and over at 89 for 1. Over to Billy.
Well, a few from Messi stint. Lockie is saying that Ruti should keep to make room for another fast bowler. It's ideas like this that scuppered my coaching career. And Jay, who seems to be continuing to talk about his bladder issues, says that it's actually his parents' house, apparently. So so it'll be swiftly detected, unless he gets in a piss off with the lesser-known Sheffield possum. He thinks he'll go to the loo. And Disinterested Handjob says, I'm pretty sure when I won the GPL the first time it was around £290.
I'm sure you put it all straight back in to rather like a not-for-profit organisation, Mark. I'm sure you put it straight back into GC funds. In comes Atkinson is just adjusting his fields. He's got a nice sensible haircut, not like that Cars fellow. If haircuts are anything to go by, Atkinson should do well here. He's actually probably been the pick of the bowlers. He's 1 for 17 off his 5 overs so far. He's offered some measure of control. That's on middle and leg, and it's clipped off through the vacant mid-wicket area. They'll come back for at least 2. And that should be Sean's 50. Yes, it is.
Well battered, sir. We'll give him a little jingle.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
That's
I have to say, I haven't heard that jingle yet. I think that might be one of my favourites.
Yeah, it's a nice one, that one.
That's beautiful. Only his 11th 50. He's got 400s in 36 matches. Only averages 29 actually. Shan Masood. He's skipper, isn't he? Shan Masood.
Yeah, he is skipper. He's lost 5 out of 5 so far.
He's also. I was reading up a little bit about him. Apparently, he's not. They don't really take him to their hearts, the Pakistan crowd, because he's obviously they love Baba, but he's sort of university educated over in England. Not one of us is the general feeling, I think.
Ah. Well,
went to a private school, I think, maybe in England for a bit as well. That kind of vibe. It's not really the kind of down and dirty Pakistan thing. It's not your Javed Miandad, that's for sure. And he's cut that one very nicely. He's playing very well. Let's be clear about that. And he comes through for a single, I think. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, his jingle.
His 3-for-1.
His jingle says he was born in Kuwait.
Born in Kuwait, yes, but I think shipped overseas.
Came over to. He was in Wales, wasn't he? Cardiff.
Wales, right? Okay.
Well, the ground's starting to fill up a little bit in the shade. That is. We saw some people filing in, which is good.
It'd only be the English who are out in the sun. Atkinson pushes that one a bit wider, and that's a very fluent off drive just past the man in the covers, and that will go through all the way for one of these by Shan.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
Do you think we'll be on air on the day that the American presidential election's on?
Oh, right, that would be. And if not, maybe. I think in the past Guerrilla Cricket or its predecessor has done an election special, hasn't it?
Not for the Americans, yeah. We used to do the English ones when Labour were winning, and then we did. I think Jeremy Corbyn's first one, which was we didn't lose by so bad, but then I think they did the next one and we got hammered, and then we haven't done one since.
Yeah, that's no fun.
No,
Atkinson round the wicket to Shan, who just defends it off the back foot. Yes, well, I mean, who knows? I don't think literally no one does know. It looks like it's Harris by a whisker in the polls, but that means nothing, and we all know what happens on voting day in America. A lot of shy Trump voters come out of the closet.
Well, yeah, hopefully it goes the other way.
Be nice to think so. I don't think it's just I don't want him getting into my headspace for another 4 years. I don't think I can't stand it.
No, me neither. No, we're not on air. The 2nd of November we're doing an ODI, and then the 6th of November we're doing an ODI.
And that's sliced through the covers. And they're thinking about coming back for 2, but they changed their minds. Just a single there. Shah moves on to 57. The score to 98 for 1. Oh, that's the end of the over to Billy.
Well, Mog says this is on the GPL chat. As a noted philanthropist, I'm pretty sure I gave it all back 50 quid. And Jay says that he's too pure for this world.
You see, I know the reason I brought that up because I had lunch with Mog once, and he said that that is indeed what he had done. So, if that's what you want to do, we would encourage that behaviour as well. If you're just in it for the sport, but like an old Carthusian or Corinthian from the 19th century, well, I just give it back. At the end of the day, you'd be very welcome to do that too.
Absolutely. Well, Messi funds it quite well, it has to be said.
No,
but he has won it a few times as well. I think he must be the reigning champion. It's a bit like Brazil. He's won it about 5 or 6 times.
Probably the only time that Messi will be compared to the Brazilian football team, one would imagine.
Well,
Bashir's in again.
Maybe so.
Bashir's in again, and he's bowling to Shashan, who is looking in regal form at the moment. Clips that to square leg. There'll be no run. This is beginning to get slightly ominous proportions, maybe, for England.
Well, you know, this is it. I mean, I think if you're in Pakistan, you want to be looking for 450, 500 in your first innings if you get in there, don't you? And at the moment,
For sure.
they're looking good for that.
Still, long way to go. First morning. And that's patted down the wickets to Bashir, dot ball.
You know, a couple of quick wickets can change everything, can't they?
Yep.
You can get through one of these two, get Babar out early.
Like Hollywood, no one knows anything. We've all been caught out on commentary by making rash prognostications.
Indeed.
Big forward defensive by Shan, dot ball.
Aye, indeed.
That's right. Just polishes it slightly on his shirt. Just as he bowls, Bashir, his shirt sort of ruffles up, and you see the top of his underwear each time. I think someone should have a word with him about that. Looks a little inelegant. And that's played to mid wicket, but just wide of the man, so they're able to come through for the single. Shan moves to 58.
Surprised I haven't tried Leach yet, actually, as well.
It's a bit of a surprise. You'd think he might offer more control than the other bowlers.
Well, yeah.
Maybe they feel he's there for the long haul through the afternoon.
I mean, I've stated this before, but I think Leach. I think they went for Bashir A for future.
And also Leach's left arm angle, spinning it away from Abdullah Shafiq as well would be handy.
Exactly. I mean, I think in a modern era, there are more left-handed batters around, so the prize of having a left-arm spinner isn't as what it used to be.
Bashir to the right-handed Abdullah over the wicket, defended, dot ball.
I mean, when I was brought up, 70s, 80s, 90s, there weren't that many left-handed batsmen around, but now sometimes you have teams more heavily loaded with left-handers and righties.
Play to mid-wicket, dot ball, end of the over, Pakistan 99 for 1. Billy.
Well, Hombre Nuevo asked Bear, when's his first bet for a run-out coming?
Well, I could have had one earlier, hey? In a test match, they're rare. I mean, Pakistan are good for a run-out every once in a while, it has to be said. But, no, I got the first under for the first wickets, but then unfortunately, after that, it didn't go so well. The second one didn't happen.
There's not much going on really in the chat at the moment. Jay stating that he likes Shan Masood.
Yes, well, he's playing extremely well. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
This podcast is part of the
Stop.
Sports Social Podcast Network.
There's a word from our sponsors. If anyone, by the way, does want to sponsor us, you'd be very welcome. We had Ricky Ponting's wine last year during the Ashes.
Yeah, it was very nice. We had lots of it. And I think Tone got me to buy some extras out of Gorilla Cricket's money that are now sat at his home that he's slowly drinking through and doesn't remember to bring in ever.
What's the story behind that? How did you get Ponting's wine? Was it nice?
It was nice, actually. Some of it was very nice. We just got in touch with... Tone's a bit of a whiny. And he got in touch with somebody somehow, and we managed to get a deal where we got a box per test, so we had a bottle a day.
Did it come with some sandpaper as well?
No.
Oh.
After Ricky's
Atkinson
time.
in again, round the wicket to the left-handed Shan, defended by Shan. They look as if they're not going to target Atkinson too much, nor should they. He's been the pick of the bowlers. Yeah, it was good stuff.
He's had a great start to his test career.
Yes, he has. He's been terrific. Yes, if you're ever planning a trip down to Australia, if you get time and the opportunity, do tack on Tasmania to your itinerary. It's a beautiful spot. Atkinson in again, and fires that one down the leg side. Might have been deliberate because the leg slip's been posted. Duck it. Just looking, they're being quite inventive with how they're thinking about field positionings and a few strategies and things, which is what they should do.
It's a very
I did actually go to Tasmania. Sorry, I did actually go to Tasmania for a few days. Quite English in some regards. It was very nice.
It's the closest to England you'll get. If you kept on going to New Zealand, that's slightly less English because they've got some mountains and things there. Anyway, Atkinson in again. He's just pushing it onto middle and legs. Some sort of a plan. Might get Bear on what I think might be doing. And then plays it down to long leg for the single.
Well, I think it needs to be a little bit shorter, doesn't it? There's a no ball there.
Yeah, it's not a short pitch barrage. That's for sure. And I think that'd probably be unwise this early because it's basically 38
but
degrees.
if you're going to bring the leg slip, he's kind of got to be up hip height, so he's playing it up there. If you can get forward and clip it off his pads, then the leg slip really doesn't come that much into play. You want it so he's playing it off his hip.
That's
to
right,
that man.
yeah.
I mean, England have got a very callow attack here, really, when you think about it in terms of experience, at least,
Very much so. I mean, they took Hartley and Bashir as their frontline spinners to India, which bizarrely paid off in the first test, but it was never going to last the series last time round.
No.
Shock tactic, I suppose. Just having a look at the cityscape of Multan. Doesn't look too enticing, it's fair to say. No beautiful river or sea nearby. Atkinson in again. Over the wickets to Abdullah, the right-hander. Clips that down to deep square leg where Bashir does the fielding. They come back for 2.
They're going on a fair old clip here, Pakistan, as well, aren't they?
Sure
High
are.
fours and over. I was reading yesterday an article in The Guardian where Shah Massoud was going that, England really sort of lifted Test cricket and showed the way the last time they went to Pakistan, and everyone's now trying to kind of emulate them a little bit and follow on and realise that you can score quicker, and it's good for Test cricket.
Yes, I think opinions vary, don't they, on whether, Australians will say, well, that's what we've been doing all along. We went for and over during the 90s, but it was, for England at least, it was a genuine change of strategy and a mindset change as well. In comes Atkinson. It's played off his hips through square leg, who scurries in off the boundary. He's kind of halfway, 3/4 of the way back, and they come through for the single. Gary's a big fan of Bazball, and Hendo less so, I think.
Yeah, no, I am as well. I think it's great. The thing is about the Australian side that went along at that clip was an absolute fucking star of 11, wasn't it, really? Backed up by McGrath and Warne, who took all the wickets. So they were a very confident side. Never had a problem with that.
That's right. I think Michael Slater describes it quite well. He said, I assume I'm going to hit every ball for 4, and then if I find that I can't, I'll adjust downwards. Rather than the old way of thinking in Test cricket, here's a loose ball, I might be able to get 4 off
yes.
it. And, it's just a mindset. Assume I'm going to hit it for 4, and if I find it's a good ball, I'll adjust down, as it were. That's defended by Sean, dot ball.
Well, I remember Michael Slater watching I can't remember where I was, but it was an Ashes series, first Ashes test, wasn't it? And he was smashing it everywhere. Must have been late 90s, and then he got run out and it wasn't given, and in those days they didn't go upstairs. He was run out by quite a lot, and he was on about 5. And and England went downhill massively from there on in.
Yeah, I know you've got to have everything going for you in that. I remember it was one of those classic first ball of the Ashes, and I think it was Daffy de Freitas bowled an absolute horror long hop, which the Slater smacked for 4 first up, and the scene was set. That's a wide by Gus Atkinson.
We've seen a bit of that from the England bowlers so far. Bowled a few wides with bouncers, slightly struggled to get the length right.
Yes, there's a bit of tennis ball bouncers. My goodness, the current partnership is 97 already. You look up and it's 97.
Well, this is it. England need to get a couple. Shah Massoud has gone out there and batted really well, hasn't he? 59 or 56. He's gone out. He's been aggressive.
Last ball of the over, and that's defended by Sean. Their partnership remains on 97. Score on 105 for 1. That's the end of the 23rd, Billy.
Just loading it up. Mogg says that he could also recommend Tasmania, but stick to the northern half where the good people are. I don't know if you could corroborate that at all, Keithy.
It's nice down south too. I think it's because Mogg's a northern Taswegian.
From Gary. That's a good point.
Yeah, I meant to mention that to you earlier, because I had a quick look on the website and it does say Just say exactly what it says. From Gary to the Bear, this is Jeremy Henderson. The play
Yes.
button on the website says.
The things I need to remember in the morning, and that's one of the things I forgot.
It is, to be fair, very early in the morning. It's forgivable.
Leach looks like he's just having a bit of a warm-up.
It does, doesn't it? Yes. Bashir's in again. Down the wicket comes Abdullah. Again, bit of a hoik. Doesn't quite middle it, but it goes through Cow. 2 bounces for one of these. Definitely a plan, would you say, to hit Bashir out of the attack before lunch?
Oh, yeah. Why not? That should be corrected now on the website. All those people out there. If you refresh your page, probably won't do it automatically unless you refresh your page, but yes.
There we are. And that's the 100
definitely a plan. Go on.
It's the 100 partnership. In comes Bashir again, and that's a forward defensive down to mid on. Abdullah stays on.
Definitely a plan. It'll be interesting to see how long Pope keeps the field this attacking for and keeps the field up for, because Bashir's getting hammered around.
And that's just dabbed down on the offside, and they can come through for a single. Doesn't seem a lot of the slip and the leg slip don't really look as if they're in the game here, to be fair.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's absolutely nothing's turning, is it? I mean, it is a day one pitch. You wouldn't really expect it to.
But you might be better off having maybe a slightly different plan with the catchers in front of the wicket rather than behind it. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, certainly not the leg slip, I wouldn't have thought, if there's no turn whatsoever.
Don't see much point. Bashir round the wicket. And that's cut. And slight misfield in the gully. That car's there.
50p fine for riding cars there, surely.
50p? He's a professional cricketer, so I'm more on that. It's at least a tenner.
That's what it'd be in village cricket, that's what
50p still got those 7 sides in.
Yes.
But they haven't got the. No. That's rocks back Abdullah and cuts it, and I think that will go all the way. Yes, it does.
Yeah, good shot. You know one was out there.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
One turned a fraction, but not really. It's no fun being a spinner on a day one when there's against very good batsmen when there's nothing in the pitch for you.
No,
he's just bowled a bit short for me, but
well, that's the one thing he does for me is he bowls quite flat. He did that a lot during the summer. I mean, he got away with it partly because of the opposition in the summer, I think, against better teams in worse conditions for him.
It's in for the last ball of the over. Down the wicket comes Abdullah, and he's joining in the fun now, and that has gone all the way.
You know you lift me with your 50.
6 and 50, and everything looking very rosy for Pakistan.
Oh,
And that's the
indeed.
end of the over. 121 for 1, Billy.
David Smout says, morning all. I just want to say it was lovely to hear Atif on the Patreon podcast. Brought back sofa memories worth a subscription.
Well, thank you very much. Of course,
I assume that means Atif Nawaz.
He does, yeah. He used to be with us, and unfortunately now gets paid by the BBC. And of course, we can't pay him, so we can't get him back. Much like all the other people who've left and worked for the BBC. I think the BBC should pay us, to be honest, as a apprenticeship scheme, possibly. Would be a nice thing.
You like Ajax to Man City.
Yeah. Well, Man United these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're looking shocking this season, which is always,
really,
as a Liverpool fan, it's joyous.
Yeah, I agree. There's nothing more enjoyable than watching Man United lose.
Yes, absolutely.
Although they didn't. They didn't.
Yeah, but just being shit in general is
no, the Man U seems. the transfer, well, Leach is coming to well, but Manu's transfer policy is extraordinary. All of the players that Bayern Munich and top teams reject, they seem to buy.
Well, yeah, that's stupid money as well. Yeah, we do have a change in the bowling. We are going to have. Oh, we're going to have to go and find his jingle because he hasn't played for a while. It's going to be this man.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Gets hit down to long on, first ball by Sharm for a single. He moves on to 61.
It'll be interesting because I would expect Jack Leach to be able to out-bowl Bashir in this series. And I do I've mentioned this earlier, but I kind of think that he's been unfortunate. He because of his frailties with his body and unfortunately his Crohn's disease and the fact that he seems to be able to get injured really easily. It's been a bit unfortunate because as a spinner he could probably have another 5 or 6 years even as you're getting older as a spinner. He's got the experience, and I just think they've gone for Bashir because Leach kept getting injured in first tests and missing series, and then they really were in a bit of a bind.
He's pinged that one through. Abdullah plays it off the back foot to mid wicket. He's just going to size up Jack Leach on this surface for a while. We've got Ollie Pope he's still at leg slip, and he's got his shin guards on, so rather incongruously standing at leg slip with massive shin pad. Oh, it might be Ben Duckett actually.
It is, yeah.
And that's a forward defensive. There's a thought of a run, but no.
I mean, just when you look at the way he bowls, he just gets better loop, better air.
Yes. It's a very different.
You can get a bit of drift, Jack Leach as well, which is always handy. But England have only given him a token over before lunch, which I have to say I would have thought he should have bowled more really.
Leach in again, forward defensive. Rather excitingly, the camera just caught some kites circulating around the ground. Multan fairly famous for its kites, I believe.
Yep.
You get some red kites, I think these days have been released near the M40.
There's quite a lot now, actually. You can get them on the M2 and all around South England
the
now.
M2 as well, right? Used to be a real novelty.
Yeah, I know.
It's another defended, another dot ball.
They've certainly grown. I remember in my flat in London, weirdly, one winter, one landed outside the back of my window.
Really?
I looked at it. I was like, "Fucking hell!" There's a kite landed on my, on my balcony outside my back window.
Fucking hell! It's not Fred Titmus. It's a kite.
Yeah.
And that's defended by Abdullah. Oh, and that is the end of the morning session. At the end, so just 25 overs bowled. Jack Leach just got the one. Abdullah's 53. Shan just disappeared for the moment. Pakistan have just lost the one wicket and have gone along very nicely. And they are 122 for one. Run rate at 4.88, and they are sitting pretty at lunchtime there.
They are indeed. Kind of what you'd expect if you bat first in the subcontinent. And Pakistan have gone off at a lick. They've taken their chances. Shah Massoud has certainly been bashing it around. Abdullah Shafiq has been a little bit more circumspect, but he's got himself to 50. A good toss to win, and what you'd really expect. I noticed Dan De Castro says useless pitch, but that may be the case, but that's kind of what you expect on the subcontinent, isn't it? I mean, it's not India, it's not going to rag from day one. Generally, I mean, last time we were there it was as flat as a pancake. We were lucky to get 3 wins, mainly by forcing the pace by scoring loads of runs. And that'll be interesting as well, because England not batting first and not being able to put the runs on, if they go out and bat like they did and lose a couple of wickets, Pakistan can find themselves in a box seat. They haven't won a test all year. This could be a first, who knows? I went 3-0 for England in this series, but that may not be the case. We'll see. Well done, Pakistan, you have to say, I think.
Yeah, well done to them. Anything to finish off with on socials, Billy?
Let me have a quick look at good morning session by Pakistan. They're only the 25 overs bowled, and considering there's been some spin, I know it's hot, but not necessarily good enough. No, nothing. Dan De Castro says that it's a useless pitch. I disagree, actually. I think, you know, it's 5 days. It's in the subcontinent, so you'd assume that it's going to last. You don't want it to be doing much more than this. You know, if you win the toss and bat,
exactly that.
You know, you should get 400. So I think the pitch is absolutely fine. I think if it's still like this by day 3, then sure you can have a bit of a go. But I reckon it'll break up. I've been pretty impressed. You know, there has been bounce there. There's definitely been something there for the bowlers. I think England have been poor.
And a very experienced bowling attack. You know, Leach is actually the most experienced bowler along with Wokes there. And Wokes, as we know, is not the most effective when he's outside of the UK. So, you know, lessons to be learnt. It's a shame that Stokes didn't make the first test. It'd be handy to have him as a fourth seaming option. He's good at the old reverse swing as well when it comes into it. But this is the choices England make when two of your stalwart bowlers for the last 20 years retire within 2 years of each other. You are going to find yourself searching around for new bowlers, and you know they did all right in the summer at home conditions, and this is the test, isn't it? You go away to unfamiliar conditions. You've got to see what they can do.
Exactly correct. I don't know what we've got in store over the lunchtime break. Bear will cook something up, and then we'll see you at the other side of it. So
we will indeed. Well, we are going to play that podcast that we did with Atif. So enjoy it. It's good fun, and it was good to have on and speak to him again. We'll see you in about 40 minutes, less 5, I suppose, and we'll see you shortly. Right, bye.
Yes, bye.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. The English cricket summer is finally done, the latest finish ever, I think. But if you think that means a short break for Guerrilla cricket, oh no, think again. England start a test series in Pakistan in just a few days' time. To look back with the Bear and I to the summer gone and forward to that Pakistan series, our guest is comedian, BBC Voice of Pakistan Cricket, and winner of the Live Stand-Up Comedy Award at the 8th Annual UK Enterprise Awards 2024. But most importantly, Guerrilla Cricket alumni. Will you put it on your website, mate? Do you really want to talk about it? It is, of course, Atif Nawaz. Welcome, Atif.
Yeah, thanks. I should point out that that's a real award. I know it sounds like a made-up award, but it's real. And I don't get a lot of comedy awards these days, so I got to take what I get. So, yeah, no, but lovely to be back amongst the Gorillas where I belonged. And yeah, man, it's just I'm looking forward to this. I mean, I don't know if it was the latest season ever, by the way. I think like a couple of years ago we finished in October. Somehow.
It was the latest ODI ever.
Oh yes, of course.
In this country, it was absolutely that.
Might be the T20, yeah.
And where else would you pick to play it except the wettest ground that hasn't managed to finish an ODI for about 5 years?
Do you know what's funny? Like I've been at all of those unfinished ODIs up to and including the 2019 World Cup.
I remember I've said this many a time on air. We did 3 ODIs. There was 3 ODIs at Bristol in that 2019 World Cup. You were there, I was there, and we didn't have a single ball for the entire fucking 3 games. It was mad.
It's Sri Lanka that always got shortchanged there. I think if you look at Sri Lanka's record at Bristol, I think out of 5 they've had 3 called off, 1 abandoned, and 1 they've actually finished. It's just crazy. Anyway, we're going to have a chat. First of all, Atif, can we get you something to drink? What would you like?
Actually, if you've got like a blackcurrant lemonade, I'll take one of them. I'm into them these days.
This virtual bar has literally any drink you possibly can imagine. There is nothing we don't stock. So we'll rustle you up one of those. So we're going to look back at the English Test summer. We're going to look at Australia, the Australia White Ball Series, which was better than we thought, I think. We're going to look to the Pakistan series ahead, maybe be able, if we can, just to touch on some of the domestic things, as Surrey are still the Manchester City of the county championship. And the last one I'd put down was Duke balls, Kookaburra balls and Ed balls, because I was really taken by the initiative to try and drive cricket back into state schools, which I think is an important initiative. So if we can, I'd love to chat about that, but we'll see how we go for time. So a question for you both, actually. The English Test summer, we had West Indies and Pakistan, some great cricket.
No, we have West Indies and Sri Lanka, Tony.
West Indies, what am I saying? Yes, West Indies, Sri Lanka. Thank you. We're going to Pakistan. Very good. If you count up a bit mathematically, the amount of cricket played, 34% of the 30 days available wasn't played because the games were so short. Do we feel in any way that the public and broadcasters were a bit shortchanged?
Well, I guess.
What do you reckon, Atty?
How did the broadcasters feel?
Well, I can tell you that most of the broadcasters were thrilled because they got days off.
And you still get. I presume you still get paid, yeah?
I guess so. Like, I mean, I personally didn't work on any of the test matches this summer, but I know that the people who did were absolutely thrilled. I think the real question is the public and how those matches are being subsidized. I know it worked out a couple of times because there were some domestic games that got more attention because the test matches are wrapped up. There were some women's games that got more attention because the test matches were wrapped up. And you can sort of see that in the way the ECB schedule the series now. Like, you see things happening on same days often, and there's a lot of criticism, and like a lot of it is justified as well. Like, how are you supposed to invest in a women's one-day international when there's a men's test match happening the same day, or vice versa? But like, I think there's this thinking that there are a bunch of dead days because matches do finish early, so they're trying to plan in a way that things overlap a little bit and they get a little bit more out. If you've got tickets for like day 4 or day 5 of a test, nowadays I think there's an expectation as well that like we might not be going to see any cricket, or there's this whole secondary drama like, I wonder if that partnership can just hang in there. I'll get to see a day of cricket tomorrow at Lord's or Oval or whatever. Like, it's added a different kind of drama for fans. Like, ticket prices are already quite extortionate, and apparently they're going to continue going in that direction, which is not great. But in terms of
£75 at Lord's.
Yeah, like, if they were using most of it for a roof, I wouldn't mind, but that's where we are. I think it's one of those things that it's not a clear black and white thing. You can't control the length of a test match, obviously, and the way England play their cricket, they're very bullish, very aggressive. They look for that early kill, and that can be good, that can be bad. But yeah, I think there were discussions about reducing the days of test cricket. A couple of years ago they got really big, those discussions, and I know that there have been 4-day test matches played in the last few years as well. Like, I know the England-Ireland test match was only scheduled to be 4 days.
Zimbabwe, I think
next year is only 4 days. That's in May. I don't know where it is. Is it in Lords? Do they get the honour of going to Lords, Zimbabwe? I doubt it. It's probably fucking Durham or somewhere like that. And in which case, I imagine it'll be over in about 2 days or 2.5. In which case, that's kind of fair enough.
You've nailed it, Mike. You've nailed it. That's what fans think. Like, they think, okay, well, obviously these games are not going to last. The fans have now been conditioned to think day 5 is just a luxury that happens if things rain. And I think, the ECB should just make it a thing. Like, day 5s are always free. Like, they're just free entry for anybody who turns up at the ground.
Or a tenner just for the sake of it, just to get just to get some money. But I know what you mean. Yeah, they should be as good as free.
Yeah, or give them away to schools, like whatever. There's loads of ways to get around. If you get to a day 5, that's great. But I don't think it's a massive problem. I think, again, like every day 4 or 5 of a test match, there should be other cricket scheduled, like major county cricket, men's or women's, or women's international cricket. Like, let's have that scheduled in, maybe as a day-night game, so people who can, who finish one thing can come straight onto the other. If one thing's cancelled, you've got one thing to look forward to. Like, they don't have to be direct competition, like starting a day women's ODI at 11 o'clock, same time as a test match. Like, it is bad scheduling, but I understand that they're trying to squeeze as much cricket into a window as possible, getting smarter about days 4 and 5. I think that's a great
last drop of juice from the test cricket lemon is
absolutely... I presume you were heavily involved with 100 this year, yeah?
I was.
Yeah.
It's costing me a lot of my fan base, Nigel. Like, I think people like every game of the 100 I do, I see about 100 followers drop off my social media, because I think hardcore cricket fans, the kind of people that will talk about it non-stop on social media, I have still pretty much wholesale rejected the 100, right? I think it's fair to say. I think there's an audience for it. There's definitely an audience that enjoys the 100. And to be very honest with you, I quite enjoy broadcasting it. It's good fun. Like, I get more opportunities in the 100 than I do in anything else. I think there's like a push for like diversity and things like that. And, I don't take it the wrong way, because if I wasn't any good, they wouldn't keep bringing me back, right? I've done like all of the 100 final days now, so that's the fourth. It's been 4 years, right? So every finals day I've been a part of the broadcast, which is quite cool. But I didn't get to do the T20 Blast finals day this year, and I always liked that. I like to do that because I love the T20 Blast. I love that long before the 100 was ever a thing, and B, like, it counterbalances the hate you get for doing working on the 100. It just amongst fans and stuff like that. I made a point of doing more county championship cricket afterwards as well, just because it's not that I'm trying to prove anything. It's just I like all of it. Like, any cricket, anybody pays me to broadcast. Even when I did it, like when I was with you guys, even before that, when we were like something else, like, I watch it and I engage with it with a lot of passion and enthusiasm. This isn't some like new thing that I do specifically for the 100.
No, of course. Yeah. But I mean, this is the thing with the 100. You think now, I mean, it's kind of settled in the broadcast schedules that everything else should be off. And actually, this year there was a test match, wasn't there? It was in August, and a couple of years ago, was it only last year? There was only 2 years where there was completely August free of test cricket, wasn't there? And the first year of the 100, I think there was tests. If they're confident in their product, surely you can have a test or two. It would certainly ease the schedules. I mean, I know they want the superstars in it, but let's face it, some of the big superstars aren't playing in the 100 anyway.
It was weird, like the first game of the 100 this season, Mohammad Amir came to play for the Oval Invincibles, and he bowled a 20-ball spell that was spectacular. I think he gave away 7 runs and took 3 wickets, and it was brilliant. Basically won the Oval Invincibles the game in the first 20 balls of the match. And then he was gone, and then he flew away that night to go play in MLC or GLT20 or whatever it is, right? Like, there's so many tournaments now, it's very hard to hold on to players for long windows anyway. You got players coming in for 1 or 2 games, and Surrey shamelessly bringing in Shakib Al Hassan for 1 game.
I was about to mention him, yeah.
And it didn't even work either, did it?
He got a cap! He got a cap for 1 game! Anyway, that's a different rant for another time, and I'll bother Daniel Norcross with that on a voice note one day. But for me, you can't, you can try and think, okay, we're trying to accommodate players and having a window is the best way to do it, but I don't think that's going to work for you. I think think across the season. You can think about players that will be available to you for the duration, or you can think about windows and pockets where you're going to use players, and you can think more strategically. You don't have to have them with the team all the time. If they need to go play for someone else, they need to go play for someone else. That's the brave new world of league cricket. But I just think spread your season. Don't feel so compelled to bundle it all into a little thing. You must finish the Blast, you must finish the 100 just spread it out. My favourite time in domestic cricket was when we played 4-day cricket with a white ball game on a Sunday in the middle. That's Sunday league, right?
John Player back here. We're going back to John Player times with that, aren't you? Yeah. And
it was more recent. It was more recent than that. It was more recent than that. It was sponsored by.
No, it was. Yeah, the Blast. Yeah, the Blast used to fit into county games
on a Sunday, and it makes sense. Logistically, makes sense. The less travel for the players who are complaining about fatigue and things like that. You're all just there. So you do the full stretch at one county, then you move on to the next one, and you have your international calendar happening around that. It's very doable. I thought that was the most fun way to do it. It placates everyone. You like your red ball, you like your white ball, you get it all in a lovely sandwich. I think there's something to think about there. But as you say, there's no backward steps. They're all in on the 100. The most fans can hope for is a format change. I think eventually it will switch to a 20-over competition, and they'll keep the branding 100. They'll find another reason to call it the 100 because the teams have been successful. There's been a lot of uptake in terms of the branding, and people love the team names and the team shirts and the team this and the team those brands. Well done to the branding team. They've done
basically
right.
Surrey won it as well. They won that as well as a championship, kind of.
I'm working on Will Jackson. I tell you that right now. I speak to Will Jackson on a regular basis. Every single time I speak to him, I'm just chipping away at getting him across the river. So I think one day you'll see him. You'll see him play his cricket somewhere else.
Well, do you want any support? If you get him to come and play for Middlesex, I'll put my hand up to help you out. I don't know if I'd persuade him or not, but I might scare him off. Well, there was a couple of things really about the summer as well that I think are interesting. I mean, you could talk about the quality of opposition, and the West Indies seemed to consistently. Remember, they had a decent first innings lead at Trent Bridge. I think Keevan Hodge had got a ton. but then they just fell away in last innings in almost every game, and then which was all about readiness and quality, I think.
It was only one game they fell away, and that was that game. I mean, they did have an innings lead, and then England got a fairly decent lead, didn't they, in the second innings, and we all thought that one was going to a fifth day, and then they managed to capitulate in about 15 overs after the first wicket fell.
Innings and 114 runs at Lords.
Yeah.
It's like, I think there were expectations about the West Indies team after they pulled off that incredible win against Australia, right? So, Shamad, like, it was just phenomenal. There was it was like a beautiful moment in modern cricket, right? Like, and obviously, there's this sort of anti-Australian sentiment, or anti-Australian cricket team, I should be specific, sentiment.
Of course, like, why not?
Obviously, right? So, but like, I think everybody in England sort of rejoiced, and they were excited to welcome this West Indies team. I haven't seen them for a few years, since, like, I think the COVID year 2020, and they're like here, they're back here, and, like, they're an exciting team. I think at times they played some really good cricket as well. But you got to remember, like, coming to England is still a big challenge for almost any team. I know we get sort of used to Australia and India, challenging England quite hard at home, but generally speaking, beating England at home is very difficult. I mean, Sri Lanka won their first test against England in 20 years, something like that.
Not a fluke, by the way, because look at how they've put New Zealand to the sword.
Yeah, but that's at home. And a lot of teams go. Well, a lot of teams go to
Kamindu Mendis, player of the series, even though they lost.
Mendis is superb, and Sri Lanka played good cricket, but like, this is the era where almost every team is ultra strong at home, right? Other than Pakistan, which we can talk about later if you want. But everybody else is very strong at home, and it's hard to beat them. So even a resurgent West Indies team, I think the West Indies, despite losing 3-0, can take a massive amount of positives from that, given the current state of modern cricket, given the way they're funded, given the way England's funded, India and Australia is documented, like, who's got the most money, right? That is a big thing. And you also got to remember the hierarchy of Test cricket. Test cricket is the breadwinner in England, right? And possibly Australia as well. But the rest of the world relies heavily on white ball cricket to subsidize their Test cricket, right? Their Test cricketers are not making the kind of money their white ball cricketers are making, never mind the opportunities to go play in leagues and so on and so forth, right? In England, a player like Dan Lawrence, for example, can say, you know what, I'm going to take a break from white ball cricket to focus on my Test cricket, because you got prospects when you play for England, you're going to play
that went well.
Well, the thinking, right? The thinking behind it. I mean, he was put in an impossible position.
I agree. I sympathise with.
He was hiding to nothing at the top of the order.
He can say, like, look, I'm going to get maybe 11, 12. If I'm a full-timer, I might get 12 Test matches a year playing for England, right? If you play for Pakistan, you're going to get 5, maybe 6 Test matches a year. Other teams, even less. If you play for Afghanistan, you might get 2 or 3 Test matches, and one of them's going to get rained off because you picked the wrong ground, because you were trying to save money. Like, there's so many things to consider. I think when you put the package together, it wasn't a bad series. Like, it would have been great for the West Indies to win a Test, but it wasn't really a really bad series for them. And England are basically expected to win 3-0. Like, even now, almost a perfect summer, there's people just itching. They've got that little itch of that loss to Sri Lanka, right? That little.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would say we threw away that last Test. Really. I mean,
there you go. But like, you're saying that, like, think about it overall, Nigel. You won everything this summer, right? You have won everything, right? But you're moaning about the one Test you didn't win. You're thinking you're throwing it away, whatever.
I'm not moaning about it. I mean, it's good. I mean, it would have been nice to complete it, but I do think, at the end of the day, that final Test, we kind of threw it away. Everyone was a bit lackadaisical with their wickets. We were in a really good position at one point when Pope was on 100 and whatever it was. He got 150, didn't he, or something? And we were extraordinarily high score for fuck all, and then we were bowled out 60 runs later with 7 wickets falling for next to nothing, and then we put ourselves in trouble, and then we dropped catches, and then batted shit in the second
innings.
If
you're sitting your school exams, by the way, and you get 84% in any subject, you're getting an A.
No, you're not, actually. I can tell you that. No. Well, you might get a 7, but you're not getting a 9, trust me. You need 95% to get a 9.
Stupid numbers. It's A, B's, and C's. I don't. What is this stupid?
I know.
Number?
My daughter did A levels and my son did GCSEs this year, so I'm bang on what the bloody grade boundaries are.
God, they were little kids.
I know.
Old, bro. Anyway.
Cheers, man.
This is the thing. I think if you think about like what England have achieved overall. Like, yes, they lost that last Test. Yes, they played rash shots. Yeah, it's definitely ripe for critique, the cricket that England played in that last Test. But you have to also consider that is the exact style of cricket that won them the previous 5 Test matches, right?
Well,
like you know.
That is my. I mean, this is it. When people were moaning, I mean, of course, you can imagine Hendo was a bit sort of. But I mean, that is it. If you play the kind of cricket we play, which is hard from the go, I think if you said 5 out of 6 times you're going to go out blasting and win a game, everyone would be happy, right? And exactly as you say, then when the one time you fuck it up, everyone goes, "Look, see, it doesn't work," and you go, "Well, you know, the other 5 times it did."
You live by the baseball, you die by the.
Exactly. I do tend to agree. That's why I'm a bit kind of. I mean, I say we could have won that, and we probably could have. I mean, we were lackadaisical, but as you say, that is the way we play, and therefore, you know, got to expect it sometimes that it falls flat on its face.
There was loads of good things to come out of England. I mean, Jimmy's farewell for a start. I'm not saying that's necessarily a good thing. In fact, there's an interesting question: is did he really? I mean, they let him have the ceremony of the goodbye at Lord's. But left up to him, you probably commentate with him, Latif, from time to time. Would he really have liked to seen the summer out?
He was not ready to retire, no doubt about it. I think he was willing to play for he could have played for years, and just being around the guy as well. I can tell you, he's in incredible shape. Like he's a physical anomaly, physiological anomaly. Like he's like. Well, he's beyond 40, obviously, but he's in terrific shape. He applies himself. He works as hard as anybody else. He's bowling as well as he's ever bowled. He might have lost a couple of miles per hour, but not that much. And his skill and his nous, it's all still there. I felt like it was too soon. Obviously, I'm not privy to the things that Brendan McCullum and all the leadership people. They've got their own ideas, and they're obviously much higher pay grade than me. They know better. But just from my observation. I think Jimmy had a lot more to give. I think he's still got that desire to give as well. He was never interested in franchise T20 cricket. There were always rumblings about people making offers to him from here, there, and everywhere. He was never into it. He was never interested in sort of playing white ball cricket again once he'd done it for England. He was like an England. He is he bleeds England cricket, right? Yeah. He loves England cricket. That's the number one thing for him, and that's why he's still sitting with the Test team. I'm not 100% sure if he's travelling to Pakistan. He might be. With the side, because he's just taken up this role, and he just loves being around the team as well. And that's not specific to him. If you look at the white ball team recently, Harry Brooks been captain for the one-day internationals. Joss was there for every single game. Joss didn't disappear. He's always there.
I felt Brooke came into it more, actually. I mean, we were going to come on and chat about that, but I think Harry Brooks seemed to grow into that role. He was a bit naive with his comment about who cares if you get out, and then probably thought, I wonder if I should have said that. And then, interestingly, for the next 2 ODIs, it was conspicuous how England really did slightly modify their approach to play the conditions.
He's another one I've spent a little bit of time with, so I've got a few insights into Brookie. But I would we can talk about that in more detail later. I mean, I know you want to get through the test stuff first, but I just think there's with Jimmy, it was very emotional. I've spent a lot of time with the guy, and it's a real privilege, really, just to be able to sit next to him and commentate a game. And I still remember the first time I did it back in 2020, and it was whoa, I just watched you take your 600th wicket. Now you're sitting next to me calling the action. This is crazy. What is going on? But over time, just getting to know him and his life. And there was a time in Durham, actually. So when we commentate the games in Durham, there's not a huge amount of hotels in Durham. So we end up staying in Newcastle. And I remember one morning we were going from the hotel in Newcastle to Durham, and Jimmy's like, "How are you getting there?" And I'm like, they've organised a cab or something. He's like, just jump in with me. I'm like, all right. And I'm just being driven to the ground by Jimmy Anderson. I was like, whoa, man.
Cool, man. That's so cool. I think I stayed in Pelton Fell last time I was up there.
I mean, do you know, I'm like a cricket fan, man. I'm not I didn't play professional cricket. I didn't I've just these moments that happen. I feel like I gotta just enjoy them, because I'm living every fan's dream in these moments. How many people would love to be just driven by Jimmy Anderson? I'm not saying he's a phenomenally entertaining guy, but he's a very nice guy. But it's so cool. I'm in his car, he's driving, he's playing his tunes, we're chatting. I'm like, this is.
What car does he drive? I'm guessing it's not a Volvo.
No, it's something a little bit. It's quite a large car. I can tell you that much.
Oh yeah, I would imagine it.
German.
It might be.
I don't think it is German. No, here's the thing. I'm not up on my cars. So but I know what it is. I can tell. It's a Range. It's a Range.
It's a Range Rover.
Oh, well, a Range Rover. Yeah, that would.
I suspect he has more than one. That's what I'd say.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Probably
Well, there were
does.
other things, weren't there? I mean, so did Jimmy, but I mean, Joe Root proved class is permanent in both series. Fantastic. Ollie Pope, plenty of runs in the first series when he wasn't captaining. Took a while. He had to be on a flattish home track to make runs. But another Surrey player, the explosion of Atkinson was absolutely amazing. Even more amazing, as much with the bat as with the ball. What do we make of that? Surprise to everyone. It was certainly a surprise to me.
With the bat, definitely. I mean, didn't really expect. I mean, most of the times I'd seen him, everyone had said he could bat, but I hadn't seen much proof of it. I have to say, before that 100. But you know, that 100 was as good as, you know, he batted, good technique, looked solid, looked like he knew how to handle a bat, unlike some bowlers. And you know, you have to say, going forward, if he keeps that sort of form up and gets to the ball, he is going to play. I mean, this is it. He had a really easy come down. I mean, he got what, 13 wickets in his debut test against a weak and massively undercooked West Indies side, and then went throughout the summer, got a slight niggle by the end of the series against Sri Lanka. Again, he'll be one that goes, oh god, 5-day cricket, needs to get a little bit fitter hopefully and go through. And now he's got a test. They take him out to. Is he going out? I presume he's going out to Pakistan.
Yeah, he is. He's in the Pakistan squad.
He's healed up. So, you know, that's going to be a test for him. I imagine in those tests we'll probably only go in with, what, 2 seamers? And I don't know if Stokes is going to be out of bowl. Certainly not in the first one, I don't think so. But Jack Leach is being taken out, so presumably they're going with 2 spinners. Root as a 3rd spinner. And then they'll have to work it out, because if Stokes is back, I presume Smith bats at 7, and therefore you've got 4 spots for bowlers. 2 and 2. It'll be a long workload for the spinners and not a lot of work probably. I mean, I remember last time we seemed to basically bowl about 3. It was much like India. You bowl about 3 overs of pace at the top of the innings just to get the lacquer off the ball and then hand it to the spinners first. Right? You know.
I think they'll utilize Joe Root a lot as a bowler, because he's more than just a part-time.
Yeah.
Like, for me, I think Joe Root's more. He's going to be quite active. I think what they will want to do is go 3 seamers and a frontline spinner, and then have Joe. That's what they'll want, but they won't. They'll look at the pitch in Multan and they'll decide, like, you know, do we need to play Rayan or Bash? Like they'll go either Shoaib and Rayan as well. Or they'll go with Lee. Like, there's so many options, but they won't make a decision until they've seen the pitch. You got to remember, they announced their squad before they knew where all the venues were going to be. And it just so happens that 2 of them are going to be Multan. Last time around, you know, spinners did quite well at Multan. I think Abrar Ahmed made his debut in Multan and took like 11 wickets or something like that in his first test. So he was very, you know, potent there. But yeah, it's really good to see Jack Leach back and available, you know, bowling well for Somerset and stuff. Like, he's very, like, it's not just that he's a good bowler, it's just like the energy he brings to the team. Like, he's just one of those really earnest, really like genuine guys, and they all love him. They love him in that team. They call him Peanut. That's his nickname, right? They adore Jack Leach, and he loves being part of that team. He's such a team guy. Like, this is the whole Brendan McCullum, like, cult of McCullum, right? Like, it's like they all fall in love with him, and they all like play for him, and they feel like soldiers playing for a general. You know, it's really like they're as a team, they're really quite like tied into that ideology. So I mean, we'll see how many spinners start, but I think you're likely to be right, Nige. It's possible. There's been discussion in Pakistan about making pitches more seamer friendly, right? This is one of the big issues that the Pakistani bowlers raised. I don't know if you guys remember first test last time in Rawalpindi. It was about as flat as things get, and England scored about 507 million.
Would do quite well though. I think just based on pure pace. I mean, a couple of things worked for England last time. One was we did have that extra gear, which I think Mark Wood provided, if I'm right. And then the other thing was, you know, the speed with which England scored their runs gave them time to bowl Pakistan out on flat tracks. So, in some ways, Pakistan potentially is a ready-made place to utilise Bazball tactics. Because you kind of have to, because wickets can be quite hard to get on flatter tracks.
But Pakistan's bowling attack was quite. inexperienced. I think Haris Rauf was playing his first Test match. Muhammad Ali was doing after a decent domestic season. Muhammad Ali at the time was very different from the Muhammad Ali now, although he's still been left out, which is it's a real shame, really. I think because he had an opportunity for redemption after the pounding he took in the first Test in the last series. But Khurram Shahzad was the guy that they really wanted, who was very impressive against Bangladesh, but he's injured. So Amir Jamal is the one that they're turning to. So Amir Jamal is coming into the attack. Now, Amir Jamal was really impressive against Australia in the series where Pakistan were whitewashed, but he put in 2 really strong bowling performances that are still memorable. The big issue is really his fitness, because and Warwickshire signed him to play some blast matches this year and some Champo matches, but he was bowling at like 67 miles per hour. So, he was clearly carrying an injury. And it's all about whether he's recovered or not. Injuries have been devastating to Pakistan. It's not so much the injury, it's the recovery from injury. Shaheen Afridi picked up an injury in that 2022 World Cup final against England, and then he's never really looked like the same bowler since. He's not had that level of potency. He's not had that speed. He's just not been able to bowl at 90 plus miles an hour again since then. It's possible that will change. He's just had a good domestic series in Pakistan. They just in the Champions Cup. We can chat about that if you want. But it's really the treatment, the recovery from injury. But having Shaheen back is no doubt a huge bonus. Alongside him, Naseem Shah, again, a more accomplished, a bowler with a greater aura than they had last time. So you're not going against Muhammad Ali and Haris Rauf. You're going against Shaheen, Naseem, Amir Jamal, and then a couple of at least one surprise spinner, i.e. Noman.
I was about to. Oh no, that was it. No, I kept reading it as Norman. I thought that's the most un-Pakistan name ever, but it's Noman Ali.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about him.
Noman has played a little bit of Test cricket for Pakistan. His inclusion was a surprise, because I think the original idea was for Pakistan to use Abrar again, right? Abrar did a really good job last time. They've kind of mixed and matched with him a little bit. They haven't given him the most consistent run, but then you have to consider Pakistan don't play a ton of Test cricket. But Noman, I think he burst on the scene back in 2021, made his debut against, I want to say, South Africa in 2021, and then since then he's been fine. He's been fine without being spectacular, right? So he took 7 in a game once, and he's taken just shy of 50 wickets, averaging over 30. So he's not spectacular, but I think he's put in enough of a shift recently that they think, okay, let's bring this guy in. But when you're drafting in a 37-year-old spinner, nothing against 37-year-olds, I'm beyond that myself, but a 37-year-old spinner doesn't strike fear into the hearts of a touring England team, I imagine. But it does give you an indication. It's almost like a double bluff, really, because they've said,
he's played 15 tests, Noman.
Yeah, 15 tests.
He's got 47 wickets.
33
very
average?
economically.
Got to be 33, right? Is average? You got it in front of you, I reckon.
Yes, 33 and a half.
Right. Good.
That's not bad for a spinner at international level, really.
Yeah.
No, I suppose not. It's just and he has taken the 7-foot before, so that's something. But again, at the same, you've got Abrar, you've got young spinners, you've got other options. Noman was a surprise. I think there was a lot of goodwill towards Noman, but equally it's you're one step away from giving Saeed Ajmal a call and saying, "Hey man, do you fancy?"
Get him back in the side, yeah.
It's a bit unfair to Noman, because I know he's played domestic cricket and he's done well, but it's still a surprise inclusion for me. I think there's a lot of the hype will not be built around him. The hype will be built around the seamers, Shaheen and Naseem and Jamal.
What are the wickets going to be like? Are they just going to be flat like they normally are, or are they going to offer something to somebody?
Well, Rawalpindi will definitely be flat. I don't think there's anything they can do about that. Some people sort of blame Ramiz Raja for it, because it was in his sort of PCB chair tenure where he was like, we need more run scoring, free flowing run scoring wickets. People talk about the influence of Babar Azam in that, Babar wants to score runs, and sponsors want to see Babar score runs, and advertisers and everybody like the money is. It helps your balance sheet if you got Babar Azam hitting beautiful cover drives. So there's that kind of conspiracy theory. But I think at the same time, in Multan, things could get a bit spicier. You might get a spinning wicket. You might get a seaming.
There's 2 games in Multan as well, aren't there?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
They could use the same wicket for the second Test, which would be very interesting.
They definitely won't do that, but they could, and it would be interesting, wouldn't it? And you might get fewer days of Test cricket. But I think what makes it a bit of a competition this series is the fact that England are less experienced and less a less dominant team coming into this, right? You still got your Brooks and your Ducketts and your engine room, right? Your consistent players in the middle order and stuff like that. But you got not unproven, but sort of newer commodities. You got people like Jamie Smith.
Well,
Gus on his.
You say that, but this is it. The top 6 will be unchanged from the last series, won't it? I mean, it will still be Duckett, Crawley, Pope, Root.
After a long layoff, I haven't seen Crawley.
Yeah, Crawley will be back, but I mean, you say Crawley has cemented his place finally. Looks like the opener, and he'll have good memories of Pakistan. He scored 180 on that first morning, virtually in the afternoon. Down to 6 because then Brooke was there last time. That was his debut, wasn't it? Scored 3 tons in 3 tests.
Well, he was amazing. He was part of the speed of scoring that enabled
exactly.
England
And so
to
the
take
top
wicket.
6 will be the same. I'm sure Smith, if the top 6 have scored runs when Smith comes in, he'll just carry that on. And then you worry about what goes on. I mean, the bowling is the thing that will be untested. I mean, last time we went out there, we had an experience. I mean, they're taking Wokes out there, which seems a bit fucking strange. Let's be honest. Can't bowl anywhere outside of the UK. I mean, I like him in the UK, but he struggles outside the UK. And then you've got
that's
completely
insurance against
untested.
Stokes not for bowling.
Well, it possibly is, but I mean, who else are they saying? Hull's now broken down, so you've got Gus Atkinson. I presume they're taking Potts. I can't remember what the squad is now.
Yeah, they are.
I haven't got it in front of me. So you got Atkinson, Potts, Stone.
Yeah.
And that's 3 seamers, and they would have had Hull as well, but presumably they're going to replace.
Cars in there as well.
Cars is in there as well, so Cars could be interesting in a Test match. I mean,
So Ollie Stone is going.
Ollie Stone is going to what? Sorry.
I think Ollie. He's going to have a very interesting tour because he's expecting the birth of his. No, sorry, not the birth. He's married. He's getting married in between Test matches. So
he's him back, isn't he? And then back again.
So first test again and finishes in Multan. He flies that night back home to get married. And then he comes back for the second test. And, I haven't spoken to Ollie in a long time, but I should have suggested to him, dude, just honeymoon in Pakistan. It's a lovely place. Go up to, some of the scenic north of Pakistan. Very romantic and, green and waterfalls and glaciers and all sorts of gorgeous scenery. And it's all very tourist friendly these days. So, go enjoy, have a lovely honeymoon.
Are they giving him the second test off then? Are they planning to allow him some time?
No, he's getting married and he's coming back for the second test.
His job, God damn it!
Yeah,
well, yeah, but
well, he didn't think 12 months ago when he was planning his wedding, he didn't know if he'd be in the mix for England, right? He was playing for the Knots. He's doing.
Well, we're back. I'm Hendo, and Grubby is acting
I'll
as
be Tony.
As they are stuck in traffic because
you lost Hendo and Tony.
Well, they are
in the same car.
They decided that they weren't going to do the early stint, so of course they've got stuck in rush hour traffic, which is pretty fucking lame. If you ask me, if you're listening in the car, Tone, fucking useless is all I can say. I'll be Hendo, and Grubby will be Tony, and they should arrive some point in this first stint. They said he phoned me and said I can see the tower at Crystal Palace, which means they're not too far away. Although it's quite a big tower and you can see it from quite a distance, so that doesn't mean that much. First ball after lunch is short and it's pulled and it doesn't beat the man at square leg, but no, they don't go for a single as it's fielded by, couldn't see who that was, the skipper maybe, Pope. Opening up after lunch is
stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the driving comes a calling, all your fools will be falling. Stick it all right up your pride and cause.
and the batsmen are
Sean Masood was born in Kuwait in October 1989. Less than a year later, Saddam Hussein invaded. Coincidence? Yeah, you keep telling yourself that.
That's short down the arse by Cars. That rhymes. And
down the cars.
Down the cars. Sharmasu just leaves it, and then he goes to speak to the umpire. I don't know what about. It wasn't a wide, wasn't anything like that, wasn't that short. The batsman at the other end is
Abdullah Shafiq's technique. Abdullah Shafiq's unique.
they're still there after lunch. Good first session for Pakistan, 122 for 1. Lost the early wicket, of course. That's short pulled. Oh, there might be a bit of a tactic here because there's Root is kind of 2/3 of the way back behind square. There's a man behind him at sort of long leg. Might be someone out at deep mid wicket as well. Short ball pull and casters around the wicket, banging it in. Line's a little bit wrong. It's good fielding from Root. He that way quick. Might well have raced away to the boundary for 4 runs had he not managed to get a palm on it. But it was only a single.
It does go to show how much England miss Ben Stokes, not just the player but the captain.
Yeah.
I mean, he's made it look relatively straightforward to do what he's doing, but it's not.
No, he's a massive amount of self-belief, doesn't he? That's the thing about Stokes, and he sort of exudes it onto the rest of the team. I don't think Pope manages that in the same way. Cast over the wicket to Shafiq, and it's just defended out into the offside, and there is no run. And England have got a very, very inexperienced attack. Cast his first test, 7th or 8th test for Gus Atkinson. 7th test, I presume, played 6 in England, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
None of them used to bowling in a test match in overseas conditions. So, Wokes is, but we all know his overseas record. That's short. Ducked underneath by Abdullah through the keeper, and there's no run. Leach will be the next most experienced bowler, and actually looked a lot better. I still think he's probably a better bowler than our man
than Shoaib.
Shoaib.
Yeah, well, as I was saying before lunch, they did play a county championship match together for Somerset. I mean, look, sample of 1. Leach got 8 wickets and Shoaib got none. And then, Shoaib's into the attack earlier than Leach earlier this morning. Perhaps he's more comfortable bowling with a harder, shinier ball, don't know. Long old fingers, isn't he? But it's almost as if he's the senior spinner.
Yeah,
in the England
well,
setup.
I think he'll get shown up a bit by Leach in this series, to be honest. Cast, short, pulled, aerial for a while. There is a man down there. It doesn't carry to him. It's Root, completely ballooned up. There's definitely a plan here.
Always good to have a plan.
And immediately there is Pakistani physio coming on. Maybe he caught that on the glove and that hurt. Let's have a look.
I think bring Shoaib on is seen as a sort of more attacking move in the first instance.
Maybe.
But it didn't really serve much. And there's always the possibility, of course, of the shit gets wickets thing, although on these wickets it's going to be tougher, it seems.
Well, you don't want him bowling shit, though, and he didn't bowl particularly well. I mean, I think Billy was on commentary and he didn't really land one for most of the first over.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem with I have with Shoaib is he tends to bowl too flat and too short, and then a batsman too easily to play on the back foot. I mean, the whole point of a spinner is you try and get a little bit of loop and drag him onto the front foot, and hopefully it turns. I mean, there isn't any turn. It is, we're just starting the second session on day 1. You expect the pitch to be flat.
That's why he was picked in the first place. High release point, all that, very tall lad, isn't he? So if he's bowling flat, then he's not using his natural attributes.
No,
and you want him to. And so when he is bowling well is when he's getting that nice loop. Anyway, the other spinner is in the attack now.
Well, indeed, and the thing is, he's young, and they hope that he'll learn on the job. I guess this man's into the attack.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
And he's over the wicket to Shah Massoud, who just tries to turn it, gets a leading outside half of the bat up to mid-off, and there's no run.
He did there what you were talking about, which is get the batsman coming forward
and
played a false shot.
That's why I think Leach is actually a better bowler, but for all the reasons I talked about earlier, that's just played into the leg side and there's no run. Unfortunately, Leach seems to get injured in or before the first game of the last 3 series he played in, and I think England got a little bit fed up with that, which is unfortunate, and they all seem to like him, but he has frailties. That's defended back to the bowler and there's no run. I mean, he was out for a while, didn't he? Which is weird, getting a spinner getting a stress fracture at the back. But he had the severe in the COVID years, didn't he? When he went to New Zealand, he had a massive outbreak of Crohn's, which put him out for nearly a year as well. And it's just unfortunate for him, really. It's a decent ball, drags Sharmasu forward. He just punches it up to. There is a deepish mid on. It's Wokes. They'll get a single. However, Shoaib will, if playing for England, he's going to get what, 15, 17 tests a year, probably, if they keep him in the side. I mean,
not that many. 12
I don't know. Well, we're playing 6. We played 12. How many? We played 5 in India at the beginning of the year. It was this year, wasn't it? We were in India earlier in the year. No, it wasn't this year, was it? Or was it this year? God, it all goes so quick. We had the World Cup.
Previous. It was.
It was this year.
It was.
So so we'd have played 17 tests this year. That's defended back to the bowlers now. And I mean, we seem to play more Test cricket than anyone else.
Well, we do. Yeah, we certainly do. 17. That seems too many even for us.
No. Well, the last few years we've been managing about that. Most years, somewhere between sort of 14 and 17. That's defended by Shafiq. And there's no runs, 2 runs off that over. And if he does that, he's getting more games than he's ever going to get in a county championship. So he will get a chance to learn on the job. Looks like our tardy friends have arrived.
Yeah. In this World Test Championship cycle, England played 22 tests, India 19, Australia 17, and then you're down to 14 for...
What time period is that, Masters?
2 years.
That's over 2 years. So 22 in 2 years. There you go. It's 10 or 11.
Yeah. Well, actually, there are more than that are going to play because Zimbabwe and Ireland don't get included in the WTC.
Okay. There you go. Because we played Ireland this year. Did we play Ireland this year as well before?
Yes.
Was that our warm-up game, wasn't it, before?
Yeah.
After the World Test Championship, before the Test Series against India.
And next year's Zimbabwe, isn't it?
Yeah, next year's Zimbabwe. Which will no doubt be in Durham. It's in May, isn't it? That's down the cast.
That's got to be a wide.
Probably is a wide.
Maybe not.
Yeah, no. I think it is. Because it didn't go up to 27.1. What's that? Kingdom Valley, a royal lifestyle. What, are they trying to sell me now? Housing?
Housing estate, I'd say.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
A new development.
Nice gated community.
No,
morning, late people.
Hello, Hendo.
Well,
Hendo and his pillow have arrived.
Yep.
Leah says they'll have to nuke their own coffees.
Cast in round the wicket to Sharm Masood, who just knocks it down.
I'm going to vacate this chair so that Hendo and his pillow can jump in.
You do that.
Brian says that, sorry.
Yeah, Tone can come in and take over for me. Where is he? Oh, okay. Can't be asked to get up early, you two, huh?
I was up early.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. You wouldn't have had less traffic if you'd have come in early. You'd have probably whipped over here in about 20 minutes, but you know. Sean's facing up. That's too short, but not short enough from Bryden Cast, and he gets whipped through mid-wicket, pulled nicely down to the boundary, and it's 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Shall I come in? Shall I take it over?
Yeah, you can do.
Because you're probably sick of seeing Pakistan smash England around the the outskirts of Multan. I say it's the outskirts, maybe it isn't. I was listening to the Bishop and Bear preview of this series last night, trying to send myself to sleep. Funnily enough, it was that interesting that I didn't go to sleep. Cast in again, short, pulled again. 4 more, or is there someone out there this time? Yes, there is. Chris Wokes. Chris Wokes must be wondering, what am I doing here? I'm basically a Jimmy Anderson replacement, yet I'm not really as good, especially overseas. 130 for 1.
A bit like Ben Bear was sitting in for you, Hendo.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry.
Indeed, absolutely. I did love the picture of the possum in the letterbox. In the letterbox this morning. That was a lovely little touch. Don't see that in South Wimbledon. Pulled again. There's a man at backward square leg. I don't think they did get a run there. I think it's Root has gone there, and it tells you something, doesn't it? That 10 minutes into the second session of the first day, of a Test match, and England are bowling without any slips.
Yeah.
Well, the thing last time was England had they had such control with their pace. They had Anderson, they had a fit and firing Robinson.
Strange, and
who were going at a shade over 2 and over. So even when they weren't taking wickets, they were building pressure and keeping things under control.
This is short rubbish down the leg side. Doesn't even get up. And Jamie Smith is having a baptism of fire overseas, diving away to take that one. It's the end of the 28th over, and would you believe Pakistan are 130 for 1. Messi.
Well, we've got 2 super chats.
Yay!
I put up on behalf of Gorilla Cricket super chat us, and Lockie sends us $2. Says, "You said super chat us? I am very suggestible." And
Good.
Stephen Kilk sends us €2.50. Says, "I am also easily swayed." Well, if that's all it takes.
Well, just keep at it. Just keep at it,
Thank you
Messi.
both very much. Yeah.
Yes, that'll do the trick. We've had 1 6 and 14 4s. It's a real basin of a ground, this, isn't it? It's very concretey.
Yeah, well, speaking of that, Brian in Brisbane says, Stephen Kelk says, "Why the empty stands behind our lovely gorillas? It's kind of depressing." Yeah, it looks like it was taken when there wasn't actually a game on, that photo.
Jack Leach has come into the attack of late. He's about to bowl his 3rd over. He's got a slip, a leg slip, and an on Hayden. And it's the on Hayden who's in action immediately. That's Ollie Pope, I think, he's positioned himself there. So it's driven up the on the side of the pitch. And there is no run.
Oh, Wood, Robinson, Wood, and Anderson were your
Wood,
3
of course.
bowlers last time.
Well, actually, that was the point I think you made in on the podcast. Leach in again, bowls onto the back foot goes Abdullah, plays into the offside. There is no run. That at least they had that raw pace, didn't they?
Well, they had the change of gear with that raw pace. They, with Anderson and Robinson, they had a tremendous amount of control. There was here. There's just a bit more grass, less move. Apparently, this is the worst for swing and movement of any kind in the last 10 years, at least, in terms of Pakistan.
Leach in, absolutely no turn either, so that doesn't help. This is guided into the offside again. Fielded by the man running around from extra, but a single can be grabbed. And now Shan Massoudi didn't have a particularly good season, did he, for Yorkshire? I don't think. Who he was he captaining? I think he was captaining during the summer. But he's looking at a completely different proposition here. 16-9 off 72. He's taken the attack to England. He's not let Bashir settle, and presumably he's not going to let Leach settle. Just a forward short leg and a slip as he bowls to the left-hander. Defends this one back to Leach's left. He just steps across and fields, and there is no run. 32 degrees, so it's actually not as hot as it's been in Dubai for the Women's World T20.
No.
It says sunny. I love a forecast that is as emphatic as that. Let's push back to Leach. We don't normally get that from the Weather Cave. There's always...
Well, I posted the forecast for all 5 days this morning, and I'm not going to do another one because they're all
It's just
sunny.
big sun. Yeah, absolutely.
He did have a very good, strong one-day cup for Yorkshire, so he was playing in that, even though it's demoted to a development tournament. He had the likes of Shah Massoon playing for Yorkshire in it.
The on Hayden comes in. He's actually a little bit deeper than normal, so he's not in front of the non-striker. He's almost to his side, but this is worked away out to Atkinson at deep mid-wicket. They take a single. I was going to go back and talk about that that bowl that people are in. It's to do with the sun, isn't it? Unlike mad English fans, generally in Asia, the locals tend to get in the shade whenever they can. So there is a bit of a crowd there, and you can see it in close up from time to time. But they're all hidden by shade and are hiding away. Anyway, Messi, any tweets?
Ashley Partridge is with us. Says England are looking leg. Lost for ideas. Can anyone suggest something new? Let Root bowl. Well, it might happen, but I'm not sure that they're going to do it yet with 2 frontline spinners there. It did occur to me that Cast bowled pretty poorly at the start of the white ball series against Australia. He improved a bit afterwards, but I wasn't particularly impressed with him.
This is pulled by Sean. Got up to about waist height. It's fielded cleanly at square leg by Pope. Cast is a strange one. I think when he first came into the England team, I mean not the test team obviously because this is his actual 5-day debut, but as a white ball bowler I really didn't see much there. But he seems to me to have added a little bit of extra pace. And when he gets it right, he does get it really right. But there are periods when he can go for a few. This is dabbed backward of square on the offside, easy single. The runs are just there to be taken, aren't they? Really, because the field is now well spread.
He had a pretty decent championship. Played 8 for Yorkshire, averaged 47, highest score of 140. So yeah, he did pretty well for Yorkshire, and top end obviously promotion season for them.
He's one of those guys that he only played eight games out of the 14. So I wonder why he missed those games, other games. But anyway, when I looked, he didn't seem to be doing particularly well. He was someone that I was looking at because I was keen to see. Cause, he's always been touted as an exciting player. Short again, pulled, and that's dismissed. That's a lovely shot from Abdullah. And England just can't stop the runs flowing here. It's 4 more.
And that 140 he got against Gloucestershire. Zaman Akhtar had been taking wickets, and he kind of rescued the whole Yorkshire innings and hauled it back for them. So I think he did pretty well in the championship.
Okay. Maybe I saw his one-day cup scores that weren't that great.
Well, they were good.
Well, they were good as well. So I've been looking.
I don't know what you're thinking, Endo.
Cast, another short one down the leg side. All Abdullah has to be wary of here is glancing it into the gloves of Jamie Smith, but he gets his bat out of the way. And Cast has gone.
I'm not sure.
Go on.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if you're listening earlier on. Apart from having Atif on the podcast, which was really nice, we also had a connection from Roger Pineapple this morning on YouTube and Twitter.
Wow.
So it was sort of just nice to feel the warmth of his embrace yet again.
What was he saying? Anything? Has he got any plans to come and see us at all?
Well, he didn't mention that, but it's just good to know he's out there.
Cast into the ribs of Abdullah, but it's a kindly pace off this wicket, and he works it easily enough into the onside. There is no run. He's conceded 33. He's just about to complete his 8th over. I'm looking at his speeds, 135. Those last 2 balls have been in the 140s, 145, 143.
He can get into the higher end of 80s, perhaps just touch 90 cars. He's definitely quick. Just to finish on Shah Masood, by the way, and his mediocre season, he actually did all right in the Blast as well. He averaged 26, I think. Again, he played about
26.
Well, you go, yeah, highest score in the 60s, 60 something, I think. Can't remember who against. But no, he had a very good season. Obviously, he left Derbyshire, which rankles still with Derbyshire.
Now, what on earth is going on here? We seem to have stopped with 1 ball remaining in this over, and I thought they were changing for over, and they must have made a mistake. But seemingly not. They're all standing around now. Can't be drinks. Not time for drinks yet.
There was somebody coming up from off the field. Either somebody's got an injury, or there's something wrong with the pitch.
Something wrong with the pitch? Well, as far as England are concerned, there's something very wrong with the pitch. They can't take any wickets on it. Are we going to get a final ball?
To read a tweet from Farong who says, "Magnificent so far by Pakistan. Should increase the likelihood of Duckett being brought into the attack." And he sends a meme for Tony, which says, "Be like a crow, collect shiny things, hop happily down the street for no apparent reason. Whatever you eat it with joy, and scream loudly when you see your friends."
Sounds
I
right.
don't know what brought that up.
No, I do. Although one day soon. Oh, well, maybe not soon. Maybe later. Duckett is going to get a bowl, and there will be much rejoicing and jubilation. Down the leg side from Cast, who's round the wicket to complete his over. He's got a leg slip in there, hoping to fool Abdullah into flicking one into his hands, but he's not interested. It's the end of the over. 30 overs bowled. God, there's still 60 overs to go today.
I think Farong was thinking about Russell, one of my crows in the garden.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Oh, there is a new version of The Office just about to be released in Australia. God knows why. You know, once you've done something, you've
So
done
hang on, is that's the third edition of The Office, basically?
Yes,
The English one, the American one, which was nothing like the English one. What's the Australian one going to be like?
Oh, fucking shit.
Have you seen it already?
Well, I've just seen the clips for it.
Oh, okay.
But the person in the office who runs it has a crow which is called Russell.
Right, okay, fair enough.
Obviously took it off Tony.
I like some Australian comedies, actually. I tell you what I do like. I like Colin from Accounts. That always makes me chuckle. The
That's
first
brilliant.
series, second one not so good, but the first one was excellent.
Yeah, it was very, very good.
Leach continuing, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Masood, who's studiously over the top of this, playing back to the bowler. And it kind of seems like an old-style test in Pakistan, where bowlers can't take wickets, basically, and you got incredibly lengthy draws, except that Pakistan are scoring at a hell of a rate, and this is swept really well, kept down beautifully by Masood. He's looking in absolutely wonderful form, as he showed in the summer for Yorkshire. He's taken that from a yard outside off stump, and he's done well to control it. I suppose the thing is, there isn't any indifferent bounce, there isn't any turn, so you're fairly confident playing that shot without, the jeopardy that sometimes can go with it. He moves to 75, 141 for one, and Leach is in again, very flat, played off his pad through the man at short leg. There's Bashir running round to his right to field. I think they've just got the one. They have. Looking long term, I don't think this is a bad thing for England, in the sense that these guys need to they are inexperienced, a lot of them, and they need to be exposed to hard days in the field, really, and this is certainly turning out to be one.
Well, I also think it's really good for Pakistan. If they'd started the day at 100 for 5, it would have been pretty bleak for the outlook for the series, but they desperately needed something to boost their confidence.
3 close fielders. A man on Hayden is Pope, and just a hint of turn, but of course Leach is quite quick through the air in general, so it doesn't sort of sit up. It's played comfortably into the offside.
Well, while the other players have been playing various white ball cricket after the Test series, which he wasn't involved in, he actually finished the season terrifically well for Somerset, didn't he? Leach.
That's a better ball. Gave that one a little bit more air. It was on the line of the leg and middle. It's pushed to Pope in that short mid-on Hayden position. There is no run. Now, actually, listening last night to that podcast, which by that point was a few days out of date, wasn't it? He's in. That's a better ball. Nicely driven again to Pope. Gets the long barrier out and fields. It's the end of the over, 142 for 1. But I did get that feeling from what Atif was saying. I mean, he was upbeat but despondent in a sense about Pakistan cricket in general, and the fact that it wasn't just a case that there would be a sort of minor blip in support for the Test team, but that people would start turning their back on it. And I thought, oh God, this is another series that England have got to play and lose to ensure that Test cricket doesn't die somewhere else.
So England's going to lose to save Test cricket?
Absolutely, all the time. All the time they have to do this now. It's getting ridiculous.
Why their moral wins. That's why their moral wins.
We're doing it all for the wider good.
I like it.
Any tweets?
Yes. So Matthew Callan says Rake is a fantastic Australian comedy. Have you seen it, Messier? I quite like it. I like Fisk as well, actually. Pokey Bumfinger from Deepest Wales says crows are the scum of the British countryside. No equivocating there. And Kieran Roseblade says just tuned back in after getting the kids to school, and I thought there was a tech issue with 2 Tonys. In fact, if Messi wore glasses, we'd have a full house of Tony lookalike. I've got bionic eyes. I don't need glasses.
I don't think the viewership is ready for that.
I don't.
Level of beauty.
Am I morphing into a Tony? I don't know. The short ball. Atkinson has replaced Cast. I'm not really surprised. He'd gone for 33 off 8. Well, Atkinson has gone for 32 off just over 7 now, but he has taken the 1 wicket to fall, which I still haven't seen. I guess it was a regulation catch behind, wasn't it?
It was a poor ball. It was
gloved.
It was just strangled down the right.
Oh, was he
off the glove as well? Yeah,
so
it wasn't a great.
So
ball.
it wasn't even a genuine wicket, really.
No.
Oh dear. Okay, so we haven't got any wickets so far today. Masood faces up. It's a short ball. He gets on top of it, chops it in a slightly Ben Duckety way. Is that Crawley? Unusually finds himself at third man. Is that because of his finger, or is that just because England haven't got any slips really? They've taken a single, 144 for 1.
As an alternative to the 3 Tonys theory, actually, if Bish is actually a Hendo lookalike, then we've actually got 3 Hendos.
Oh yeah, I think that's better.
Well, if we all look the same, you could permutate however you wanted.
Well, do you know?
We could be the 3 Messers, which sounds like a sort of a comedy troupe,
actually,
a bit like the Stooges.
Well, we are Stooges. I do think we could easily be replaced by AI, couldn't we?
Well,
short and pulled again. Oh, good diving stop there at backward square leg by Harry Brook.
Well, if it's Shah Masood who played for Yorkshire, it'd be A up.
Yes, indeed.
Oh yeah.
Yes. A up.
This is the Yorkshire version of computer intelligence.
I was offered a job yesterday, or I found it. I don't know how many other people have been offered the job because it was a sponsored post in my LinkedIn, but offering me to become a tutor for AI, as in teach it English. Here comes Atkinson again. No slips, no gullies, short. Oh, now, did he glove that? I think he did. But
It looked a slower ball to me, didn't it?
Was it?
Did he take the pace off? I think he might have done. It'd be interesting to have another look.
Well, he gloved it, and it dropped well short of Smith. Maybe that's the way to get wickets on this pitch. Strangle them. But I'm not 100% sure about this company, because it just says you'll be paid after an exam. I don't want to do an exam. I'm 61. I don't do exams at 60 bloody 1.
They know who I am.
They know who I am. I've done exams in the past. I don't want to do any more. Paul, there's a very strong leg side field. That one is Pope in front of square, and he does the fielding then.
We'll do a change after this.
God, we've only just got here.
You're still on.
That's rush hour traffic.
Oh, I'm still on, am I? And who am I with?
Grabby's got pictures of penguins and tigers.
Ball by ball, and Grabby's on summarising.
World Wildlife Fund.
Tell you what, why don't you give us another 10 minutes, and then you and the bear can have a bit more of a rest, since we missed our first 10.
Who's supposed to be on?
Me, Bear, and Grubby. So we might as well.
Okay.
You get an extra 10 minutes. Oh, now this is lifted into the outfield, and well. That was just like someone trying to guide a plane into position on the boundary there, and it's gone for 6. Well, I understand.
Roger is still with us.
Hey, Rog, what's he say?
He says, "Hello, Hendo. You look cuddly and well. Are you turning into a cat?"
Well, I have got a cat, but I've always wanted to be a cat, and if I am reincarnated at any point, that's what I want to come back as. A very well looked after cat, please.
Basically, sleep all day.
And we have a super chat from Unrenova who sent us £4.99 saying 3 Tonys. Imagine the replay chaos. 3 Tonys. Imagine.
God, we'd never get
6 times.
We'd never get any cricket because as soon as any one of us was about to come on to ball by ball, it would rain. So you wouldn't get.
Well, there's that as well, yeah.
Well, it's great to hear from Rog. I'm presuming you're still over there in Belfast. How's orchestra life going? Any emergency operas coming up at the moment? Onto the front foot comes Abdullah, defends into the onside. There is no run. We miss Rog. We miss Rog a lot. He's such a great character to have on the programme. I watched the Ireland game the other day against South Africa, and they got absolutely stuffed. One of the ODIs, mind you, even the South Africa second team, or not necessarily the best team, this is pushed back to Leach, there is no run, was good. I was very impressed with Lizard Williams. His bowling was excellent.
Yes.
Getting the ball to nibble around. I don't think that Ireland did anything particularly wrong. I think it was just some good bowling, to be honest. Certainly in that second match. I didn't see the first. But, you would like to see Ireland doing a little bit better. Anyway, we've got a leg slip, a shortish mid-wicket, square leg, mid-on, backward point, extra cover, presumably a man out at deep backward square. This is pushed to extra cover. Brookfields, there is no run.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Leach's figures for the end of the season. He took 500 to 124 and 7 for 50 versus Durham at Taunton. 4 for 105 and 5 for 37 versus Surrey at Taunton. 4 for 57, so not quite as good versus at Old Trafford against Lancs. I'll let him bowl this delivery.
He's in again to Abdullah. Abdullah meets that well, and you can just tell from even the defensive shots how good a batting wicket this is, because that's nothing more than a push, and it's run very quickly indeed to mid-on. So England really have got their work cut out.
And then back to Taunton, 5 for 52 and 2 for 25 versus Hampshire.
That's just a little bit of wrist. He leans forward, does Abdullah, and then it's not exactly a flick, but he just puts a little bit of bottom hand into it to give it the impetus to take it through the infield for a single. 151 for 1. And Leach has one ball. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to co-opt the Taunton groundsman to Multan.
Well, he went to Hampshire in the end, the architect of Hyderabad.
Right, onto the front foot comes Shan Masood, defends the offside. He's 84 from 87. Abdullah 59 from 102. Pakistan 151.
Grubby and Annie, of course, would remember his name and tell me, but no, I do recall he went off to the Rose Bowl. Sorry, Messers, over to you.
So on Blue Sky, Turku Kaveri, who shall forever be Wowo Pond to me, says, morning, Hendo using Gary logic to conclude that England have to lose to save Test cricket.
Absolutely.
We're doomed.
Well, yeah, but would you rather we were doomed or the rest of cricket was doomed? That's the difficult choice we have to make.
Kieran Roseblood says the transition from Broad and Anderson is very apparent at the moment, and with Stokes out, England are lacking a lot of leaders out there.
I think so. I mean, I was worried by the, you put up with Ollie Pope during the summer. I know that sounds horrible, but I didn't really think he had what it takes. Certainly not at the moment. And he's, his position is never completely nailed on. I wouldn't say not in the mind of the media and the mind of supporters. Maybe it is in terms of Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes. 4 men on the leg side, in a kind of a ring. In he comes, bowls, and onto the back foot goes Abdullah. Plays square. Wokes fields in front of the umpire, who's standing at cover rather than square leg, maybe because of all those men on the leg side. Atkinson is into his 9th over.
Pokey Bumfinger points out it is Pakistan. I watched whole series waiting for something to happen.
Actually, to be fair, there weren't very many, if any, live series from Pakistan when I was a kid.
Well, no, because of the political upheaval there and stuff.
Well, no, not so much that.
Oh, they wouldn't be broadcast.
They weren't broadcast here. Down the leg side, short ball, left alone.
He's not that young.
No, he's not. No,
I'm old.
Not from where I'm sitting. He's definitely not. No.
I need to do one of those tests. I need to do one of those tests so it tells you not your body age rather than your actual age, because I think mine would be about 84.
Which, curiously enough, is exactly where Sean Masood is at the moment.
He's in a short. He plays this down in front of his ribs into the onside. There is no run. 151 for 1. Yeah, COVID has kind of finished me off, I have to say. I was moderately fit before COVID, and now I'm a shell of the man I was.
We could run a sort of GPL thing on how old is Hender, £5 a piece.
How old does he look? How old does he feel? Yeah, I mean, but going back to Ben Stokes, I mean, that's a massive loss to his injury situation. Here is Atkinson again, short and pulled with control past one of the many people populating the leg side. How many people who got on the leg side? At least 6, maybe 7. But we've also got one out.
7.
Yeah, well, you're allowed. I think someone was arguing this about ODIs the other day. I think it was Andy. And I thought I've never heard that there was a restriction in that regard, and I'm certainly don't think there would be in Test cricket. I mean, you've had 7-2 fields before, haven't you? You're not allowed more than 2 behind square on the leg side. That's the only restriction that I'm aware of. Maybe I'm out of date. I am. I'm past my sell-by date, that's for sure. Atkinson bowls short again, whipped to square leg. Has he been caught? No, just excitement. It was a pretend. I suppose you've got to keep yourself entertained when Pakistan are 152 for 1 from an England perspective. There is no run.
Yeah,
Steve Finn
the
described
only thing in the laws of cricket is no more than 2 behind square on the leg side.
Yeah.
Steve Finn, I heard, described the wicket, having looked at it, as a carpet this morning.
Yeah.
Which probably is about right from what we're seeing.
I mean, if you've ever played on a really flat pitch, and I would say that 90% of club cricketers never have. Atkinson in, short again, swivel pull, past umpteen people on the leg side. One of the umpteen converges with another of the umpteen and does the fielding, and they get 2 runs, 154 for 1.
We should probably change the guard now, don't you think?
Yeah, well, I just want
the lads
to...
Okay, I'll do...
Go on then, Messi. I'm staying, so...
Lockie says, is Duckett playing? He seems to have slipped under the radar thus far. Stephen Kelk says, I love crows. Goodness, I've just returned to the laptop and I know what you mean with the 2 Tonys. Lockie says, AI would cost more than gorillas. That's true.
Probably true.
Mog says, is it just me or are the foxes on here ever so silver right now? And Kieran says, 3 Tonys, imagine how bereft of tech knowledge that would be. They'd never get on air.
That's probably true.
And Brown in Brisbane says Messi didn't get the dress code memo. Yeah, sorry, not in brown or grey today. How many tectonies are needed to change a light bulb, said Stephen Kelk?
Well, while the bear gets into position, I'll do this first ball of a new over from Leach.
Stealing my fucking glory.
Yeah, flicked away, and they will take a single. Bryden is
could be a
falling to his right to the fielding. Hello, chaps.
Hello. Welcome to the studio.
These headphones are really loud.
Do we all look like Bear? We've had the 3 Tonys. Are we the 3 bears? Oh, the 3 bears. That'd be funny.
My porridge is too hot.
I'd better be Baby Bear then in this lineup.
Wow.
Yes.
Why are my headphones so fucking loud? I might have to go and turn them down.
It's your own voice.
Well, Leachy is going to bowl still. He's gone none for 11 or 5, showing up old young Shoaib Bashir. He's gone for 42 and 6.
Yeah, but they targeted him, didn't they?
Well, yeah, because he's not as good a bowler as Leachy. Really,
Well.
but there you go. Leach around over the wicket, to Shah Masood. It's played back to him, and there ain't no run.
It's a 20-year-old off spinner against a 30-something-year-old spinner, and they always say spinners take a long time to come to the boil.
Well, that is true. Leach over the wicket, bowling to Shah Masood. There's an on Hayden. There's a short leg, and there is a slip, and that one is played up to Leon Hayden.
I think
there is no run.
England wouldn't mind so much if Shoaib was bowling kind of his best balls and they were just attacking him, but he wasn't bowling his best balls. He was a bit wayward early doors, particularly.
He bowls too short generally. Leach tosses that up. It's driven, but mid-off is a little bit deeper, and it's played direct to Bryden Cast there, I think, and that's no run.
They should have picked Archie Vaughan as well.
Well, you wanted to
3 Somerset spinners in the one England 11. Imagine that.
Or even Farmer Ahmed, who's going with the Lions, isn't he? At age 16 to South Africa?
Well, we're playing. We got some leggy. We used to
Oh
go
yes,
out to
Chowan.
West Indies.
Chowan is going for the white balls tour. Yeah.
Never heard of him, but I'm looking forward to that. Leach bowls, and it's defended by Shah Massoud again to the on Hayden.
My understanding of him is
No
that
run.
he's come through the South Asian Cricket Academy.
Yeah, which is kind of like Ace, isn't it?
Yeah.
But for the South Asian
And
community.
he's played a number of games for Yorkshire, hasn't he? He's impressed. He's been a net bowler for England at times. So obviously they've seen something they like.
Root and duck it out one next session apparently.
That's
definitely root.
Yeah, definitely root. Yeah.
Leach down the track comes Shah Massoud, goes over the top of long off, and a long way over the top of long off. 6 runs.
I believe in miracles.
Oh,
you came to buy.
who's on socials? It's me.
It is you.
I believe in miracles. Since you came out to buy, you 60 things.
It's the 150 partnership up.
Yeah. They've had it quite well. Are you going to give us some socials?
Well, I'm just having a little look through. Kieran Roseblade says, I thought one replaced light bulbs rather than change them. There's some triple Tony tenuous talk for you. Hendo is 61. Shit, I'm older than old gorillas too.
Who says that?
That's Brian in Brisbane.
Oh, Brian.
Kieran comes back and says, I feel your pain, Brian. I'm fairly sure I'm a few years older than Dylan. Stephen Kelt says, once more into the Leach, dear friends. Hey! When in doubt, let's do a bit of Shakespeare.
Well, you can't say anything until both teams batted on this wicket. I mean, there will be scoreboard pressure on England. It looks as flat as a fucking pancake, this trap.
But England have not bowled well. Let's
they
have it
haven't.
right.
Yeah, they haven't. That's short outside the off stump. Abdullah Shafiq just drops his hands through the keeper and there's no one. Very inexperienced attackers we were talking about earlier.
But just because you're inexperienced doesn't mean you can be excused bowling poorly. This is the highest level of the game. There has to be high standards, and even the kind of the short ball bowling that we've taken that approach in the last hour or two. It's been ill directed. There's been lots down the leg side. If you're bowling short and that's the plan, then bowl it into the ribs from either around the wicket or over the wicket.
I think
got to make them uncomfortable.
It's a discipline problem, isn't it? Because if you've come from a summer where the ball's been nipping about, I'll come back to that.
That's short down the leg side, and
that was rubbish.
That was shite. And it got what it deserved, which was hoiked. It nearly got caught, but leg slip, but instead it went way past him down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Harry Brook there.
I mean, obviously you guys have been watching this morning. I saw some of it from about 7 o'clock, but yeah, I mean, if you're bowling the same balls that you bowled in the summer and it's not doing anything, and then you're told to go to a line of attack which is or a length of attack which is short, that you're not used to bowling necessarily, it's difficult.
Yeah, that's better, but defended easily enough by Abdullah, and there ain't no run.
I just repeat what I said. This is the highest level of the game. You've got to be able to adapt. You've got to be able to bowl as your captain wants you to bowl, and if you can't do it, then I'm afraid it's not good enough, and you have to call that out. Early on this morning, Wokes was getting a bit of movement through the air, but I don't think used it fully. Length was probably a bit too short to maximise the effect of that, so it looked okay, but it wasn't particularly threatening. This short stuff, England have just not directed it well enough. You've got to get it into the ribs, and they're not doing it, and they're getting what they deserve, and the spinners are just being taken down.
Atkinson in. That's clipped to square leg, where there is no run.
But look how beautifully the ball's coming onto the bat. I mean, you don't see test pitches like this very often these days, I wouldn't say. It is incredibly flat.
Yeah.
If you get a flat pitch, often you get a flat but slow pitch. This is a flat, nicely paced pitch.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not a good strip for batting on. I'm saying that the bowling is not helping.
It's not, but I think you're being, I'm always tough on England.
I feel like it's a bit of a role reversal.
Yes, it is a little bit.
Gus Atkinson in. That's better ball.
Yeah.
Gets it up there. A little shake of the hand from Abdullah as his bottom hand comes off the bat. But there's no run. Super Sarf. Do you think that's surf?
Something like that.
It's
yeah.
like how it would be said in this neck of the woods. Super South London.
I want the 2 kilogram economy pack. Unquestionably.
Do you ever do the washing yourself?
Not very often. No. I don't even know how the washing machine works, to be honest.
Fuck's sake.
I have asked I've asked
Instructions.
my partner to instruct me, but I think
you
she
just
finds
generally turn it on and choose a program. It's quite easy.
I mean, I used to go to the laundry. I used to go to an actual laundrette, and I knew what I was doing.
To wash your jeans.
Well,
Atkinson in. Nice push off the back foot by Abdullah Shafiq. There is no one out at the deep point cover boundary, and that'll be 4 runs. 8 off that over. Atkinson's gone for 51 and 10.
Yeah, coming back to this, indiscipline. Think about it now. Atkinson played in the Test series, and then I think he had a little bit of a knock for the ODIs. Was he pulled out of that squad? Or?
Yeah, he was.
So you'd say, well, he's had a bit of a rest, but this team didn't arrive till Wednesday. I mean, it's about a 10 or 11 hour flight to Pakistan, so you're going to be a bit jet lagged. You've got to get used through a couple of net sessions to completely alien conditions. You don't really know what you're going to get. You don't know whether you're going to get something that's turns. You don't know how many spinners you're going to have to play. You're playing in 40 degrees after coming off 9 degrees at the end of the ODI series.
Yeah, exactly.
So not only have you got jet lag, not only have you sat on a plane.
You might have the squits too.
You might have the squits.
I've certainly got the squits this morning.
That's nice to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so, it's going to take you time to adjust. I said to Tony on the way over that we looked at the West Indies in the summer and we said they're uncooked or they're undercooked, and they'd come
raw.
They were raw. They were completely raw and inexperienced in terms of their batting. Bashir's coming back on, by the way. I'll finish that thought, or I'll continue it after the Bear does the first ball.
Well, you can carry on because he's just
taking time.
Look, folks, he's running the drinks.
Good lad.
He just wants a holiday, doesn't he? He doesn't mind. I mean, you might as well make Stokes play a coach now, mightn't you? Because he wants to be there the whole time.
Yeah, I love Stokesy. Around the wicket, Bashir, that's better. Gives it a little bit of flight rather than the flat shit he was bowling earlier. And Shah Masood plays it back to him, and there is no run.
What was my thought? Because I tend to lose it very early when I haven't had much.
We were undercooked.
Yeah, they were West Indies were undercooked, and the boot's on the other foot. England are completely undercooked. It hadn't even had any sort of warm-up game.
Nope. That's driven by Shah Masood only as far as mid-off.
And the other point was that, they played. Was it 5 tests we played in India at the beginning of this year? I thought it was 4,
yes.
but it was 5. Tony was telling me.
It was 5, yeah. Well, we lost 4-1. That's too flat and too short. And Shah Masood is quickly onto the back foot, punches it out into the deep. It'll only be the 1 run though.
So we then play 6 tests in the summer, and I can't remember a year in which we then went into a winter in which we would play 6 tests before Christmas.
I know, it's mad, isn't it?
And so the schedule is absolutely crazy. Now, it's great for us because I just love, watching cricket. Yeah. But it's crazy. And especially if you've had, I think they said 7 of the players in the ODI squad were in this squad too. So,
Shah Bashir, that's dragged down. That's what he's bad at. He just bowls too flat for me a lot of the time. He needs to learn. Anyway, it's worked into the leg side. There is no run.
Again, I think he's learning his trade. The trouble is that everyone's learning their trade at the highest level, rather than.
Well, exactly, and there'll be bimps and bumps on the way. That one's tossed up. That's nice. It gets a little bit of turn, but it's defended by Abdullah into the leg side, and there is no run.
I'm a little bit surprised by your sort of antipathy towards Bashir, because I think he's got a lot of promise.
I think he has got a lot of promise, and I think he will learn on the job. I just think that too often he just drags. He just bowls too flat. That was again. Certainly in his first spell, this is much better, promising opening to his second spell, and that was defended out into the leg side. And there is no run, and the over only 1 run off it.
Now this is the kind of thing I like from disinterested hand job. He says, I have to say Hendo only looks as old as the bear. How old are you, Bear?
I'm 53. How old are you?
I'm 61.
Fucking
That's
hell.
great news. Mike says, bring on Duckett. Shit gets wickets, and that's the shittest, I would assume. I think you'll have Farong on your back over that one. Stephen Kelk says, there seems to be quite a Ben Duckett as bowler fan club. Kieran Roseblaze
too strong.
says, sorry guys, I'm not buying this. They're meant to be the best 11 players England can produce. It is literally their job to sort this out. It's like if you have an office job and have to go and work on a different office, you still know how to turn on an effing laptop. Well,
Agreed, Kieran. I'm with you 100%.
I don't. I mean, I get completely confused by different types of
Yeah,
laptop.
well, yeah, you and Tectonia.
But you haven't been selected to play for England.
Turning on a
that's true.
laptop.
That's true. Although I have worked out how to do the different types of zoom
pictures
on there now.
Right, we've got another change of bowling. This opening bowler coming back into the attack.
You need to let someone in, Grubby.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
That last line of that jingle is particularly pertinent in this Test match.
Yes.
Not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Yeah. Oh, now we've seen some England supporters. I know there were a few going out there. Although they were all, I remember Dutchbird Kate was getting very worried when the talk was that it was going to be moved to the UAE since she'd booked all her hotels. And,
she's out there, is she?
Yeah, I believe so. Certainly she was planning to go and she'd booked everything up.
It's quite handy if you've got 2 tests in Multan if you're going over there as a tourist, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, if Multan's a good place to be as a tourist.
Well, I'm sure it's a nice hotel.
We normally see close-ups of Dutchbird Kate in the crowd when she's there, don't we?
We do.
We certainly did it. Was it Dharamshala? I particularly remember when the Netherlands were playing there in the World Cup.
Yep, she was on there all the time.
She was on more than the players.
Make yourself known, Dutchbird. All is well with the world when we see you out there.
Leap out of the shadows briefly, and then back in for your own safety.
It's coming around the wicket. It's full and it's driven. That was a pretty poor loosener. It's probably going to get what it deserves, which is 4 runs. It was a long half volley. And Shah Massoud, who was on 93 and has now moved on to 97, doesn't miss out on those. 4.
Yeah, it was a rotten ball, but it was also
lovely shot.
Absolutely, it was just caressed. That was a caress.
Yeah.
I think you could hit that for 4 though, Hendo.
Batting left-handed.
Batting left-handed and age 61.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It was
Beautiful
a long
shot.
half volley.
But that's sort of the length he was searching for, or should have been bowling early doors when it was doing a little bit through the air.
Yeah.
Now it's not, and it's just a long half volley.
Yeah. Well,
that's different. I think the margin for error on a pitch as good as this for batting is much smaller.
Yeah, totally is.
Than what you've been used to.
Wokes around the wicket. Oh, now that one seemed to keep a little bit low, but Shah Massoud did manage to get a bat down on it, worked it into the leg side, gets a couple, moves on to 99 off 99 deliveries. He's on for a run a ball ton.
We've got a 99 jingle, haven't we?
Have we? Oh yeah.
One short of a ton. 99, 99, 99. Doesn't count as job done. 99.
I like that. But it makes me think of ice creams.
I don't know the song that this is based on. Do you?
Oh, it's a long one, isn't it? It's one of Perco's epic masterworks.
Ah, yes. Well, he's a skipper. He's averaging 21 or 25 or
28.
Something. 28. Well, he's done a lot better than his average, and there is not his ton as he beats the man on Aiden. They're still going on.
Yeah.
Up to mid-on.
He's still on 99.
He's still on 99, yeah. And there is no run.
He had that period before lunch where he seemed to go from 35 to 65 in the blinking of an eye, and he went past Abdullah Shafiq, didn't he? And he's never looked back. He's going at pretty much a runner ball.
Abdullah in his rear view mirror.
That's right. Left in his wake.
Well, Shah Massoud is decent. He's in the OUI squad, isn't he?
He's a very good player.
He's a good one-day batter. Wokes around the wicket, and that's again played out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's getting quite a bit of criticism in the lead up to this series, Sean, for his captaincy. I saw Bumble saying that he thought he was very reactive rather than proactive as a captain. He wouldn't be the only one. We've seen plenty of those.
Loads of them.
I mean,
around.
Sarfraz Ahmed, how reactive was he? Do you remember in Ireland? He was...
Oh, yeah.
I mean...
Hit for 4, move a man there.
There's a lot of them are like that out there.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, I think because captaincy is a bit of a lost art, isn't it? People don't do it enough.
Well,
that's why Stokes
Ben
is so
Stokes,
good.
yeah.
Has to be said. Dripping with sweat, Shah Massoud. Gets that into his pads, works it around the corner, down towards long leg, get a single, get 100. Well batted, sir. 177 for 1.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Now, fifth test 100, not bad at all. I was going to say, I don't like the way modern day players celebrate milestones.
Like holding
the blade.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, how often did I practice in the back garden raising the bat properly? You know, and for them to come along and do this now, it's
not good enough.
It's not good enough.
Did you practice that in the back garden more often than you scored an actual century in a game?
Oh God, yes.
Yeah.
How many centuries do you score in your career? Wokes is in. Oh, now beats the outside edge
Wow.
of Abdullah's bat.
Not seen that very often.
I don't think it really did a lot.
No, collector's item.
He was just dragged wide. No need to really play at it, but there is no run. Ends the over 177 for 1.
I never counted, but I reckon it's probably something between 15 and 20. Something
Oh,
like
okay,
that.
that's not bad.
Pretty good, that.
Now, where are we? Kieran was talking about turning up the office and laptops. Mayank says, showing up without a practice match or any prep going from miserably cold conditions is insane. Hombre Nuevo talking about that song, I presume is saying it's based on I, Me, Mine by the Beatles. Kieran Roseblade comes back to Mayank and says, if only they had been playing cricket all their lives in many different conditions to prepare for this. You don't have a tepid shower before you have a hot bath to prepare for it. Spladoosh! Old saying is that 99 is as good as a ton. It's bollocks. No, you're right. And Stephen Kelk says, good job, Sean Massoud. Very good job. Very good job.
He's batted really well, and he's much better than his test average of 28. Well,
Yeah.
that's going up a bit now.
Well, that's too short again by Shah Bashir, and on the back foot, Sean Massoud just pushes it out to the man in the deep, and there will be a single.
A bit David Bowie there.
There
will be a single.
Bit of a breeze out there.
Oh, they'll like that. They need that.
There's one packed stand.
Very
There's another
welcome.
packed stand. There's a few people coming in now. Last time I saw a game in Pakistan was one of the Bangladesh tests, and the ground was absolutely empty. There wasn't a soul in it, and I thought that's not very Pakistan-like. That one turned, but it was too short. It was too wide, and quite slow, and gave Abdullah Shafiq plenty of time to go back and cut it out. There's no one out on the cover boundary, and so they'll get back for 3. Yeah, 3.
There was interesting talk, actually, funnily enough, on a rival channel, which we heard a bit of in the car during the lunch break. An interview with Brendan McCullum, and a quite reasonable question about the inexperience of this bowling lineup coming to Pakistan. Bryden Cast making his debut, and the others not having played over here.
Shah Bashir is around the wickets, and it's just turned around a corner, 2 leg sided, no one down there. Ben Duckett, his little legs, is chasing after it, and he's going to put it in. It's probably another 3. Yeah, it is indeed.
And McCullum was very spiky in response. He said, well, Hogarth, Harmison, and I can't remember who the other one was, weren't
Jones.
available.
Oh.
And I thought, hang on, that's a ridiculous thing to say. And I said, that's a bit spiky. And Tony said
the
that.
spikiness.
And then, of course, the I won't name them, but the people who were
Was it
hosting
Dan?
that programme.
No,
No,
it
it wasn't.
wasn't
No, he's in the UAE. Said, oh, that sounded a bit spiky. So we all thought it was a bit spiky.
Yeah.
And it did seem very defensive. He did seem defensive, which is funny for a man who goes for attacking cricket.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, England options, you know, you've got, it was 1 short.
Is it?
I believe so. It went from 3 down to 2. I can't see, Tone. You're standing in the way.
You've got to take what you can get for England. Oh, we've shaved 1 run off with a. I think that's okay.
I don't think the bat's over the line, is it? It's on the line.
I think there's a tiny little bit of bottom edge that's done it. What are they going to signal? He's going to signal 1 short, isn't he? Did he signal it in the end or not?
I don't know. He signalled arms across his thing like it was a reverse signal. Yeah, they've reversed it and they've given it as 3. Who's on next, Tone? Around the wicket is Bashir. Gary doesn't appear to have appeared.
Have you left him? Is he waiting?
No. That's turned around the corner and there is no run.
Gary's in the waiting room. He's here.
Yeah, I can see him. He's there. It says Gary Naylor at the bottom, Tone.
Has he got his silly hat on today?
Probably. Around the wicket is Sherbashir, clip to mid wicket, and there is no run. Are we having to change at the end of this over then?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So I've got 1 more ball.
You have.
I'm going to have a nap. Abdullah Shafiq taking out 72 of 120, going a lot slower than Shah Massoud. He's taking the attack to England. That one again is just worked out to mid wicket, and there is no run. It looks very easy to bat, it has to be said. I'm sure Gary will have plenty of words to say on all the things that we've been talking about this morning, because he's never short of a word, is our Gary. All right, Gazza. It's been a while. I haven't seen you. It sounds like you're on mute.
Gary.
Blimey. I didn't know there was a technology that could actually achieve that. That's impressive.
There is. You want to change the picture?
Be there, live and in person tomorrow. I'm very much.
You are.
Oh, that'd be good to see.
Assuming your taxi arrives on time.
Do you want to change the picture, Tone? Do your job.
Chauffeur. It's got to be reliable.
He had 3. Yeah.
3 jobs to do. Hang on. If I can find it. What are we on? We're on a 2 shot, aren't we, for the studio now?
No, we're on a 1 shot for the studio, and 2 people on Zoom.
Tony messes Gary. That would be 2. Oh, sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, you talk amongst yourself. Michael Bedford says it must be like playing cricket in a hot air fryer. A drop of olive oil and they'll be done to a turn. Well, it's not. I mean, it's hot, but it's not unbearable. Watching the Women's World Cup in Dubai in the middle of the afternoon was painful. Who was it? Meg Lanning made 50 odd, and she looked like she was about to explode by the end of it. It's ridiculous playing during the day there. It's much worse. It's more humid and it's hotter. But, Pakistan's Pakistan. You sort of expect this, don't you? And it's not quite as humid either, which is a relief. Welcome, Gary. Good to see you. What's your view on what's happened so far?
Well, it's been a good day for Shah Massoud, hasn't it? I mean, he wins the toss, he makes the right decision to bat, and then he helps himself to 100. I think Pakistan have batted very, very well indeed. We all knew they were going to come after Shoaib Bashir, and they did. We all knew they were going to sort of sit it out a little bit with Jack Leach, and they did. But I think England just haven't been able to settle on the right line and length. I mean, I'd rather see them bowl further up and at the stumps, and at least you're giving yourself a chance then. If there's a leading edge or an LBW or a slight temptation to hit across the line. So I think England haven't really bowled all that well, but sometimes it's difficult when you've got the opposition coming at you at 5 and over.
Yeah, I mean, England's struggle, as we were saying, has been retaining control on a beautiful batting track. I mean, it was a very good toss to win, and don't think, I'm sure there'll be accusations of lack of prep. You're going straight out of a one-day series and into a test series, but the reality is, this is just an inexperienced attack away from home generally. Wokes hasn't bowled in Pakistan. You'd say, well, Wokes is an experienced bowler. Yeah, he's never bowled in Pakistan. Cast making his debut.
Yeah.
Atkinson never bowled in
Hendo
board.
made is very relevant too. This is a team that just hasn't had the seasoning that's involved in bowling long and hard on an unhelpful.
Well, you could bring in Phil Salt. You're right, but he's more of a white ball player, of course.
I mean, maybe Michael Pepper too, but I do think that it shouldn't be too much to ask of professional bowlers. Never mind those who've been picked for England to just bowl at the top of off stump. And
Yeah.
England have bowled very little at the top of off stump. And you kind of think, well, if we can spend an hour sort of bowling short stuff that appears to be completely unthreatening, can't you spend an hour bowling at the top of off?
But the other, well, yeah, and the net result of that, as you're rightly sort of saying, Gary, is when they were incredibly successful in that 2022 tour. It was later in the year. It was in December, remember, not in October, which is quite different conditions and hotter. But they retained tremendous control with their pace attack. So they waited for the ball to start reversing, and they had real control. But I think they could bring Wood on for shock. Yeah. Robinson and who else? Anderson. We're going a shade over 2 and over for most of that series.
But having said that, Pakistan batted with a different mindset to the one they're showing here. And I'm reminded of Shan Masood interview recently where he said that when England made 500 in a day, they changed the world. Well, a bit much, but I mean...
But it is Chris Wokes who's back. We are back. Is defended nicely by the very, very solid Shan Masood. Century maker, 104 at a runner ball for him. Captaincy maybe under the spotlight. To use that American expression, he's 5-0. Or it's more boxing, isn't it? 5-0. But maybe he's sensing his chances here to start to turn that around. Things are definitely lining up in his favour.
Yeah, something else I'll mention at this ball.
Wokes in. That does nip in a little bit, and Shan defends. That is on the top of his off stump. Finally, there's the ball you've been waiting all morning for, Gary. And was well defended.
And it wouldn't be me if I wasn't having a bit of a whinge about the over rate, but England, with 2 spinners, have bowled 39 overs at the halfway point of the day. So how many are England going to be short, even with the extra half an hour? It's going to be a very tough final session. I mean, if Pakistan are 2 or even 3 down in the final session, it's going to be a lot of hard yakka for England. And yet they're going to lose,
round the wicket to the left-hander. That's a bit floaty, and it's full. Sort of dug out outside of his off-stump out towards mid-off. Again, there is no run.
My point about those 7 overs is that they're 7 overs that England can take off the 5th bowler, in this case Shoaib Bashir. So a really well-executed, conceived and executed plan to hit Shoaib Bashir out of the attack will be mitigated by the 7 overs that England are going to be short at the end of the day.
Well, there is that on Hayden. That's driven, as again it's quite full from Wokes. Driven straight to mid-off again, though. Once more, there is no run. So much made of that discrepancy between his home and away form, to the extent where England recently, he hasn't played so much away. At home, though, it is pretty marked.
Is it a Duke's ball and a not Duke's ball? Because I don't think they're using a Duke's ball here.
That's a good question. If anyone knows, I did wonder
it's
that.
A kookaburra.
It's a kookaburra, is it? Well, there we go.
And not kookaburra is a big difference for Wokes.
It certainly is. Yeah. Well, at home, I will tell you, played 34 tests, 137 wickets at 22, which is world-beating form. Away, it's 20 tests, 36 wickets at 52. That's quite a difference. Round the wicket he comes. Cut past backward point and cut all the way for 4 by the elegant Shan Masood. That was beautifully timed, and it's one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Well, as was once said about a different attack, Wokes is very much World 11 at home and Ilford seconds away, and that's a typical example, because he could just sit on that, wait for the ball, and then hit it wherever he wanted.
It was a shot of a man who's got his eye well and truly in. In comes Wokes. That's sort of driven towards cover. They'll take a single, and Shan Masood moves on to 109 at pretty much that runner ball. Abdullah Shafiq, 72 for him. 40 overs have been complete, and it's 189 for 1. Pakistan sitting very pretty indeed. Messers.
Cornelius Davis is with us. He says Pakistan are good on their own track. I'm from Jamaica. Welcome, Cornelius. Good to have you with us. Riley says, wow, English cricket team, please get more wickets. Stephen Kelk, Sorry, I can't resist it. Can someone ask Gary if tidal rivers in Pakistan also influence swim? Well, I just measured it for you. It's 16 kilometres from the ground to the Chenab River and the Chenab and the Multan fish farm. So I doubt it has a lot of impact. And it's not tidal.
Yeah, and not much humidity either today. But they'll be hoping for it to reverse. But it looks more a hope than an expectation at the moment.
Well, it's back to Bashir, who's not had. Well, he's had a bit of a lesson so far. 50 off his 8 balls. Off his 8 overs, I beg your pardon. So it's been tough going for him. He does have a slip and a leg slip, and he's around the wicket to Sean, who cuts straight to Jack Leach at backward point, who does a sort of a scurrying sort of jog as he fields.
I do think that he could do with slightly more sympathetic fields, Bashir. I know he's a wicket taker, he's a strike bowler, even though he's a spinner. But he's a 20-year-old. I think he deserves a little bit more.
A little bit more air cover, I think, is what you're saying, and I kind of agree. That's well defended by Shan Masood out to short mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. Ollie Pope, a man with a lot to think about, didn't have the best of summers until he got to his home ground of the Oval. Oh, he didn't have the best of series as captain, rather, against Sri Lanka. That does turn. That's a terrific delivery. Goodness me. And that has beaten the outside edge, and it's also sadly beaten first slip and gone down to third man. They've got a single.
Did it beat the outside
I'd
edge?
imagine. Did he get, I think, given as leg buys? Yep.
Yeah, leg
given
buys.
as leg buys by umpire Dharmasena. But that was the first time, and that caught him. Well, where did it pitch? Did that pitch? Because that looked.
It pitched on middle. It would have gone over.
Oh, would it have gone over? Okay.
I reckon.
That was defended in front. Actually defended to gully.
Because it turned and bounced.
It did. It was a super ball. Well, when you saw that replay, though, it looked pretty much full in line. I suppose if it's full in line with, the top of off, it's going to be going over by the time it gets there. That's played beautifully off the back foot by Abdullah Shafiq. Carved away out to the deep cover boundary. She's not going to make it, though, because an exhausted Harry Brook has gone lumbering after it, and he normally looks pretty quick in the field. But that, Gary, to me, looked like he was puffing there.
Yeah, it's a tough old day out there, and there have been a lot of threes, and let's welcome that fact. It's always nice to see a 3.
A lot of threes, yes. There have. Not if you're fielding. Not if you're fielding in the kind of heat that England are having to endure out there. One has shades of that horrible World Cup game where they said, "Oh, we'll have a bat. We'll have a bowl. Why wouldn't we when it's about 120 degrees in heat?" That one's worked away to backward square, no run.
Just before we
194. Baker, they took a single. It's 194 for 141 overs complete. They are having another look at this,
Why was it not?
Wait a minute. Pitching in line, impact in line. The view from the weather cave was the most accurate. It was missing, but they wanted to have a look.
I don't mind them not reviewing, but not to appeal something.
I agree.
A couple of centimetres.
I would have appealed. Yeah, I mean, to me that looked close enough that it was worth an appeal.
Just raise the lad's spirits a bit.
Maybe the bowlers think, crikey, if we appeal, Pope'll review. Anyway, Messers, it's 194 for 1, 41 overs complete.
Sorry, YouTube's gone blank on me for some reason. I may need to reboot my computer, or I may have too many tabs open. Sorry. So I can't give you any messages, but I would remind people, we haven't mentioned much today, that you can support us by going to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. And for as little as $2 a month, you can become one of our Patreon supporters, access to our YouTube channel, and in different tiers you get different benefits. And YouTube just suddenly appeared, then suddenly disappeared.
Oh, I can tell you, there's a bit of chat. Stephen Kelk, can't resist it. We've had that one. Lockie, the sixth. There's a creeping, growing feeling of impending doom. There really is, rather. We're waiting for Chris Wokes, by the way. Stephen Kelk, as Tony no doubt knows, one of the first things you ask about a new piece of computer hardware is, can I play Doom on it? Well, fair question. And Lockie the Six says, my 3.5-inch floppy isn't compatible with anything these days. I'm very sorry to hear that. Wokes over the wicket. He has a slip. It's driven straight towards short cover. And there is no run. Even a comparatively defensive shot is looking stylish from Shah Massoud at the moment. Apparently, yesterday, there was a voluntary net session for the Pakistan players. He was there. He was there for quite a long time. So clearly, he wanted to avail himself of the opportunity to get as familiar as he could with the conditions, and boy is it seeming to have worked. Over the wicket comes Wokes, waited for, dabbed towards gully, and they won't get a single on this occasion. But Gary,
I have a question for the listeners here, because I think Wokes sort of lost about 2 minutes just faffing about, thinking about fields or waving arms about, which is clearly now a tactic for England to take as much time out of the game as possible. But wasn't there a kind of shot clock in cricket, or was it just mooted? Or
it's white ball only.
They have it in white ball cricket. Minute between overs, is it, Messrs?
30 seconds.
30 seconds was it? Wow, that is shifting. Right, Wokes in over the wicket. That's a bit floaty, and it's driven away, and it's beaten cover and extra cover, but still a man coming around there. It's Atkinson. Well, what a summer he had at home. Burst onto the international scene, had that fantastic man of the match performance at Lords with his 7 for and 100, and wow, everything seemed to be going well. Such is mother cricket that she doesn't let you ever get too confident, and this is a bit down to earth for poor old Gus.
Sorry, Tony, you were right. It is 60 seconds, not 30.
Yeah, 30 seconds would be like super quick by any standards.
I'd love to see him try.
Wokes, in he comes. That's driven again, driven straight to point on this occasion, and there's no run. 112 Shah Massoud now.
Most sports have shot clocks these days, and I see no reason why cricket can't do the same. I mean, Lords are charging God knows how much for the Test match next summer. The very least they could do is say, right, we're going to do everything to get the 90 overs in. And doing everything means stopping them sort of waving arms about and discussing matters.
In comes Wokes, that's full. It's whipped quite wristily out towards mid-wicket this time by the left-handed Shah Massoud. And they'll take 296 for 1. This is tough going
because
for
we know
England.
one thing.
But my proposition is,
I
have a fix for this. The play starts at whatever time, say 10:30. Play 30 overs, then you have lunch, play another 30 overs and tea, and then another 30 overs.
I think there's problems with light and stuff like that. I think get them to bowl 90 overs in 6 hours.
Wokes in,
would be impossible.
Carved to deep backward point for a single.
I'll tell you what,
Jack
we all
reached the man
know
down there.
that if a side's are going for a win, all of a sudden they can bowl 18, 19 an hour without any difficulty when they're going for a win.
199 for 1 after 42 overs, Messrs.
I'll just finish
the point, Gary.
Which is to say that sports people are highly transactional. If you want to do something, you build an incentive and you build a sanction. If the sanction was big enough, they bowl the 15 overs an hour without any difficulty. They bowl 90 overs in a day. If they were getting penalised 10 runs per over or something like that, of course, it's not just the bowling side. There'd have to be some accommodation for lengthy reviews and for batsmen changing gloves and all of this. But none of this is impossible. And the moment it happens, everybody will wonder why the hell we weren't doing it for years.
Agreed.
Who's with us,
Cricket
Messrs?
Podcast, our friend Ajit says, a change from the proceedings for England bowlers have been nearly unchallenged in their own summer. Some questions. Can Wokes lead this attack away from home? Will Leach and
Bashir again. That's gone up in the air. England have their man. Did it get any bat? I don't think Shah Massoud thinks so. Duckett's got his arm in the air.
It's a very half-hearted appeal.
It's a half-hearted appeal. I'm not even sure Ollie Pope is going to be persuaded. He's conferring with Duckett, who took the catch. He raised his... Pope has reviewed, and I think that's a review out of desperation, Gaza, not out of hope.
I've literally never seen a less confident appeal and a
Nah.
less confident review. I mean, Ollie Pope is also looks like he's saying, well, I've got 10, I might as well get an 11th. I think that's his record, isn't it?
He's got one right. He's got one right.
He's got
Has
one
he got
right
one
so
right?
far. Well, we're going to have a look now. Pitches it turns a little bit back into the left-hander. That looked to me like it beat everything and caught him flush on the, well, sort of above the knee roll and heading towards the groin.
It might have hit his
Roll.
forearm on the way up.
Yeah.
The club umpire shouldn't be giving that out.
You're absolutely right. Ultra edge, not a flicker. The gloves have followed the bat. Anything on ultra edge is just thigh and probably hip. On its way through to Duckett. Duckett, to his credit, I think took the catch, rather apologetically raised his arm, and I think, I think he was kind of saying something along the effects of, well, you never know, but to Ollie Pope.
Why would you not even appeal a ball that's missing the off bail by a centimetre?
And then that one,
that's
yeah.
missed by a foot.
Gaddy, I'm with you. Right, round the wicket comes Bashir, up onto his toes. Goes Shah Massoud, punches this down towards mid-off. Chris Wokes fields, and they'll take a single.
I don't want to be too harsh because, in the heat it can be addled brains and everything. But, if your heat's going to bother you, then don't arrive 2 or 3 days before the match. But acclimatise, as they say. It's not always about practice. Some of it's about, getting used to the time difference, getting used to the temperature.
This one is flicked away to mid-wicket by Abdullah Shafiq, who's been quite quiet, really, while Shah Massoud's been relishing the making of his 100 and has been moving on at a decent lick. Abdullah hasn't seen so much of the ball, but he's got himself a single there. He's on 76. It's 201 for 1. Stuff of nightmares for poor Ollie Pope, I think. On to the back foot. Carved again by Shah Massoud to deep cover. There is a man down there, and they'll just take one more. So 3 singles by Bashir on just the dot ball to start the over.
Interesting contrast, Gary. The England women's team for the T20 World Cup, well, they'll play a maximum of 6 40-over games. Went out 10 days beforehand to acclimatise themselves.
Well, I thought this was what the central contracts were supposed to do, in that you can't, flog the players non-stop. I'm not saying they shouldn't have had a break after the Sri Lanka match, but surely you can say that, you're here, you've got an important series away from home. It's going to be tough.
This one, bit flightier, easily defended out towards mid-wicket by Abdullah Shafiq. Again, there is no run. I do have a question for you, chaps. It does relate to cricket as well.
Ooh.
And it relates to Pakistan, and I'll tell you in a moment. We'll just wait to the end of the over as that one's defended down towards a man on the 45, already sort of backward square. It's 43 overs complete, 202 for 1. Yes. Do you know what a mark whore is? A mark whore.
A bird?
No.
It's a monkey, isn't it?
Nope.
Macaw, M-A-C-A-W.
M-A-R-K-H-O-R. A macaw.
Macaw. Oh, no. I've got no idea.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm asking. Because Pakistan, with a view to the Champions Trophy, of course, have just been playing in a tournament in Faisalabad where it was called the Champions Cup, I think, the Champions One Day Cup. So they've come out of a white ball, sort of an internal white ball series to showcase the best of their own talent, get them white ball hardened, I think. And the teams in it were brilliant names like the Dolphins, the Lions, the Panthers, the Stallions, and the last team was called the Macaws. And I had to look it up. It's a mountain goat, apparently. Wokes is in.
Oh, of course it is.
Cut past backward point down to the man there. It's Jack Leach, and it's another one to the score, 203 for 1. But all those other animals that in those teams that they named, they all seem fairly random teams that I think the Pakistan PCB had sort of randomly put together.
They all sound like rivals for the Chippendales to me. They always sound like male strip troops or something.
What, dolphins?
That's it. That says more about you than
Maybe
anybody
it
else.
does,
I think,
but
Gary.
if anybody isn't getting the gaydar going off the Shialcott Stallions, then
I've got a
think you've
feeling
got one.
Stallions was the one that got you going there, Gary. I'm
Maybe
not so
it
sure
was.
you'd say that about dolphins.
There's Matabele Land Tuskers as well, I think. That's another one.
Anyway, so I learned something. Every day's a school day, and I learned that a macaw is actually the world's largest breed of mountain goat. But it's like if you're being picked in the playground at school, you can be a dolphin, you can be a lion, you can be a panther. This one is guided beautifully fine. There is no second slip all the way down to third man, and it's 4 fantastic runs. For Abdullah Shafiqi moves on to 8207.
Gary's got that as an edge.
I have.
Well, yeah, I think it was played with soft hands.
No, it wasn't an
soft
edge.
hands, but it was an edge.
I'm not with
No,
you. I
no,
don't
no,
agree.
no.
I think he knew what he was
the bat
doing.
was
there.
angled. No.
I heard some groans from the green room, so I think the green room may be divided equally. I think it was Grubby. I heard
It was never
audibly,
second slip had been in, but it was
audibly sighing or groaning. Wokes in. Similar shot actually, just slightly more forward and defended into the offside. No run. 207 for 1. I mean, this partnership must be the best part of that 207 for 1, isn't it? What's the partnership going at now?
Oh, it must be about 180, is it?
No, I think it's going to be more than that, to be honest. 194.
199.
Oh, 199 now, is it? Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask you a question in a moment, because I've been thinking about it since before lunch, which is not a good sign if you're an England fan. But I'll give it to you after this delivery.
Right, well, we're getting an interesting aerial view of the ground, which is sort of a large sort of stadium-y basin, isn't it? Defended stoutly by Abdullah Shafiq. Back to a plodding Chris Wokes, who can't be asked to pick it up even. He just flicks it away to the side to let someone else do it.
So in this heat, with Pakistan only picking one specialist spinner in Abrar, what do Pakistan do here? Do they bat on for sort of 551 for 6 declared, or do they pull out at 450 because they definitely want to play in the third innings? Because they're not going to.
Well, they're still going the best part of 5 and over. That one's a bit inside edgy towards a very short mid wicket.
They'll go for 600 if they can get it.
I think you look to bat your opposition out the game.
See, I don't.
And at a speed to give you time.
If you bat the opposition out the game, you're also batting yourself out of the game, because all England can do then is just bat through. Whereas if you pull out at 480, then you're definitely going to bat third, and you've got the chance of, say, getting the lead at 60 or 70, making 280, and then putting the opposition in 350 and have a day to bowl them.
You're just an hour into the after lunch. That one's nicely defended. Good full ball from Wokes, and he is attacking the off stump as best he can there, Gary.
Yeah,
it's the end of that over. He's going at 4.8 and over, 48 off his 10. It's 207 for 1. We're due a change. The estimable Grubby still smarting from poor old Ipswich is getting a bit of a tanking
well, I'm going to ask you.
I just make the point that
I shall take my leave.
This scoring rate, they would reach 600 by tea tomorrow, which would be a normal declaration time, and England could score 600 by stumps the next day. So I don't think you're batting someone out of the game by making 550. Not anymore.
I don't think you are, but I don't think you should bat somebody out of the game, because, I mean,
what I'm saying is they're not. I think they're making it competitive. You'd be crazy to declare it anything less than 550.
But if your intention is to bat once and bat big, you need 2 spinners. Here is Shoaib Bashir, right arm round the wicket, and he's just cut. Not really a bad ball, but they're seeing it so big. Abdullah just leant back, cut it to the man sweeping on point boundary, and there's a single taken. Pakistan 208 for 1. What's your view, Grubby? Do you
Hello, guys.
Pakistan back into 600 or?
I mean, they're scoring a decent lick, aren't they? Almost 5 and over actually now. So Yeah, I mean, look, the 400 will be their first little target, I should imagine. They won't even have any thoughts of declaring prior to that. Surely not.
These two have got 200 between them. No, I don't think 400. I do think maybe 500, though.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be bowling 190, 200 overs to try and get the win, as this is defended, no, right?
Yeah, I know. I do. Listen, if they're 400 for 3 or something, then I can't see them declaring at that point. But 400 will be a little psychological moment for them, I'm sure.
Yeah, I feel 500, but we'll see. As this ball is just pushed into the leg side, he's over the wicket to the right-hander, Abdullah, who's Shoaib. 200 partnership, and it's been as easy a 200 partnership as one can imagine, really. It's barely an appeal or a sensible appeal. One absurd review. Don't think there's
another
been
one.
any catches down, has there?
No.
It's fill your boots territory.
Yeah.
They kept talking about a green tinge to the wicket. I couldn't see it at the start, and I can see even less of it now. As a little bit of turn there for Shoaib, but it's slow turn, and so Abdullah goes back and punches it to the man conceding the single at long.
It was quite green to start with, but in what is now must be 30 plus degrees temperatures, that's going to burn off pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And the suggestion was they had left a bit of extra on there because of the forecast.
It wasn't green like Lords can be green at the start of a test, though.
No, but it was.
Shoaib pulls out. I'm not quite sure why.
It was green.
It's like when the umpire signals dead ball there, when the bowler still has the ball in his hand.
Yeah, no shit.
201 runs off 250 this partnership. That's a decent ball on middle stump, and it's treated with respect by Shan Masood, who just gets the ball to short mid-wicket, no run. Of course, Shan Masood has been captain of Yorkshire these last couple of years or so, although Yorkshire did tend to play the second half of the season under Johnny Tattersall rather better than they played the first half under Shan Masood. As Shoaib's in again, and this ball is just punched again to the man at short mid-wicket. The end of the over, 209 for 1.
Who's on what, by the way?
I'm doing socials, so I'll let you know that we've had a super chat for £2.99 English British sterling, and it's from Metal in Both Legs, whom I've not heard of before. Do we know?
No.
Metal in
Barda.
Thank you very much, Douglas Barda. And Metal in Both Legs just says, "Come on you, I, COYI." So come on you, India. Come on you,
Ipswich.
Ipswich. Could be Ipswich. We're still smarting from a rather heavy defeat at the weekend. Anyway, Metal in Both Legs, shout out to you. Thank you so much for the $2.99 contribution. Let us know what you'd like us to discuss, and we'll discuss it for you.
I think Metal in Both Legs describes Ipswich's twin centre-backs.
Oh, God, that
they
stings.
Were very good, were they?
No, we're going to have the odd rough day at the office, and that was one of them. But we're still not in the bottom 3, thanks to Palace and Wolves and Southampton. Everton got their first win last week, didn't they? So left above us.
3 games unbeaten, but still some work to do.
Well, yeah, but I mean, after having 2-goal leads and fucking them up 2 weeks in a row.
Oh, yeah, that must have been heartbreaking.
That must have been painful. Especially, who was it? The one that they scored 3 goals in like 10 minutes? Was that less? No, it wasn't Leicester.
Southampton, I think. Was it Southampton?
No,
it wasn't Southampton.
Can't have been Southampton.
I've already. Defence mechanism has already blocked it from my mind. The reason we're talking like this, it's not because it's a drinks break or anything like that, but because Chris Wokes is standing and he's pointing a little bit, he's asking somebody to move. England are going to bowl about 75 overs.
Oh, stop it. I know it doesn't take as long to get onto over rates, does it, Gaz?
Oh, I've already done it. I'll stop, I promise you. As this ball's through to the keeper, no run. I was pleased to hear that you're on the oat milk these days, Grubby, because I've been on it for a few years now, and although it's not as healthy as people make out, it has to do more good for oneself and the environment than cow's milk.
As I say,
can't give up cheese. I really can't. I've tried for years, but I can't do it. But I can certainly give up milk.
Yeah. No, it's a small change, as I said, but and I really like the taste of it in my coffee now.
Yeah, I do.
So it's come on you irons. He's a bloody West Ham fan, isn't he? Metal in Both Legs. You bastard.
Well, they've woken up, haven't they? No wonder they're after a poor start. So here's Chris Wokes, and this is on leg stump, and there's a tenth of an appeal from behind the stumps, and there is no run.
Roger Binney is also with us. I'm not sure if it's that Roger Binney, but says this test match is getting boring. Well, test matches are going to be like this sometimes, and particularly in this part of the world, you get in on a featherbed that this looks like it might become, and you cash in, and that's, England are going to have to just face into that.
And it might be a series where we get long periods of one side dominating,
Yeah.
and then a blare of wickets or runs to move the game on. This is on off stump, and it's driven, but without much timing, to extra cover, and slightly scrappy bit of throwing and fielding. Jamie Smith was a bit slow up to the stumps. Wasn't quite a run out on there, but these are all the little things that you need your captain just to go out there and say, standards, lads, standards.
I mean, Attis said that they might try and make the wickets a bit more sort of seamer friendly, but I don't know how you do it. I mean, if it's 38 degrees, surely the pitch just gets baked solid anyway, and therefore you're not going to get indentations or anything like that. It's not going to be soft because it's going to be fucking rock hard, and therefore it's really not going to do anything until it really breaks up, and you hope that happens late in day 3,
Just a lovely shot there, fetched a little from outside the off stump, but without a great deal of force, just clipped through mid-wicket, and a little bit of confusion as to whether they were going to take a third then, but it's another really scrappy throw. And this is where I think England miss Ben Stokes, because I saw a lot of Ollie Pope captaining, and certainly at the Oval against Sri Lanka, and he doesn't have the presence.
No.
It's an indefinable thing, aura. Just an indefinable. You've either got it or you've not got it, and Ben Stokes has it and Ollie Pope doesn't. And it's, young bowlers, they're under the cosh and they look across and see Ben Stokes there and they think we're still in the game here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're doing that with Ollie Pope. It's not his fault.
No.
It's just that England have hit upon a really inspirational leader, and now they're short of him. This ball was defended outside off stump, no run.
Yeah, and one of the few times I'd say actually that a captain makes a difference. There are a lot of pretty shit test captains around the world who aren't very proactive. In fact, I'd say the majority of them really aren't exactly proactive. And Ben Stokes really stands out in that aspect, that he's a very proactive captain.
I'd go as far as to say he was worth his place in the side solely as captain. He wasn't bowling and he wasn't getting too many with the bat, but he was worth his place anyway.
Yeah. I absolutely agree. As Wokes is in again, this is outside off stump and playing a little away from the body, but when you're seeing the ball, like Shan Masood is, it doesn't really matter, and he clips it to the man covering on the cover boundary. They're 3 for 2. It's the end of the over. Pakistan are 214 for 1.
Derbyshire fans watching Shan Masood bat like a dream with rather misty eyes, I should imagine. Someone called M, just the letter M, says I've also got metal in both legs, but distortion in my ears from the mic that I'm on. Apparently, do I sound distorted to anyone?
I don't think so.
No, apparently.
Wasn't tin and tinnitus.
And tin it is. Pirate Badshah says, ahoy old salts and sea dogs. Hello to you, Mr. Badshah. Lockie says, how did Spurs lose from 2-0 up when they have the best coach in the world, or do they? And Stephen Kelk says, shiver me timbers, Pirate Badshah.
Very good. Well, this is grim viewing really for an England fan, because England really needs something to happen now. They're turning to Jack Leach, who's been by far the most economical of the bowlers. His 6 overs have cost 17 runs. He had a fantastic end to the season, and I've often found reason to complain about negativity from Jack Leach, but it certainly was not the case at the end of the county season, where I'm afraid to say, Grubby, all but bowled Somerset to the championship, but they finished third in a 2-horse race.
And
It was always a good trick to do it.
Yeah, very true. Although in one of those famous victories against Surrey at Taunton, he was out-bowled by Archie Vaughan in that game. Vaughan got 11 wickets and Leach got the other 9, which tells you what kind of pitch it was.
And then Archie didn't bowl in the next match, which
Did he not?
found a bit strange.
Or did he bowl but just didn't get any wickets? And then
No, I don't think he bowled.
In one of the last 2 games, both Leach and Shoaib Bashir were playing, as well as Vaughan, so maybe that's why Vaughan didn't get a bowl. But Leach got sort of 8 wickets, and I don't think Shoaib got any. Sample of 1.
I think Shoaib is always going to be better on test pitches, because he's going to be able to get that bounce from the harder wickets than the times when the championship is played in England now. But we'll wait and see. Speaking about waiting and seeing, we're still waiting to see Jack Leach bowl. Any reason why they're not playing cricket at the moment?
overrates.
No.
It's cheating. It's just call it cheating. That's what it is.
Well,
'Cause
England
are deliberately taking overs out of the game here.
Already been fined.
Because there's a rule that says bowl 90 overs, and England are refusing to do it.
Hardly any teams do, to be fair.
I know.
That's not the point, though.
Because they all get away with it. But England do it so shamelessly at times. This ball is defended. There is no run.
Well, England don't get away with it, do they? That's the point.
The all-important World Test Championship. Oh, who wouldn't? That frightens them, doesn't it? Losing a point or two off there.
Well,
taking your average from 47.246 to 47.147 as this ball is pushed into the leg side. No run.
Well, it cost us how much? I mean, it cost us about 25, 30 points, didn't it, in the Ashes? I mean, it was a 2-2 series, and partly because they don't. Is it true they don't count it until it gets to 80 overs or something? And because Australia batted slowly, we always got fined for our slow over rates, and because England batted so quickly, they never did, or something stupid like
There's
that.
Leach, and it's just pushed to mid-on. It's a way of finding India to play either Australia or at least one of the other top-ranked teams in yet another Test match to have yet another trophy.
Yeah, but they're never going to win it in England because they're always going to
No,
play.
they might not. I mean, I don't care for it at all. He goes back, does Abdullah, to a length ball, but it's, the turn, if there's any, is so slow, and the ball sits there and he punches it to backward point. There's another scrappy return, and 2 is taken. I'm sorry if I'm sounding a bit negative, but there's not much good cricket being played in this hour that I've been on.
But since you mentioned the WTC, Gaz,
Yes.
I like it as a concept, and I like the fact that the power there ought to be some sort of periodic climax, if you like, and it's always building to, so you don't get as many dead rubbers or dead games in series. So I like the concept of it, but inevitably it has its administrative challenges.
Leach round the wicket to the right-handed, left-handed Shan Masood. Anyway, it's a single taken into the leg side. I like the outcome, but there is no viable process that leads to that outcome, and therefore the outcome is undermined by the fact that you can't construct something that produces what people want, which is a kind of pedestal on which you put the World Test Champion.
Well, I think it's imperfect, but it's better than not having it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the fact is that it should be a competition over 1 or 2 months somewhere in the world every 4 years. So you have either 4 or 8 teams in a final scenario where there's 2 semi-finals and a final, quarter-finals, semis and finals.
Down the track and a single taken to mid-on, who really was on his heels. I think, who is that? Gus Atkinson, maybe, who's just... I mean, that's really poor cricket, because there shouldn't be one there. There was one there. And it's the end of the over, so we'll see you again in 5 minutes when England are ready.
Disinterested hand job says, Gary needing reason to complain, surely not. Lockie says, Stephen King wrote this test match. Brian in Brisbane says, by all work demands me back. See you tomorrow. I hope you're still there to hear us say goodbye to you, Brian, and thanks again for your generosity. Stephen Kelk also says goodbye to Brian. Don't work too hard. And Mayank is with us. Just fired one in. World Test Championship without all 12 Test teams is just wrong. And Pirate Badshah says the World Test Championship would be easier to work if you included weird series like the Ashes. Excluded weird series like the Ashes from it. Structurally, the Intercontinental Cup should be the template. Right.
Well, change in bowling, and first jingle, I think, for about 45 minutes, if we're going to get one on.
Here it comes.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And it is Joe Root, actually, who I think was rated 5th in the world's...
4th.
Or 4th in the world's top all-rounders. Well, if anything tells you how difficult it is to rank stuff like cricketers or cricket, then the fact that Joe Root is the 4th best all-rounder in the world will tell you how difficult these...
Who would have been above him? Jadeja, Stokes?
Ashwin?
Maybe, I don't know.
Cameron Green?
I'm
Here
sure
is
they'll
Joe
flash
Root
it up
round the
again.
wicket. It's the right-hander, and he pitches it on middle, and it's defended back to him by Abdullah, who's on 84. Shan Masood on 124. They have slowed down, but partly it's because he hadn't had enough balls to face. This ball is punched to the man who is 3/4 back at mid-on to long-on. Don't really understand that. Saving neither the boundary nor the single. But
Well, it's the tempter to can you hit it over the top of him, isn't it?
Yeah,
And then get it
so.
slightly wrong, and it plops into his hands.
Yeah, well, longish. I mean, we know it happens. We know it happens, and we know it happens when it's hot towards the end of the session. What is it? 10 minutes left in the session, is it? Maybe
Yeah,
about that.
Probably the hottest part of the day as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That outfield looks a bit bobbly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A few little sods have come up by the looks of things.
They're going to have a second test here as well. It's going to be interesting, the second one, isn't it? Still reckon they should play the second test on the same wicket. It'd be much more entertaining.
Well, you haven't seen how much this one's going to deteriorate yet.
Well,
I'll
exactly.
wait and see.
If it doesn't, and it might deteriorate in the 7th or 8th day in the second test.
It looks like the one to the right, as we look on the screen, is the one they're going to be using for the next game.
Yeah.
So it's being pre-prepared.
Joe Root round the wicket, tosses it up to the extent that it's a full toss, and it's just punched to the man at kind of deep extra cover. There's almost like too many covers there, isn't there? Because there's an extra cover, short extra cover, a deep extra cover, a cover point.
Yeah.
Mid-on.
The cover cordon.
Cover cordon.
And also, Joe Root appears to be handing a different piece of equipment to the umpire between every
ball.
After every ball.
He's in again, and this is tossed up, and it's just punched to that man who's conceding the easiest of singles at mid-on, deepish mid-on, and they're through for one. Joe Root's also got sort of on his kind of back in the kind of kidney area. He's got an enormous sort of red blotch, because I think he is England's designated shiner. But it rather reminds me of that gruesome scene in Catch-22 when Yossarian is being told to help the bombardier, as this ball is punched into that man at deepish extra cover, and there is no run. And if you haven't seen the film Catch-22,
Which I haven't.
It's a particularly gruesome scene, so I hope I haven't triggered anybody there.
Gird your loins.
Yes. So, pretty tidy over from Joe Root, round the wicket again, round arm, and this is punched to the man who is at least a little deeper at long on the onside. But Pakistan get 4 of the easiest runs they'll ever get, I suspect. 221 for 1. Abdullah on 86. Shan Masood on 126. The game drifting.
Lockie says bowling Rooty is not a desperate measure. He should have opened. Has Rooty ever opened the bowling for England?
Yes,
He has, hasn't he? Yeah.
Sri Lanka, I think, and maybe India as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
Certainly did in Sri Lanka.
So I'm pretty certain he did in India as well.
Yeah, because he doesn't mind bowling with the shiny hard ball. Some spinners don't care for that. Jack Leach has opened the bowling as well. I don't know if Shoaib Bashir has.
Actually, Joe Root has opened the bowling in a World Cup final, has he not? In the T20.
Yeah, he did. Didn't he? He got
the famous Carlos Brathwaite game.
Yeah, he got Chris Gale.
Got Chris Gale first over.
Well, that was the thing for a while, wasn't it? In T20, you open with a part timer and you try and get one over him for 5 runs. And if you do have a bowler who's going around the park, you get away with 3 or even 2 from them. As Leach is in to Shan Masood, left arm round the wicket to the left-hander, and it's just touched to backward square where it's fielded, and there is no run. It's a good sign that we haven't talked about Jamie Smith.
He's kept,
He's keeping
kept
to
fine.
me is perfectly fine.
Yep. Well, and it's not ragging, is it? And the bounce is pretty consistent. It's really. Oh.
This ball is defended. No run. There are keepers who would make it look a lot more difficult than that.
Well, there are, true, but I mean, it's not like India where it's up and down and ragging.
No.
It's always pretty consistent in Pakistan. It just starts to turn and turn slowly and turn a lot.
Leach is
yes!
No?
No?
There's an appeal here, but I'm afraid the law says that it has to pitch in line with the stumps as opposed to the outside leg, and that pitched quite a way outside leg. But I appreciate your energy, Bear.
Well, it looked like it was going on to hit the stumps.
Well, by the by. I'm going to make an observation about Leachy, maybe at the end of the over, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah. So, here he is, bald head slightly shining, and this is punched back to him. He fields well off his own bowling. Left armers should field well off their own bowling. I think the best was Phil Edmonds, wasn't he? He was a brilliant fielder off his own bowling.
Languid.
Yeah, left armour. Yeah.
Arrogant
Leach hasn't
fucker,
quite
though,
got
wasn't
the
he?
flow through the crease that Edmonds had, but not many do. As this ball is on leg stump, and that's just touched to the left hand of, I think that's Harry Brook. It is at mid wicket, and they take the easiest of singles. 222 for 1.
Can England make it the perfect Richie Benaud score?
Ah, yes, indeed. In session 2 as well. So, Leach to what at the top of what we suppose we should call his run up, or it's more of a kind of walk up and then hop as this ball is defended. There is no run. Is that the end of the over?
Yeah.
Sure is the end of the over. Grubby.
I watched a fair bit on the live stream of Somerset's later games in the county championship. So the one against Surrey, where Somerset won it in dramatic fashion, a flurry of wickets at the end of that game. But up until then, Archie Vaughan had, by some measure, sort of out-bowled Leach, really. So I watched Leach bowl a lot of overs where you could, if you're being charitable, you'd say he was having to stay patient to take his wickets.
Yeah.
And if you're being less than charitable, you might say he was just bowling the same ball over and over and over again, hoping to get a different result. So, much as I'm a massive fan of Leachy, it was kind of interesting to see him there with a real greenhorn in Archie Vaughan, 18 years old, and primarily a batsman, kind of out-bowling him when it came to taking wickets on a surface that had been prepared primarily for Leach.
I mean, I picked him as one of my 5 county cricketers of the year, and it was because I wanted a Somerset player, and I wanted the run for the championship. As Root is in again round the wicket, and this is punched to the man still conceding one at what is now more of an authentic mid-off because it was a misfield and they're through. So bye-bye Richie for now, 223 for 1. Because I thought it showed tremendous heart that he'd been injured, he'd lost his place, he'd seen 2 absolute tyros come in ahead of him, 3 if you count Ahmed there, but obviously Tom Hartley and Shoaib Bashir, and yet he still had the cojones to come back and play so well for his county. This is down leg side, there is no run, and I think that takes some guts really at 33 to give your all for your county when he must have thought it was unlikely he would get in, but he has forced himself in, and fair play to the lad.
What, in terms of getting back into the England side?
Yeah.
No.
And this is down the leg side, there is no run.
I disagree. I think he'll always be, if England play on the subcontinent and they need a second spinner, I think they've decided they're going to go with Shoaib Bashir. He's young, he's going to learn on the job. I've said this many times, we were talking about this earlier, Gary. I think that Leach has been unlucky, and it's partly because of his frailty of his health.
This is punched into the leg side, and they're through for a single.
I mean, if you go, well, hold on. If you go back to New Zealand when he had serious bout of Crohn's disease, had to drop out of that series. That was what, 2022, end of COVID, wasn't it? Really. So he had to drop out of that series with Crohn's. Ashes, he got injured jumping over the boundary in the first test, and then he was picked for the next series, and he had a back injury before he went to India. He had an issue with his back, stress fracture or whatever, which is weird for a spinner, let's be honest. And I think England just got a little bit fed up with it.
Root is in, and this is punched into considerable gaps on the offside, despite quite a few fielders being there. I'm not quite sure I understand that field there. And 3-4-2.
And I think they thought, well, we keep picking Leach and he keeps getting injured in very weird ways, and it's not his fault and it's nothing, and he's getting a little bit older. We want someone, spinners, I mean, you think before Nathan Lyon got injured in the Ashes, I think he missed a test match for about 10 years, and spinners really shouldn't be missing test matches through injury. They don't really do the stresses that the fast bowlers do.
Roots in, and this is punched to the man at mid-off, who now is saving one, should have been saving one last 20 minutes.
And so
end of the over, 226 for 1.
And so I think their point of view is, we're going to have Bashir as our main spinner, and we're going to teach him as he goes along, because we want someone who's going to be on the side. Leach is a little bit older, but whenever we need a second spinner, we're going overseas, Leach is your man. And I think they kind of maybe had that chat behind the scenes, and maybe this is just a Brendan McCullum thing. And if Brendan goes off and a new manager comes in, they might well go back to Leach and say, you're the man. I think he is the better spinner out of the two, but I think they've just made that decision that they're going to push Bashir forward. I think Hartley wasn't. I mean, Hartley had brilliant conditions in India, but I think he's a very inconsistent bowler. I wouldn't want to bowl him in England or anywhere that wasn't spin friendly, to be honest. I think he'd get fucking hammered.
There's Leach, and this is punched the man at the off Hayden, Ben Duckett, who's so close to the bowler they could be shaking hands, and there is no run. I just think if instead of getting 3 5s at the end of the season, he got 3 1s, I don't think he'd be on in the squad.
I still think he'd be picked, to be honest.
This ball is defended, and there is no run.
Well,
the first part of the season, he could barely get a wicket.
One thing we do know is that the selectors pay far less attention to what happens in the county championship than they used to do. To many people's consternation.
Yeah,
but,
that's true.
But it's been quite successful for them, so they can say what they like, people who say that. But England, we won 5 out of 6 at home, beat Pakistan 3-0 away last time. Okay, we lost in India, but that's nothing new.
Leach left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Abdullah, who was quite slow to his 100. That ball's defended. There is no run. He has 87 off 152, but he's certainly
perfectly
slowed
reasonable
down in this session. I think the whole cricket is slowed down really in this session, but we'll see as Leach is in. This is tossed up a little. It's defended. There is no run. Well, if his job is to choke off the run rate, then Leach is delivering here.
He's still going
21 in his 9th over.
Still going at 4.5 and over, aren't they?
Yeah, plenty of other bowlers would be happy to go at 21 off 9 overs. That ball is defended to short extra, who now is a little further to Leach's left, and it was a right move because the ball was hit straight to him. And he's 1 dot ball off a maiden here. It's Somerset spinner. Bowls left arm, throws right arm, and this ball is not going to be a dot because it's a big open space square of the wicket, and without much ado, Abdullah helps himself to that single. He goes to 2 fat ladies, 88. I'm sure that's not said anymore in bingo halls.
Oh, it's a shame, isn't it?
A little bit of nostalgia there. 227 for 1. Anything on the YouTube or the
so our very own Messi Jez has given us the all-rounder rankings. Jadeja's 1, Ashwin's 2, Shakib Al Hassan, of course, in there at 3, and then Joe Root and Mahdi Hassan at 5. Then he says, if you want to question the all-rounder rankings, start with the fact that Nathan Lyon is ranked 16. And then Lockie says, seriously, neither Root nor Lyon are all-rounders. Stephen Kelk says, does Root hang on, another over in. Oh, hang on.
This Root, and this is swept from outside leg stump. It was a pretty bad ball, even when he's trying to bowl a negative line. And Abdullah helps himself to the 4 runs. He goes to 92. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That surprised me because I thought we were going to tea at that point.
Well, 1 more over, I think. And that was just to help yourself, wasn't it? It was so wide. And rolled the wrists on it. Again, didn't try and hit it too hard. Pakistan have batted with a lot of brains today, and that was also a well-conceived and executed shot. I hope Ben Duckett is watching as Root's in again, wide on the crease, round arm, and it just cramps Abdullah for room, which is what he's looking for. And Shoaib Fields, I think, at square leg. And I think Ollie Pope's just said 33 to 1 on the 240 there by the tic-tac signs he was making. Root over the wicket now, and this is defended. No run. There was ever such a little bit of drift there from Root, wasn't there?
Maybe he just bowled seam up. I don't know. He does that quite a lot, doesn't he? Gets a bit of swing rather than trying to do it.
You get that with that sort of round-armed action that he often uses.
Back round the wicket now and defended. There is no run. All he needs to do is bowl 1 left arm now, and he's got a full
set. Yeah, he's going through his repertoire, such as it is.
Tapple tea.
Yeah.
Didn't have Gower was sitting there in the last series, wasn't
The
he?
ball was so round on. Slightly quicker ball, and it's gone quickly off the bat as well through extra cover. And I suspect we might be getting another 3 here. It's drawn in near the boundary by Zach Crawley, who's had a lot of work to do in the field.
He has.
And I think it's just 2 for Abdullah, who goes to 94. Pakistan 233 for 1. It was 2.
What I don't
this will be the last ball before. Yes, it will be the last ball. I think, because sometimes there's a bit of a delay, isn't there, on the line. I think this will be the last ball before the tea interval, a Tapal tea interval. As Roots in, and this is defended, and just holds the pose for a moment there. Does Abdullah saying, look, I can play a forward defensive 2. It's the end of the over. It's the end of the session. Pakistan are 233 for 1 after 52 overs. Abdullah has 94, and I don't know how many Sham Masood.
130.
Yeah.
130 for Sham Masood. Emphatically, Pakistan's session, 27 overs, 111 runs, no wickets, run rate of 4. England are really up against it. No sign of reverse swing, no sign of real imagination in the field, no pace to play with, certainly no 90-mile-an-hour men. This is looking very tough.
Yeah, and 52 overs rather than the regulation 60 that we were owed. Anyway, Stephen Kelk says, does Root consider himself a part-time bowler or more than that? I think Root does consider himself a part-time bowler, and it's more commentators and observers like us who might elevate him sometimes and say, actually, he's as good as a frontline spinner.
He's not as quite as good as a frontline spinner. He's better than a part-timer.
And also that action that we saw him, there was one ball in particular, horrible round-armed filth, and I'm sure, Gaz, you'll remember this when we covered that India tour back in, late 2016, early 2017, when he bowled a lot there. I'm sure since watching Jadeja on that tour, he's sort of added that round-arm thing to his repertoire, and he uses it frequently.
What I would say about Joe Root is that if there's anything in the wicket, he does get revs on the ball, so he can find it. And, he has a leg spinner as an alternative and so on. I mean, his bowling average is, I think, about 45.
It's more, it's in the 50s, I think.
Is it more?
Yeah.
It's fair that he's that, because when we were growing up, they always said, Doug Walters was a partnership breaker, because he'd come on at 320 for 2 and he'd suddenly snare a couple of wickets and then he'd go off again, because he just had that difference. And one thinks of Ricky Ponting bowling in his early days. You do need something, and I think Root is more that kind of bowler.
Well,
he's not a bowler to bowl 15 overs in a day.
Well, he did, didn't he? I mean, in the Ashes, in the Oval, he was the guy who got ahead, wasn't he? In the end, in when we needed to get those wickets in the last day at the Oval, wasn't he? The guy who got ahead at quarter slip.
Wickets.
Yeah,
you can't. I don't think you would have him in a second spinner on.
No. He's definitely a third spinner.
Maybe in India if the ball is really going to turn, and he's got plenty to work with.
But it does seem to affect his batting as well, though, when he's more than a part-time spinner.
Let me just go back to YouTube for some messages. One for you, Gaz. It seems ages since I heard Gary, says David Smout. Not managed to listen as much. Chris the Choir says, I think Grubby is letting the side down, not sporting a full set. Not often we get a trio of mustachioed wibblers. Well, rocking the tash at the moment. And Smouty also says, as the small children are about, I had to leave the Sky commentary on, and it is very odd hearing the product placements read out by David Gower for one-touch washing machines. Kieran Roseblade says, Pakistan aren't really being very Pakistani about this innings. Stephen Kelk says to Smouty, we assume Gower does that because of sponsorship, but perhaps he was just a true believer in one-touch washing machines. And M, the letter M, is that the same guy who did pop music back in the day? All good bowlers should get head after a win. I think that's a good way to leave it for tea, don't you?
Well, I'm back tomorrow and I shall enjoy your company then. Just a delight to be back on Gorilla.
Podcast, not music.
Thanks for your great work. Gaz?
Right. The one that looks like with an eye in the middle. No.
Oh, okay, yeah. We're going to go back to the Bishop and the Bear podcast with guest and former Gorilla Atif Nawaz.
Yep. See you shortly.
This thing, and by the way, again, just one of the nicest people I've met in cricket. Just such a nice guy, so humble, so down to earth, so chill. And I wish him all the best in his wedding. But he's so he's going to fly back home and then come back for the second test, which is
that was his debut, wasn't it? Scored 3 tons in 3 tests.
Well, he was amazing. He was part of the speed of scoring that enabled
exactly.
England
And
time
so
to
the
take the
top
wicket.
6 will be the same. I'm sure Smith, if the top 6 have scored runs when Smith comes in, he'll just carry that on. And then, you worry about what goes on. I mean, the bowling is the thing that will be untested. I mean, last time we went out there, we had an experience. I mean, they're taking Wokes out there, which seems a bit fucking strange, let's be honest. Can't bowl anywhere outside of the UK. I mean, I like him in the UK, but he struggles outside the UK. And then you've got
that's
completely
insurance against
untested.
Stokes not bowling.
Well, it possibly is, but I mean, who else are they saying? Hull's now broken down, so you've got Gus Atkinson. I presume they're taking Potts. I can't remember what the squad is now.
Yeah, they are.
I haven't got it in front of me. So you got Atkinson, Potts, Stone.
Yeah.
And that's 3 seamers, and they would have had Hull as well, but presumably they're going to replace.
Was Cars in there as well?
Cars is in there as well, so Cars could be interesting in a test match. I mean,
So Ollie Stone is going to.
Ollie Stone is going to what? Sorry.
I think Ollie. He's gonna have a very interesting tour because he's expecting the birth of his. No, sorry, not the birth. He's married. He's getting married in between test matches. So
he's dipping back, isn't he? And then back again.
So first test again and finishes in Multan. He flies that night back home to get married, and then he comes back for the second test. And I haven't spoken to Ollie in a long time, but I should have suggested to him, dude, like just honeymoon in Pakistan. It's a lovely place. Go up to, some of the scenic north of Pakistan, very romantic and green and waterfalls and glaciers and all sorts of gorgeous scenery. And it's all very tourist friendly these days. So like, go enjoy it. Have a lovely honeymoon.
Are they giving him the
in
second test off then? Are they planning to allow him some time?
No, he's getting married and he's coming back for the second test.
His job, God damn it.
Yeah,
well, yeah, but
well, he didn't think 12 months ago when he was planning his wedding, he didn't know if he'd be in the mix for England, right? He was playing for Notts, he's doing his thing, And by the way, again, just one of the nicest people I've met in cricket. Just such a nice guy, so humble, so down to earth, so chill. And I wish him all the best in his wedding. But like he's so he's gonna fly back home and then come back for the second test, which is like, I suppose people do that. It's less striking nowadays, but could you imagine could you imagine that in the 70s or the 80s? But Ian Botham just going to pop home to get married and then come straight back for a test series. It is quite remarkable and it is quite a thing. But I think it'll add a little bit of euphoria to that England
I think
side
Ian
as well.
Botham is finding other ways to entertain himself while on tour without having to nip home to get married from memory.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
well, it's all done
that.
and dusted, isn't it? It's basically 3 back-to-back tests, isn't it? Bam, 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 bam,
Pretty
bam,
much.
bam, done.
Yeah, I think everything will be done in about 21 days, I think, roughly. So it is pretty much bang, bang, bang. Multan will be interesting. I think they're going to be very happy, the England team. They're staying in a hotel which has a beautiful golf course. So, they'll be very happy.
Brendan McCullum's personal choice.
I'm sure there was some involvement there. Like, Multan is really lovely. Again, the city gets locked down a bit during test matches, so that causes a little bit of friction with the locals who are kind of like, well, then just don't bring it here if you're going to shut down the whole city. But like they give them the presidential level security and all that kind of stuff, and they'll be,
There was a whole load of issues around selecting even which grounds they were going to play at because of preparations for the Champions Trophy.
I'm so glad you mentioned this, Tony. I'm so glad you brought that.
Excellent. Give us the inside track.
Go on then.
This gives me a chance to have a moan, right?
Okay.
I understand that Pakistan are going to be hosting the Champions Trophy next year, in theory. At least part of it, at least some of it. They're saying all of it, but we'll see, right? There's the India question. Obviously, India may or may not travel to Pakistan. We don't know that. Probably not. And if they don't, then there's going to be a hybrid solution to like there was for the Asia Cup not too long ago. So part of it happens in Pakistan, part of it happens in the UAE, I imagine, or somewhere else. But anyway, with a view to hosting the Champions Trophy, our PCB chair, Mr. Mohsin Naqvi, who's also, I believe, the information minister in Pakistan, decided that we need to renovate all 3 major venues in Pakistan. So they're going to renovate Rawalpindi, renovate Karachi, renovate Lahore at the same time, at the start of your home season. So at the start of your home season, where you got teams coming over, you got domestic competitions, you got women's competitions, you got all sorts of things going on, you decide, let's tear up our 3 main stadiums. Now, this caused chaos during the Bangladesh tour, where they were going to play one of the matches in an empty stadium with like a building site, a construction site happening, on one end of the ground. I can't imagine watching that. Could you imagine just like me?
I caught some of the end. I caught one of the games against Bangladesh, and I was just about to ask you, was it just poorly attended because the stadium looked empty. Like there was hardly anyone in it.
So they eventually moved both games to the same stadium, so they were theoretically tickets were available. But when you cause that much confusion and you cause that much doubt and like insecurity, why would fans invest in that? Why would they come if you're telling them, oh, the stadium might be empty or it might be okay, we decided last minute, blah blah blah.
Okay.
It's the same as England fans. So like England fans originally had an itinerary, right? Multan. Multan, Karachi, Rawalpindi. That's what it was going to be originally, right? Multan, Karachi, Rawalpindi. But then it's thrown into chaos. Like, well, we're not sure. We might have to move some of it. We're making
some of it. We're talking about going back to Dubai, weren't they?
Yeah, Abu Dhabi. So the idea was that maybe we go to Abu Dhabi for one of the matches, and there was so much discussion and discourse. And like, there's tour companies who've already sold packages, and you know, Barmy Army, and this Barmy Army is just one of them. There's so many different like England fan touring companies who've organised things with their guests, with hotels, with excursions and days out, and you know, so many things have been put in place. But they showed almost no regard for that, and a lot of people ended up cancelling. Like I know for a fact, fewer touring England fans are going to be there for this tour than came for the one in 2022. And I know that was a more historic tour.
Only a couple of weeks ago they cemented where the further venues were going to be, so exactly. It gives you very little planning time.
Well, I mean, do you have any inside track on who the hell is broadcasting it in the UK? Because I don't seem to know yet.
I think I heard Sky.
No, so by the time this goes out, it will be official that the BBC, the radio broadcasters, but there is no official word on a TV broadcaster. Like I'm hearing that it will probably be Sky. Like it's like almost definitely going to be Sky. And I also heard that the PCB one are not satisfied with the amount that is being offered to them. So they want they're not committing to accepting that lower, what they're calling a lowball offer. They want something like more substantial. But again, like the lack of interest in Pakistan cricket at the moment is coming from their performances. Like they've had the worst calendar year in their history, right? I was talking to Peter Oborn about this recently. Peter Oborn said, oh, there was a year in the 60s, like 62, 63 maybe. Now, Peter, I wasn't around then. I don't know, maybe. All in the cricket that I've seen, right? And Peter's not old either. We know Peter.
Yeah.
So like he's like, I said to him, look, this year started with a 3-0 whitewash by Australia, right? You then lose your first time you lose a T20 to Ireland, right? You win the series 2-1, but you lose the series. You lose the thing, right? You lose to New Zealand 4-1 away from home. You draw with New Zealand at home 2-2. You lose to the USA in probably your greatest loss of all time, a team of non-professional cricketers, right? You lost to them in the World Cup. You have been whitewashed by Bangladesh in a series where you also lost to Bangladesh for the first time in a test match. So it's been bad. I'm probably missing something out off the top of my head. But like right now, they're staring down the barrel of their worst year ever, calendar-wise. And fans will continue to lose interest. Like they organised, like this test series was happening. They know they've got a 3 test series against a team that whitewashed them 2 years ago, i.e. England. Instead of like pushing their players into sort of more red ball cricket, practicing training camp, they decide to organise a domestic 50-over competition. Like, make it make sense. I understand the Champions Trophy is coming and you care more about white ball cricket because that's where your balance sheet balances itself out. But equally, you can't, like, you've got a test series. You've got to take this shit seriously, right? Like, you got, and you can say, like, oh, England just played a white ball series against Australia. They just played 5 50-over matches and like T20 matches and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but did England get whitewashed by anybody this summer? Or did England almost have a perfect summer? Right?
Quality of opposition. It sounds to me like the PCB and the ECB are sort of arm wrestling to see who can perform the greatest buckwittery. The way you're describing it.
The PCB is winning. The PCB is winning comfortably, right?
I could probably dispute that, but
England have results to point to. England have England had a bad World Cup, no doubt about it, right? But other than that, there's nothing catastrophic that's happened in English cricket this year. In fact, there's loads of positives to point to, as we've just discussed. In Pakistani cricket, you can't find me one positive from this year. Not one.
Even
right?
Baba's form is deserting him, it seems to me.
Yeah, 9 innings, no 50s for Babar Azam. It's been a long time since he scored 100.
All of this points to a Pakistan whitewash, if you ask me. They're
this
going
is
to
to say,
thump England.
They'll
I
do it
reckon.
when at least expected, but I mean, I don't know. Like, Barber did score a ton in this 50-over competition that they just played in Faisalabad, like the domestic one. So, maybe, and Shaheen has picked up wickets in that tournament as well. But I don't know. It's not inspiring a huge amount of confidence right now. Barber, less than 18 months ago, was averaging like in the mid 50s in Test cricket, and people were saying, what is Fab 4? It's Fab 5. Babar Azam belongs alongside Kane Williamson, Virat Kohli, Joe Root, and Steve Smith. But nobody's making that case right now.
No.
Because he hasn't scored runs for such a long time in world cricket, and his averages reflects that. His average is now in the mid 40s. He's dropped 10 average runs over the course of 18 months.
Really? In Test cricket?
In Test cricket, he's averaging 40, 45, right? And his form, there's loads of ways you can read into his form. People have done videos about it. I saw Jared Kimber did a video about his.
Don't trust anything fucking Jared says.
He pointed at his toes, and you know what? Who am I to dispute Jared's analysis, right? He's got an idea, but I feel like there's a lot more than just his toes that are the problem, right? I think there's stuff going on in his head. Sorry, it was an audio podcast, so I should point out that I gave a knock to my head there. It's just there's disputes there. There's captaincy issues. We didn't even get into the captaincy kerfuffle in Pakistan, and mostly because there's always one. They keep changing their head coaches. They keep changing their chairs. And the captaincy is another thing that is constantly being discussed. If you were really cynical, you'd think, okay, the reason Shan Masood has been allowed to captain this series, despite having a 0-5 record, 2 whitewashes to his name already, one with Australia, one with Bangladesh, one of them at home to Bangladesh. But the only reason they've allowed him to captain, the England series will probably be a whitewash as well. So let's not stick those 3 losses.
You've turned into the Hendo of Pakistan cricket. What's going on, man?
Well, look, it's been an awful year for Pakistan. I think it's just slipped under the radar because there's a lot going on. But Pakistan have had their worst calendar year, and there's a lot more on the line for them than there is for England. Yeah, in England, people will complain if Pakistan win this Test series. And they'll say well, how can we lose to Pakistan? But on the flip side of that, in Pakistan, it's worse than people being angry. People will just walk away. I said this in some article recently. I mean, they were the most must-see team in the world at one stage, and right now nobody wants to see them.
Yeah.
This is an ad for BetterHelp. Welcome to the world. Please read your personal owner's manual thoroughly. In it, you'll find simple instructions for how to interact with your fellow human beings and how to find happiness and peace of mind. Thank you, and have a nice life.
Unfortunately, life doesn't come with an owner's manual. That's why there's BetterHelp Online Therapy. Connect with a credentialed therapist by phone, video, or online chat. Visit betterhelp.com to learn more. That's betterhelp.com.
I see Sarfraz Ahmed. Death Taxes and Sarfraz Ahmed. He's
still playing.
Somehow he's still in there, even though you've got Rizwan as more likely your pick, I would think.
There's some
How come he just keeps coming back?
Well, he's played as a specialist batter before. He got some runs in the last few years as well. He's always been in a team, so it's possible he could play as a specialist batter. I don't know, but there's a lot of young talent that sort of cemented itself as well. I'm curious to see if Saim Ayub gets another crack at opening the batting. That's a very sort of England-esque selection, having an aggressive opening batter like a T20 style batter at the top of your red ball team, and then you've obviously got your Shan Masood, your Abdullah Shafiq, your Saud Shakil. These are all excellent players on their day. I would argue that Shan is a wonderful player and a lovely human being, but I don't think that he's ever going to be pushing for the Fab 4, for example. He's not on the world class elite level that players like Kohli and Williamson and all these greats, the greats. I don't think
that board's starting to look a tad jaded in a couple of places. Possibly Williamson. Root got his way back into there. Virat,
Root's number one at the moment. Virat's struggling
himself for a while.
Yeah. Piggy Smith. Smith has been pushed to the top of the order, and he's not really. I think that's dumb. Much the same way when England did it. Sticking Piggy at the top of the order is not a good fucking move.
Smith was he's world class cricket. He's got a long back catalogue of match winning innings and things like that to point to. And Root obviously is phenomenal, right? And he's probably most consistent of the top four, I would say, at the moment, for sure. Kohli is Kohli. Like, what can you say? Virat Kohli's maybe the greatest batter of the generation. Probably is the greatest batter of his generation, right? And then Kane Williamson again. Like, these are all players that have had consistent runs at the top, particularly in red ball cricket. Barber was knocking on that door, and he just sort of walked away from the door just as it was going to open. Yeah. He needs to reassert himself. Like, for Babar Azam, getting a test match 100 against England in either the first or the second test before it becomes a dead rubber potentially, like, he needs to show the world again what he's made of. It's very important, or his brand value, his all of his his fan follow, everything will slip a little bit. There's still a big, he's a huge star, Babar Azam. Of course he is, right? He's got a monster following. People love him. There's fan accounts making.
I like the idea of a monster following Babar Azam. Hopefully stop him getting runs against England. Welcome back. It's after tea, and England are being basballed to death in Pakistan.
No, they're not. Proper Test cricket.
Proper Test cricket. Proper Test cricket. They're going at about 5 and over, and they don't look like they're going to lose a wicket in a month, let alone today. That is the voice of special possum lover. Messi, you should put that up on Twitter. Have you put that up on Twitter?
I put it on Twitter and Blue Sky.
If you go to Messi Jez on Twitter, you will find that inside his postbox he found a little sleeping possum. Oh,
happens all the time in Exeter.
I was going to say, even more so in South Wimbledon. It's a hotbed of possums. Yeah. That is the voice of Annie Chave, the incomparable Annie Chave.
Thanks.
Dad, you get wombles in your letterboxes?
Yeah, wombles in South Wimbledon.
Used to, but foxes have had them. Yeah, the foxes, they're not keen on wombles. So there it is. Oh my goodness, talking of wildlife, it looks like vultures are hovering.
Kites, aren't they?
Are they kites? They're hovering above the stadium in Multan. Maybe that's a good sign for England.
They're expecting some victims, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I think England will be dead on their feet by the end of the day. And obviously they will swoop down and pick them off. There's a drone up there as well, for some reason. Not sure what he's doing.
That's the shot from the drone.
There's the shot from the drone.
There you are.
There
Incredible,
we are.
Isn't it?
It is amazing. Amazing.
Looks like I haven't missed much this morning.
No.
In terms of England.
You missed a really good England innings from Masood.
Oh, I love watching Shafi bat as well.
And Shafiq.
You're an Annie come lately. In comes Leach. Bowls! Oh, what's happened there? There was excitement. For a moment, there's been very little excitement from England. I think he just yorked himself, basically. Shan Masood. He's on 130 from 142 balls. So we've got Annie, we've got Messi, we've got me, Gorilla Hendo, and well, I'm glad I'm not coming in tomorrow as well.
So have you guys been up since the crack of dawn?
I haven't. This is pushed to short mid-wicket by Shan.
And of course, for Messi, it's not even morning.
It's a beautiful time. It's a beautiful time for Messi.
Started at 1 p.m. my time. Just about
perfect. Yeah.
I think we should all go and live in Australia. Everything seems to be more conducive to Australian time. Now there's a bit of indecision about running there, as it was nibbled off his legs by Shams, who both batsmen advanced and looked at each other, and just for a moment you thought, if someone doesn't make a decision soon, they're going to be in trouble, but they did, and they're not. Leach is
that's a new word for the lexicon too, Hendo. Nibbled.
Yeah, I think we've had nibble. Oh, we have nibble off the pitch, don't we? But nibbled off the bat, less common. That's nibbled more successfully by Shan. He's going to get 2 runs down towards where a long leg would field, but there was no one down there, so it had to be chased. More hot work for the England fielders.
The problem with Leach is he gets through his over so quickly. I don't have time to say anything, but it's obviously been a flat pitch. I would say.
Yes, it's been a beautiful pitch to bat on. I mean, I suspect England would have probably scored quicker, defended better ball, I suspect England would have scored a bit quicker, but might have lost a few more wickets in doing so, just because of their craziness. But I think they'd probably be about 280 for 4 by now, or 5, something like that. We'd be down to Wokes. Oh, God. Leach staying around the wicket to the left hand. He's got a leg slip, no orthodox slip, and this is driven pleasantly between mid-wicket and short mid-on. There is a man at long on, the aforementioned Wokes, and they get through for just the 1, I think, on this occasion. End of the over, 236 for 1. Have we got any messages, Messi?
We have. Dan de Castro says, pity England didn't win the toss. They have 350 easy by now.
Well, you might be right.
Our own Billy Stevens says, huge session coming up for England here. We need to get them 5 down before the end of play, I reckon. And theoretically, there's 37 overs to go. And YouTube just completely shut down on me, but it's back. Lockie says, this is a crucial half hour. 8 p.m. here, only half pissed.
It's always a crucial half hour. But yes, I think Pakistan will have been quite pleased with the morning's work, to be fair.
Oh, totally. I mean, if you... I don't know any... I don't listen to all the Bishop and Bear podcasts because, life's too short. But I did listen to last night's, apropos of doing some research for this series, and Atif was so down on Pakistan.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a easy place to be at the moment.
No.
I think it's really, really tough, and to come out and be on 236 for 1 is an incredible achievement. I don't think even in their wildest dreams they'd have thought that.
No. After 1 over, the batter's called on a support worker.
Support worker.
It's very hot out there, I'm guessing, as well.
It's about 35. Mog says,
That's
hey,
not hot
England,
for you.
take a wicket.
Yeah, good point.
It's cool compared to Dubai. Dubai's been absolutely...
Yeah, I've been watching the women's World Cup, and they look really toasted.
They do indeed.
Scotland are playing England in a couple of days. There'll be an explosion there.
We have a new bowler. Well, of course we do. It's only the second over after tea, but he hasn't been on for a while. It's this man.
Stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bribing comes a calling, all your crews will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden Cast.
And Brian Cass has 2 well spread slips. I suppose you'd say a slip and a gully, but by no means is the slip at first slip. He's probably at about third slip. So a third slip and a gully, which is more than they had earlier when Bryden Cass was operating bowling a short ball attack. They had absolutely no slips at all. And when that happens on the first day, you fear.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. And what's the story with Stokes? Still not fit?
Not fit, and could be... now this is driven by Sean. Just thought that might have been a chance, or maybe just short of Ollie Pope. He sort of stays down on his knees, and he's smiling ruefully.
Yeah, it's almost like it was a chance, isn't it?
Was it a
yeah,
chance?
Very low down chance.
Oh, it's one of those that your fingers are right on the ground. It's very difficult to take those.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a really good catch, but unfortunately.
You've got to take them. You've got to take them, they say. But,
yeah, so Stokes is not fit.
No. Oh, this is a really pleasant drive by Sean. Actually, I thought he should have got 4 for that, but Atkinson is at deep cover and has a run round. I think they will have got back for 2, will they? 135 he goes to.
He's such a beautiful player to watch. I saw him at Chesterfield a couple of seasons ago when he was playing for Derbyshire, and it's just the noise off the bat and just the way he plays. It's just glorious.
He does caress the ball. We often
really,
talk about
really
people who caress the ball, but I mean it helps to be on a pitch that is as easy paced and
yes,
the
but
ball
I don't
coming
think
on
Chesterfield
nicely.
was necessarily.
No. This is cut out to deep backward point. Leach is there. I think that's doing the fielding. They take another single. Now Stokes is an interesting one because
Was he playing golf with Anderson?
as long as Johnny Bairstow wasn't there. I did see.
No, he's actually here. He's actually in Multan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Stokes is out
carrying
there.
the drink.
He's out there. He's carrying the
drinks.
But I read an article last night by his namesake, Chris Stokes, in the Eye, saying that his injury was worse than they thought.
They thought.
So
they've taken him out.
Yeah.
And he might not play at all.
Indeed. Short, awful down the leg side.
Short, awful.
Short and awful. It's one for the over, says the umpire, and no one could have reached that. That was a 1 day wide and more, in my opinion.
It wasn't pretty at all.
My estimate is that without Stokes, England's chances of winning go down about 50%.
Yeah.
It makes such a difference.
Yeah.
He does, just in his attitude for a start, and the fact that he's there. Sometimes he can come in and totally change the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. You might say that McCullum's out there and Ollie Pope, and he's still in the dressing room. But on the field, Ollie Pope just doesn't have that presence, does he? At the moment, this is tucked away to square leg to Ollie Pope, and there is no run. That said, I don't think Ollie Pope will ever have the presence of Ben Stokes.
No.
I mean, he's a one-off, isn't he?
Absolutely, and the thing about Pope is he doesn't come off a lot of times when he's a batter anyway. It's almost like his captaincy will probably only come off occasionally as well. So
yeah,
maybe.
I think it's also why Bazball is such a bad name and Stokey Cullen ball is so much more accurate.
Absolutely,
it's every bit as much Stokes as it is McCullum.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking
more so.
I was talking about that rather defensive answer that McCullum was giving to an interview this morning. Talking about the inexperience of the England attack and then saying, well, Hoggard and Harmison and someone else weren't available. And I thought that's just really spiky. It's a reasonable question. This is a very inexperienced attack. Leach in bowls and driven by Sean up to short mid-on. Duckett does the fielding, rolling away to his right. I said this morning, I've actually been sort of very lacking in criticism. Well, yeah, positive, relatively positive. It was more Grubby that was Grubby and Gary were getting on England's case.
What's going on?
Down the leg side, good take by Smith.
Yeah.
Very good take indeed.
So Leach has been quite economical.
He's been economical, yeah.
But not penetrative. I like saying that word.
You do, I bet you do.
It's just lucky Tony's not on.
It's not an easy word to say either. In comes Leach onto the pads of Sean, who'll flick that away into the onside. He'll take an easy single. 240 for one.
I've got a bit of a coup. So at the end of this over, I had a bit of a word with Jason Gillespie, the Pakistan coach, last night. And he just said, and he said something to me. So I said I'd.
How have you got Jason Gillespie on direct dial on a Sunday night before a Test match?
Jason
Leach bowls down the wicket comes Abdullah, defends. He's into the 90s. He's on 94 now. At a lesser pace than Sean, to be fair. 164
Jason is
balls.
my patron of my magazine.
I recommended him to you originally, didn't I?
You did, yeah. And we are good friends. We do. Talk quite often, but he's a massive county fan.
Leach bowls down the wicket comes Abdullah. He's going to go to 100 in the most fantastic style. That's cleared the boundary by many a mile, and we have 2 centurions out there, I have to say, and that was another very fine innings, and still is.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90.
Why is he pointing? Why is he pointing at his shirt?
You are a centurion.
Was he pointing at the badge?
Yeah, but I thought it was his number, but I don't know. But anyway.
It's a 5th 100, which is exactly the same number that Shan Masood now has. And in fact, it's a pretty good record that Abdullah has got. 20 matches, he's got 5 50s and 5 100s in those. So that's not bad at all.
We'd be happy to have our openers with that.
And an average of 43, and you don't see too many people averaging in the 40s these days in Test cricket, do you?
Especially openers. Yeah.
Especially openers, yeah, absolutely. So we've got one ball before we find out more about Jason Gillespie. Onto the front foot comes Abdullah. Defence, it's the end of the over, 246 for 1. Tell us everything. Tell us all the goss.
I just asked him if he had any, what his thoughts were, and he said that he was focusing on backing and supporting his players. He said he was instilling belief in the team and his players is central to what he's striving for at the moment because there's so much upheaval in Pakistan cricket. And he believes consistency in all realms of Pakistan cricket will help the team develop. And he says it's not an easy task in Pakistan at the moment, but so he's just trying to help out and make sure that they are just supporting each other in all formats because I think it is a really tough place to be at the moment.
Yeah.
I wonder
who's his offsider? Is it Dale Steyn?
What is also is a bowling coach?
Yeah.
Chopped into the offside. Oh, way down to third man. That'll be 4 runs. The 250 comes up. Carlos has started a new over by being dispatched to the boundary. Well, dispatched, maybe not, because it was just beautifully played. And Sean moves to 141. I was going to say, well, when I've been so out of the loop that I wasn't aware that Gillespie was coach until a few days ago. And I thought to myself,
been out there for a while.
I thought to myself,
no, it's Gary Kirsten.
Kirsten. Oh, right. Well, Kirsten, of course, was in the frame for the England job, wasn't he, at one point, before McCullum got it. Oh, now I think Abdullah, he may have cramped up with that shot for 6 that took him to his 100. Outside the off stump, too wide, chopped into the ground. Root dives to his right at slip to prevent it going down towards third man.
Too wide. They're providing too many chances.
It's poor bowl. I mean, okay. I was saying earlier there is a huge margin. A very tiny margin for error here, compared with what England bowlers will have been bowling on most recently, literally 8 or 9 days ago, and so. They're not going to get away with bad balls in the way that they could do. Cast, that's awful. And now England are bowling dry. They're bowling wide outside the off stump. This is obviously a plan for a little while. It's left alone.
That'll be really exciting cricket.
It will. It will indeed, absolutely. 250 for 1. Sean 141. Abdullah 100. And the wicket that went down was very early. Ayub was out. Caught down the leg side, I believe. I didn't actually see it myself.
Yeah, strangled. Yeah,
strangled. I was looking at Abdullah Shafiq and his partner's opening stands. Cast bowls driven a little bit uppishly. One hand came off the bat. It was the bottom hand, and he's going to get a run out to deep backward point. Apparently they haven't managed. I think in 8 matches. As opening partners, they haven't actually added double figures yet.
Wow.
Oh, gosh.
Yep. So not good. I think they achieved their highest today when they got to 8.
That's not good. I mean, it looked pretty rosy for England straight away, didn't it?
Well, when I looked at I woke up and looked at the score. It was about 20 past 6 or half past 6, and it was 21 for 1. And I thought, ooh, down the leg side. Oh, I thought for a moment he might have flicked that.
I thought you were a bit overexcited at that.
Yeah, well, you've got to take your moments, haven't you?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Anyway, it wasn't an edge.
Yeah.
It wasn't off the face of the bat.
No, I don't think it was.
No. We're having a VG Hotel mobile selfie moment.
Oh God, that's just so modern day, isn't it? Can we go back to cine film, please?
Black and white, one camera at one end.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Selfies.
The old days were better. Cast in, bowls a short one. Abdullah ducks underneath. And is that the end of the over? It is. Cast has been now bowled 10 overs, none for 41. The only man to take a wicket today is Atkinson. And it's looking pretty poor for England.
Cast has bowled 10 overs. How much has Atkinson bowled? Has he bowled more?
About the same, I think.
Right, okay. But it's obviously very hot, so they don't want to be on for long.
Yeah.
No.
Jay Grover, responding to Menwithen's exhortation to go harder previously, says, I have several Kashmiri friends who have built houses in Multan. They tend to embrace your go harder maxim unless the Begum tells them not to. Not messing. Mirpur matriarchs are fucking terrifying. Tawit thinks my next delivery tomorrow in the letterbox will be Dame Edna Everett. Would be a shock.
Awesome.
Yeah, you might sense her being there more than you did the possum.
Lockie says on the right side, England will stop bleeding runs like hemophiliac self-harmers.
That's a bit.
And Pokey says we should have Gillespie as England coach. Been saying it for years.
Yeah, I'd like that, but people are happy with Brendan.
Leach bowls, and the reverse sweep is brought out by Sean, and it's reverse swept away to the third man boundary for yet another one of these. 255 for one. Sean within a boundary now of 150.
That's not the idea of Leach, to be getting fours off his bowling. They really don't need that sort of result from his bowling.
No, and he's bowling. I'm not quite sure what the plan is. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. He's got a man at leg slip. He's got no orthodox slips. So I guess he's looking at a line of a roundabout or just outside leg stump, and he's hoping that he might forget that there's a leg slip there and just turn it into his hands. This one
doesn't work that way, though, does it?
Well, it does. It tends to work with English batsmen, not necessarily those of other nations. This one was just outside the off stump, defended by Sean. Leach in again just slightly outside off stump, driven and only half stopped by Leach. He'll be annoyed that they get another single there when they really shouldn't have done. Current partnership is now worth 248 of 321 balls as England are basballed to death.
Yes. So Bashir, he's bowled, and how was his bowling?
Leach in again, bowls to Shafiq, who drives straight back to bowl. There is no run. Well, look, mate.
Look.
Not great.
Look,
not great, mate.
Well, listen. I look and listen.
Gosh.
I'll come back to why you should look and listen. Onto the front foot comes Shafiq, defends. I think the Bear and I differ on Shoaib's abilities. The Bear seems to be overcritical, in my opinion. I have been pretty impressed by what I've seen of Shoaib. But not particularly today. And the Bear says this is clipped to mid-wicket, there isn't a run. The Bear's saying he's bowling too short, but again, he's had so few games, and he's at this level or at any long-form level, he's learning on the job, and the margin for error on this pitch is tiny. And they obviously decided they were going to attack him, and did in that first spell. He's not the first spinner that's been attacked, and people have said, "Oh God, he's not really doing the job." Remember Leach getting absolutely hammered? Was it in the last Ashes? Early on, they decided to target him.
Yeah. You're being defensive.
I am defensive because
I
think he's got masses of potential. Cars wide outside the off stump, chopped away by Sean Masood, who will pick up another single to deep point.
To be honest, they don't seem to have any answers at all, and I wonder how much they're missing the because Anderson. How much they're missing Anderson, basically, because he did well in Pakistan last time, didn't he?
You mean as a bowler as opposed to a coach?
Oh yeah. No, I know he's playing golf, so let's.
Well, he's going to be there later today, apparently.
Oh, good.
Or tomorrow.
But the last series he had a really good series. He got over 60 overs in 2 tests. and 8 wickets at an economy rate of 2.2.
You haven't got that written in front of you, have you?
I do.
Defended up to
It's
mid-off.
incredible. I just picked that out.
You just had amazing brain power. It's like Tony. I just don't know how he does it, sitting here with nothing in front of him
Incredible,
whatsoever. Anderson's an interesting one because, yes, you would rather have Anderson than Chris Wokes, and now you wouldn't necessarily say that about English conditions. And my feeling is that they put in Wokes because they felt they needed an experienced hand with this this lineup. This
he's
is
no good abroad,
pulled down to long leg. Well, yeah, even if you go back, there's a single. Even if you go back and say, you know, his overseas record isn't very good anyway, and so perhaps his inclusion was a little bit of a surprise. Is it because of that lack of experience in this lineup? They just feel like they need to have someone there, and perhaps, you know, to add a little bit to the batting. You know, especially if Stokes isn't going to be fit.
Yeah, I wonder how sensible it is. I mean, I know he's out of the frame, but how sensible it is not to have someone like Robinson.
Well, that's another interesting one. I mean, I was reading stuff about Robinson, that he'd been bowling really well for Sussex this year.
Yeah, well, yeah, he has.
You know,
He really stuffed
apart
himself
from
in
that one
India,
over.
didn't he?
Yeah, but there's always talk about, you know, there's talk about his attitude is wrong, or I'm not quite sure what it is. I mean, he has had a couple of poor series abroad, but if he's back in the frame, and he did bowl well here, 2 years ago, beautifully stroked by Shan Masood out to deep point again. They'll take another single. Current partnership is 259 for 1 is the score. So I think England. I was expected to see Potts in this team, and I know he's just come off a one-day series, but he had a good one-day series against Australia, I thought. And they've decided to go with Cast playing his first test, and I'm not suggesting that that's wrong. He's got to have a look at him.
Really tough conditions for him, that heat.
But I think that they probably chose Wokes over Potts because they wanted that experience. Yeah. And to be honest, if you'd had Jimmy Anderson's experience there, then you'd feel more comfortable as an England supporter. Cast round the wicket to the right-handed Shafiq, who has got glove on that over the leg slip and the keeper, and Crawley is down at third man. He has to run round the field. They get through for a 1, but there was just an opening there for England. He didn't get hold of that, and he wasn't really looking at it. He's gloved it horribly.
Really wasn't, was he?
And Jamie Smith's going the other way. And I'm not sure how far away it is. Oh, it's just too high for Root, really. So
you get the feeling Shafiq may be getting a bit weary now, don't you?
Well, I think
they both must be so hot, and a bit of cramp coming in.
I think Abdullah's got some cramp, definitely. Cast in bowls another beautiful shot into the offside. Diving stop from Pope.
Yeah.
Pope must be thinking, what has he done to deserve this year?
Exactly. I mean, but that's the thing with you're thinking poor England being out in the field, really hot conditions, but same for the batters as well, and they've got the helmets, and it must be really tricky.
Yeah, but I mean, your concentration level as a batsman is always that much stronger, isn't it? And I think,
I don't know. I've never been at the crease long enough.
Ah, right. So I've never been playing for several hours in 40 degrees. I've played in 40 degrees, but I haven't batted for 4 or 5 hours in that sort of heat. But when you're protecting your wicket and you're scoring runs, it's much easier than running around the field and chasing leather in that sort of heat, I have to say. I'll do one more over and then we'll have a change. It's going to be Leach to continue, number 37 into his 13th over. Back goes the right-handed Abdullah, works it to mid-wicket. There is no run. Grubby is coming in, and the bear is coming in. I don't know who else is on because the
Annie.
Me.
Oh, you're staying.
Yep.
You're staying.
Yeah, I'm staying.
Okay. Hurrah!
I'm here all week. No, I'm not.
You're here all week.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
Well, Annie, I'm going to bequeath you a whole lot of messages.
Yeah, you're way behind, aren't you, Messi?
I know, because you two have been rabbiting so much, it's impossible to get in.
Well, that's our job. Leach again to Abdullah. Just the one slip. Bowls forward to a straight one. Full one. Defended. Back to the bowler. 260 for one.
I was only talking, Messi, so that you got behind, and it isn't just down to me to get behind. So.
Leach again. Round the wicket to the right-hander. He's forward. You know how Shoaib got one to turn dramatically and hit?
Yeah, I heard that.
Hit Shan on the pad, and we thought for a moment it had bowled him. And at the time, I said it won't do anything for the next 2 days now.
You didn't think you were going to be right?
No, I did think I was going to be right because
right.
we saw it in the summer as well in England. Funnily enough, this is defended back to Leach, where he bowled for ages and ages. Was it Jayasuriya, the left-arm spinner? And he was doing nothing, and then he got wickets with two outstanding balls. I think one to Harry Brook and one to to Chris Wokes, I think it was. But otherwise, the ball just didn't turn in that innings. It was really weird. Leach in a little late cut dab by Abdullah. Can't get it past Shoaib at backward point.
Maiden.
It's the end of the. Oh, was it? Was it? It was a maiden. Hey! Was that the first of the day? 260 for one. Abdullah 102. Shan 149. Over to Grubby.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Messrs. Hello, goodbye, and hello to you, Annie.
Bye bye. So
Hello.
there's heaps of stuff. Stephen Kelk at 6:19. Well, 19 minutes past the hour is the next one. Annie.
Okay.
So Annie, it seems
yes.
like you were saying, I don't really understand your logic. You were saying you thought you'd let Messrs get behind on the messages, but now you're having to clear up that mess.
Okay, I know.
Yeah.
And I can't see you at all, so it's like it's
Well,
weird
you will do in a
talking to
second.
someone who I can't
Yeah, it's
see.
probably
Yeah,
probably better. Apparently, I look really middle-aged today, according to someone.
Yeah. You got one of those middle-aged shirts on.
I don't know, it's just a jumper.
Oh, a jumper. Yeah, that is quite middle-aged, isn't
Yeah,
it?
so
Yeah.
I've really let myself go. But
You have, yeah.
if I make it to 104, which, like, if I'm middle-aged today,
I'm not
then,
helping by
happy.
catching up on the messages, am I?
I'm deliberately talking so you don't do it. Gus Atkinson's going to bowl in a moment. Close up of Paul Collingwood, delightful. And Bear's joined
very
us.
close.
Hello, Bear.
Hello.
Can you see me now, Annie?
No, I've got to move this
Oh, come
computer
on.
slightly so you're on the computer. The thing is, it'll drop some fucking feed if I do that.
You know I get annoyed if I'm not on camera at all times.
Well, especially with that nice jumper on.
Yeah.
There you go. Can you see him now? There you go. You
I can
just
see him, yeah, vaguely.
Sitting in
Aw.
the corner of the screen. There you go.
Yeah.
It's Fat Bear Week. As we,
It's what?
it's Fat Bear Week.
You heard the man.
Is it? What's Fat Bear Week?
Oh man, Fat Bear Week is where you get to vote on the fattest bear in the national park in America somewhere.
I think we've talked about this Fat Bear.
We have before.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have. And there's one called Walker, which is great. He's up against Chunk this week.
Go on, Walker. Gus Atkinson bowls to the left-handed Shan Masood, who's played really beautifully today, and he is going to go to his 150 with that pull to backwards square leg. Raises his bat in a way that annoys Hendo by holding it halfway up the blade rather than the handle.
And we have a jingle for 150.
You shall not shift me. You shall not shift me. I have made it to 150, and you shall not shift me.
Goes on a bit, doesn't it? You also should have a jingle for Atkinson because he's just come and taken over from Cass.
Gus Atkinson. There you go.
That's perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect in every way.
What's been going on with you, Annie? I see from social media you've spent a bit of time in Worcester in recent days.
Oh, I have. Yes, I just did because I went to university there, so had a little reunion, university reunion.
Was that lovely?
It was very, very pleasant. It's so beautiful, Worcester.
I don't think I've ever
There were
been.
no cricket on. What?
I don't think I've ever been to Worcester. It's
Not
terrible,
been to
isn't
the
it?
ground. Not
No.
been to New Road.
Atkinson in again, the bowls to the right-handed Abdullah this time, pushed into the covers, and there's no run.
Well, you better get a move on before it moves.
Well, actually, my maternal grandparents were from that neck of the woods. They're from Worcestershire. So weird in a way that I've not ever visited.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I've
isn't
been to
it?
Bromsgrove, that's nearby.
Oh no, but Worcester is. I mean, I think it's got the most pubs in
What?
sort of square mile than any other part of the country.
Oh, right.
I think.
Definitely.
It certainly did when I was at university.
Definitely go in then. Atkinson bowls ball outside the off stump. A little hint of in movement through the air there. Is that a tiny bit of reverse swing we're seeing? You'd think on a pitch like this, in these drying conditions, that you might get a bit of reverse. Perhaps that was a suggestion of it there. But with the score on 261 for 1, England will be
it's tough, isn't it?
grabbing
It's
at any
really
little
tough.
sign of encouragement from the conditions. Atkinson, the only man to have taken a wicket for England today.
And early on.
And early on, as this is defended outside the off stump into the covers, and there is no run.
At least viewers have been able to watch a beautiful innings from Shan Masood and Abdullah, obviously, but Shan Masood.
Oh yeah, I was
bats
saying
beautifully.
Yeah, I was saying all the Derbyshire fans out there, it's like pang of regret watching him bat like a dream.
Yeah, I mean they missed him as soon as he left.
Yeah.
I mean he was so
will.
class for them.
Yeah, well, it's as flat as a fucking pancake out there, isn't it? I mean,
It is, yeah.
This is full outside the off stump. And it's driven to point where it's caught by Ollie Pope. So once again, Gus Atkinson is the man to get the wicket. His second and England's second of the day. And at long last,
That came from nowhere.
Abdullah Shafiq is out. Fending. Well, not fending. He just sort of leaned into the ball and drove it aerially rather than get over the top of it. And he was caught by Ollie Pope. There was a harder chance to Pope a few overs ago off Shan Masood, which just died on him. This one went straight in chest height, and he just back on his haunches, taking that two-handed, and a fist bump from captain and bowler alike, and the second wicket has fallen.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says
he was just reaching for that a little bit, wasn't he? There wasn't a cross to it, and just got it a little bit wrong.
Yep, and we've seen a little bit of dry bowling from England in the last few overs, and when you do that, when you bowl sort of full and wide, either you're leaving everything as there's the batter, or you're going after it from time to time. And if you go after it, then you're risking, particularly when it is that wide, it's more difficult to keep it down, you're risking playing it in the air. And listen, it's worked, so you have to say fair play to England, fair play to Ollie Pope, who's had his fair share of brick bats as England captain, hasn't he? But when they get it right, I think you have to say well done. So well done.
God, they got fucking adverts for Movember now.
Oh, it's the thing. Yeah,
please.
Yeah, I mean, we just David Barrett was just saying on social media, what time will Duckett and Brooke bowl? Because I think they were getting to that point, but maybe not now, eh, Bear?
Well, no. We also have Jesus El Chorro. I'm wondering if that's Chris the Choir.
Well, Chris is also writing in as Chris the Choir, so unless he's double...
What, on Blue Sky?
I don't know about Blue Sky, mate.
He was listening to Norcross on PAK versus India yesterday and kept on urging the Indian batters to go harder. That's why I wonder if it was Dave Barrett. But he was willing him to go harder, but like the Indians, he never did. Hey, there you go. We're a new batsman.
Yes.
Finally, we get to play another jingle for a different batsman.
And it's Bubba.
Yay.
Razam, have you any wool? No, sir. He doesn't, because he's a cricketer from Pakistan, and he's a really good one. Thank you very much.
Well, never mind have you any wool. Have you any runs recently?
No, not recently. We also have...
Use your bribe, super chat.
Matley.
As Atkinson bowls a short ball outside the off stump, so maybe just continuing with that wide line, tempting the batsman, but Baba has nothing to do with it. That finishes the over, and the score now 261 for 2 after 60 overs.
Bear preempted me with the super chat.
Well, there you go. You can. I've just given you the jingle. You can now go for it.
Muttley says, for the live jingle from Grubby.
Hey.
That was your bit of singing, so there you are.
First money I've earned in weeks, that.
You could go on the streets. I mean, singing.
Get out on the streets.
Still got it.
Ben McCormick says, morning all, this looks exciting.
Yeah.
Stephen Kelp says, Grubby, never forget.
What?
I'm not sure, sorry.
Never forget.
Never forget. Never forget, alright?
Okay.
Lucky 6 says, and the winner of Fattest Bear is Nigel.
Oh, wow. Stop it.
I just think
Jack Leach coming round the wicket to the left-handed Shan Masood. This ball is driven back to him and he fields tumbling away to his left off his own bowling.
Stephen Kelt says, Annie's rattling through his socials at a great rate of knots.
When did he say that? Well, half an hour ago.
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Leach, and it's driven into the covers this time. Once again, there's no run.
Oh, I'm starting to feel a little bit tired now. Yeah, no, Fat Bear Week.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, they vote on the bear that's eaten the most salmon, essentially. Has got fattest between coming out of hibernation and going back into hibernation.
Yeah,
it's quite a thing.
Based on the names, I'm not sure that Walker has got a chance against Chunk.
No, Chunk looks pretty chunky. Chunk looks like the winner to me.
Flighted by Leach, and forward comes Shan Masood.
How did this
Equal to
even
it, no
become a
run.
thing?
Because they have loads of camera traps now, and and everything's on the internet.
Okay.
So I think it's about 5-10 years old now. But apparently, one bear got killed by another bear.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's
no.
unfortunate.
We ate him.
Defended again up the track. There's no run.
Yeah, one bear just attacked one of the other possible contenders in the competition.
Well,
a week or so ago, so they delayed it by a week.
So the one that's died is definitely not going to be winning. He's getting rid of the competition.
Well, exactly.
Deadest bear. Round the wicket comes Leach, and this is turned pleasantly off his legs by Shan.
This
Fielded at
could
mid
be
wicket.
another
No run.
maiden.
Whisper it.
Well, Leach has bowled probably the pick of the English bowlers, isn't he? Really
Yeah, well, he's pretty
consistent.
economical.
Yeah, he's been
consistent.
That's a bit of a shocker down the leg side. Excellent take from Jamie
He's
Smith
doing
there.
his job, but he has played.
Yeah,
has
he
bowled
gets the
odd
maiden,
bat.
but more by luck than judgment. He has a little laugh with his teammates. But I think we have to mention Jamie Smith's keeping there. He just made that look pretty easy, like folks would, dare I say it.
Yeah.
Taking a ball that had been fired down the leg side, misdirected, and
He's been watching folks, hasn't he?
took it shin height.
Well, that's true.
Made
They
it
are
look
both
easy.
at Surrey.
Yeah.
Over to
So
you.
Were you up early, Beth?
Yeah, I was, funnily
I
enough.
thought you
5
were.
o'clock I was up.
Yeah.
All right. No,
Me too.
Kieran Roseblade says, aren't they meant to be fat at this time of year?
Yes,
That's
Back
the
to
point.
hibernate,
Yeah, they're meant to be fattening up.
And Lockie 6 says, not in Queensland. They're meant to be in zoos.
Do they have any
Chris-
native bears in Australia?
No. Because koalas famously are not bears.
Well, yeah, of course. But I mean, they might have bears. They've got everything else there.
Yeah,
Mind you,
everything else that can kill you.
Yeah, well, exactly. They'd have to be poisonous, though, wouldn't they?
A poisonous bear.
Yeah, exactly. Bites you and kills you with its venom.
Chris Sequoia says, perfect start to cheer me up as I pretend to enjoy the gym where I can barely hear you for the music.
Full and wide and deliberately so, I think, from Gus Atkinson, who's starting a new over to Baba, who early in his innings is not going to have anything to do with that.
It's only got 9 Test hundreds. That surprises me.
Well, he hasn't got one for, I don't know, what, a
Donkeys.
year, 18 months?
Yeah.
It's going to be his 30th birthday next week, Baba.
Wow.
It's funny, isn't it, when you talk about the famous 4 or 3 or whatever they are at the moment. Kohli went through that fairly poor run.
How old's Coley?
30.
Oh, 30.
35,
Yeah,
36?
getting mid-30s now, I'd say. Up on his toes and defending a straighter ball this time from Atkinson. Baba, who is still to get off the mark, he's only faced 4 deliveries. But that average of Baba is 44.5, and I'm sure it was more like 50 about 18 months ago.
He's not had a great run recently, has he?
No.
He
Well, there you
hasn't
go.
apparently scored a Test 50 since 2022.
Oh my God! Oh my God! That's terrible. He looks like he's got an absolutely brand spanking new bat as well, not a mark on it. Full delivery and one of those trademark cover drives, but he didn't quite time it, and it's fielded at extra cover, and there is no run.
Royal Lifestyle, Kingdom Valley.
Welcome to our new development,
Yeah.
pushing the boundaries of modern luxurious living.
Is that it?
Something I don't know. I just made that up.
No, I was just saying, is that it? They're showing us
Any real estate companies out there want to hire me? I've done a bit of that work in the past, as you can tell from that spur of the moment
advertising
little line. Yeah. Gus Atkinson bowls an absolute shocker, a full bunger on the hip of Bubba, allows him to get off the mark. It's very close to being a no ball, I would have thought. Took him by surprise, but he was able to steer it away behind square on the leg side to get off the mark. 262 for 2. A testing day in this first test at Multan for England.
Apparently, Jay Grover is banned from YouTube.
Oh yeah,
really?
What medium is he using to write in?
Twitter.
Not sure. He says, "I sent thou money and all."
Oh, cheers, Jay, lad.
How'd you get banned from YouTube? We have to ban you, unless fucking one of our other spanner people banned you, which no one should do.
Short ball from Atkinson. Sean thinks about a pull and then pulls out of the pull. Pull-less he was at that point, rather than pull-full. He evaded the ball pull-lessly.
How many pulls can you fit in a sentence?
Oh, back in the day, quite a few. Hey.
Hey! When you weren't wearing those jumpers.
Yeah, this is an anti-pull jumper.
Yeah.
More of a push. Sean has exactly 150 to his name. Atkinson, another short ball and down the leg side, and that's easy pickings really, but he's only going to get one as it's fielded by the man at long leg. But he does get a single for his troubles. It's the end of the 62nd over, and the score is 263 for 2. Anything on socials?
Apparently there's Pokey says that drop bears will fuck you right up, and apparently you get venomous bears in Australia.
Oh, you do?
Drop
great.
bears.
What's
cousins to koala.
Well, we know koalas aren't
nastier
bears.
then, aren't they?
Drop bears?
I'm going to have to look it up on Google now.
Yeah, drop bears. I don't know. Lockie says, time for Gorilla Cricket to make the big bucks. Boy band named the Silverbacks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd enjoy
Muttley
that.
says, well, actually, I don't know what Muttley says because I don't understand that. And Sally says, bears in Australia, the best known is the drop bear. So obviously there is a drop bear.
There we are.
Because quite a few people have mentioned it.
Right. Leach is starting a new over, coming round the wicket to Shan Masood, who defends into the onside, and there's no run.
No, it's a hoax. Drop bear doesn't exist.
Oh.
Oh. Well, so what are all
Featuring
these
a predatory
people telling us
carnivorous version of the koala.
then? And it's a hoax.
Yes.
Round the wicket again is Leach, a full delivery driven back to him by Shan. And there
Was
is
the
no run.
hoax written by a drop bear?
Drop bears are described as unusually large and vicious marsupials that inhabit treetops and attack unsuspecting people.
I mean, it sounds like the sort. Yeah, it's convincing because it's the sort of thing that would exist in Australia.
Yeah, it is true.
Round the wicket once more, driven back to him, and he's caught him! Caught and bowled! Jack Leach gets rid of the 150 man. He gets his wicket, and all of a sudden, England have a couple. You look up, and the wicket column says 3, 263 for 3.
It's come from nowhere.
That's a good catch.
He does get his fair share of caught and bowls, doesn't he,
Yeah.
Jack Leach? And actually, in the last few overs, we've seen him, whether by design or otherwise. all right, Chunk.
Homer.
Chunk. After a big salmon. He'd got Sean driving back to him defensively and playing it in his area, if you like, and he just maybe a bit
That's
of
right.
bit of tiredness from the batsman there.
Yeah, and also he's been getting maidens. He's been keeping the runs
bit of
down,
pressure
so
on.
Yeah, bit
So
of
fair play.
frustration.
Well done, Jackie boy. His first wicket of this Test match. His first Test wicket for a long time, presumably, because he's not been playing. And he's got 1 for 37 now. And all of a sudden, 263 for 3 doesn't look quite so bad for England, does it?
No, it doesn't. Get another couple now. Suddenly you're into, well, Aga Salman is the all-rounder at 7.
Well, we've got
if they keep Bubba down as well.
Saud Shakil coming in, who's got that amazing average of 56.3 in Test cricket. He's only played 12 Test matches, but he's raced to 1,126 runs. And that 56 average, highest score, 208 not out, which I think was also Ian Botham's highest Test score, 208 he scored against India once, in about 1982. Anyway, so England certainly haven't broken the back of this Pakistani batting lineup yet, and there's Mohammad Rizwan to come in next also.
Yeah, he'll go quick, won't he, as well.
It's amazing how many times one wicket brings two, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
It's like Busters.
Yeah. Big and red, and
Yeah.
I don't want to be talking to strangers.
Expensive.
Yeah.
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 Annoying.
Yeah. So Leach will have his dander up there, whatever a dander is.
We have a new batsman. Jingle like this.
Jingle him up.
Well, let me tell you about the way he hooked, the way he bowled, and the slowness of the ball. He wasn't spinning.
shadows just lengthening a bit there in Multan. I don't know if it's one of those parts of the world where it goes dark very quickly when it does.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And 2 batters on, new batters, one just on one. So
exactly,
much better situation for England at the moment.
Saud Shakil to receive his first ball. It's full and it's outside his off stump. It was a ball from round the wicket from Leach, who's bowling from round the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Seeing a replay.
You've been called out as a spoil sport.
Why?
For ruining their joke about drop bears. Yeah,
well, that was to
David
get us
Smith.
stupid English people to believe you, wasn't it?
Slip and a leg slip in place here. That leg slip's only just gone in, I think, for the new batsman, Saud, and he turns this one into the leg side. There's no run.
And the fact is that we believed you because we Googled it, and only to find out that it was a hoax. You lied to us all.
Yeah, so we did believe you.
Exactly, we did believe
So
you.
as we thought, there are no bears in Australia. Round the wicket comes Leach once more. It's full and it's on the stumps, but he's back in his crease playing it watchfully. Back up the track, and I think that's a wicket maiden for Somerset.
It's a Waden
for Somerset's Peanut, as they'd call him apparently.
They do. Nut, yeah.
I've said they used to call all skinheads peanuts back in the day, back in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, that was way back.
Peanut.
Mutley said, depends on how long the judge sentences you for, depending on pulling, you see. And he said, he explains it by saying pulling, and it depends on how long the judge sentences you as to how many pulls to get in. Okay. So thank you for explaining that. Kieran Roseblade says, do you know what else you get in Australia? 11 different types of snakes. Cheating venomous snakes, and we play cricket against them every year.
Cheating venomous snakes. I see what they've done there. Yeah. Oh, come on. That's,
Shocking.
So it's all in good humour. Gus Atkinson, England's wicket taker of the first 2 wickets, and very nearly gets another one there as Baba aims a sort of flat-footed cut through the offside, but can only under-edge it. It must have missed the stumps by not very much. It races down to the fine leg boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I think I heard a cry of anguish from the green room. It sounded Hendo-ish.
Yeah, it did.
And it was very close to that off stump, and England know that despite his recent form, he's still the big wicket. He's still that big symbolic wicket for any team playing against Pakistan. He is the big ticket wicket.
Yep.
Big ticket item.
Well, he's the one that everyone loves as well.
Yeah. Outside the off stump, and another. Oh, he times this one quite nicely, but it goes to the man on the edge of the circle in one-day terms, and therefore no run. 2-6-7 for 3 now.
Stephen Kelk says, I always knew England had this under control. Never doubted.
That's it. Things can change very quickly in Test match cricket. So it might look as if it's one-way traffic and you can't see where a wicket's coming from, but they can come in little clusters. And England will be hoping to capitalise on these 2 newer batsmen at the crease right now. Snare another one quickly. Another wide delivery, looking for that loose shot from Baba, but he has nothing to do with it. Lots of effigies and images in the crowd that we're seeing. One's been nicely framed. And a couple of sort of hand-drawn pencil drawings.
Yeah, very nice.
It must have taken people ages to do that. Unless they knocked it up with some piece of AI equipment, which is equally possible, I suppose. These days.
Mog says he can't believe we got sucked in by that drop bear stuff. What are you, Americans? He said.
Well, you know.
I'd never heard of a drop bear, so it's eminently plausible. A ball outside the off stump that rather dies on its way through to Jamie Smith. Maybe just a signal that the pitch is tiring ever so slightly.
Yeah, possibly the ball's knackered.
The ball will be about old. Yeah, the ball's 64 overs old.
Yeah,
we will.
And it's hot, and it's flat, and it's.
Yeah.
Hot and flat like a lovely pizza.
Just about. We're going off nearly 6 and over, weren't they, before lunch? And then down to nearly 4 and over.
Yeah, still four and a bit and over, which is fine. It's good.
Are you hungry, Grubby?
Atkinson lets one bowls outside the off stump. He lets it go, Baba. I actually had a lovely homemade pizza last night. My missus started.
So that's why it's in your head.
Yeah, she started doing them during lockdown. It was one of the highlights of lockdown.
Did she make her own
dough?
She
did she?
Yeah, does like flippy.
Her own. I mean, it's such a labour of love. It takes hours to do. But very tasty and fresh, and
you have to let it prove for a couple of hours.
You do. You'll have to let it prove. Yeah, you're a dough man yourself.
No.
Yeah, sounds like you know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's always tempting, but exactly that you have to. When you're doing these kinds of things, you really have to wait, don't you, and prepare early in the day and stuff.
Baba defends one with a
You're
bit of a gate there. Defends it into the offside. There's no run. It completes the over. 2-6-7 for 3. Sorry, Annie. What were you saying?
I was just saying you're not a prepared kind of guy. Then,
Well, no.
yeah.
Occasionally, I'll do like a slow cooked bit of pork belly. Or,
now I'm hungry.
Or I done brisket beef, slow cooked brisket beef. Couple of times, but you really do. If you want to eat it at 6 in the evening, you've really got to start cooking at like 11 in the morning.
I find if I'm doing a dinner party, so I cooked. If I say it myself, I cooked a couple of banging curries for some friends of ours who came around for dinner a few weeks back. One was a South Indian chicken curry, and one was a Pakistani dish, aloo bengan, which is aubergine and potatoes, and they were both delicious. But I cooked them both a day or two before. And then heated them up on the day. One of them I did do in the slow cooker, actually.
It's a good plan. If you're having a dinner party, it makes sense to cook a dish way before.
Do it all before, and then because I've tried to do it where you're doing everything while people arrive.
Oh no, it's horrible.
And you're getting people in the kitchen saying, "Can I help?" And I say, "No, fuck off out the kitchen. That's how you can help." This is defended back up the track by Saud, who has yet to score a run. He's only faced 4 deliveries.
Yeah, the brisket beef who's the fat Somerset cooker who's lost weight?
Tom
Kerridge,
yeah. Round the wicket, flighted up nicely. Saud Shakil is forward and defending it back up the track. So Jack Leach has got both Saud Shakil and Shan Masood before him, playing the ball, every ball pretty much back to him or in his sort of arc. This is swept, however, so it's not going to be fielded by Leach because he can't be deep backward square, and indeed no one is, so he's going to get 4 runs. Good sweep shot.
Nicely swept, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, stayed nice and low on that, didn't he? If you want a textbook sweep, you wouldn't go too far wrong trying to replicate
stride,
that. Yeah.
Right back, right down, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, beautiful. You a good sweeper of the ball, Nige, in your time?
No.
So I've never called you Nige. Why did I do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's weird.
Nige.
I think I sort of heard someone else call you earlier on.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't suit you, Bet, actually.
No, exactly. I don't like Nigel. It's a horrible name.
Back in his crease and defending quite a full ball there. I always think you're a bit of a hostage to fortune doing that. But defend it he does. Back up the track to Leach. Pretty impressive figures of 1 for 41 coming towards the end of his 16th over. So 2.5 and over or thereabouts. Another sweep shot here though. And it beats the diving man at backward square leg, and it goes for the second one of these in the over.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's Bryden Cast, I think. There, he looks very different with the cap on. Bryden Cast, doesn't he?
Well,
or is it? Oh, weird. Oh, it's Matt Potts. That's why he looks very different, because it isn't him. Matty Potts is on.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Probably should have stopped that.
Silly hair. He's got very silly
Well, he's got Susie Ruffle hair.
He's got.
No, it's just
He
horrible.
looks like a monster.
That was Bryden Cast they closed up on there.
Yeah, it was. He stood on the pitch.
Oh, it's all very confusing. It's a reverse sweep this time. Oh, they've got him running all over the shot, and there's no one down at deep backward point, so it could well be the third fall of the over. It trickles into the boundary sponge now. So poor old Jack Leach is now going at 3 and over, having been 2.5. Spent 3 balls
On
ago.
the floor, and one more fall than the 4 to 4. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Almost premeditated, I think, those sweep shots, because they felt that they were getting a bit stuck just defending and playing it back up the track.
That's right. They're taking the track
So,
to Jack Leach.
yeah.
That's how they want to play, and I think it's.
Well, they've got 260 odd on the board. It's fair enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is there were similar length balls that were swept rather than defended, and that's worked out for them. Annie.
Yes. Jay Grover says, "Drop Bears all Muppets on Friday night in Sheffield." And Jersey Jiggler says, "I just tuned in and brought 2 wickets. I am the bringer of death. Fear me, batsman. Oh, and good morning, darlings."
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Morning.
Well, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. And Jay Grover says, "I've decided drop bears are real. We are just so lacking in our natural world. We just don't understand their unseelie beauty." I also... No, I'm not going to say that one.
Now I'm going to have to go and have a look what it
Jay Grover says,
Has it got a naughty word?
Bear cannot slow cook.
Yeah, I can. Fuck off.
No, I haven't finished the thing yet. He has 3 kids. I have only looked after 2, but the demand exceeds the supply.
I don't know what people are banging on about. It's all just a jumble of words, isn't it? I think we got Chris Swokes coming back into the attack here.
And I think we probably only have one over left, don't we?
Oh yeah, we do. It's 12 o'clock. We should probably have a change,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
no one's turned up. I'm on anyway, doing ball by ball with Hendo and Tony.
All right, I'll probably just vacate the chair in a second then.
Yeah,
I'll do a ball until I see someone come round.
I've no idea who's
Little
doing
cheery.
the socials, but they're.
What I want to
they're a
know,
little bit
what I want to know, Jay, is why you've been booted off YouTube. How do you get booted off YouTube?
Wokes bowls a ball angled in, and Baba deflects it to backward point and gets a single. And with that, I shall leave you in the capable paws of the bear and the capable, benighted hands of Tony Bishop.
Goodbye.
And Hendo.
You and your fucking squirty shit. Right. Yeah, Hendo and Tone are going to join me.
And that means I'm going too. So goodbye.
See you.
and-
Are you coming back? No, we haven't got you.
no,
for
I'm
a
not.
second.
No. But,
Well, I'll see you tomorrow,
then.
presumably.
Yeah. See you soon.
Okie dokie. See you later. Nice to see you, Annie. Bye bye.
And you. Bye.
Right. Do we have a ball there? No, we haven't had the second ball of the over yet. Ah, look. Isn't that nice? Grubby's bringing Hendo his pillow. 280 for 3.
Now I can
England
sleep,
after
Sam.
65.1 overs.
To sit on, not to smother
Now I
him
can
with.
sleep.
We've probably got an hour left to play, maybe a little bit longer. The sun is already setting, it would appear, or going down. The shadows are getting longer. Sound is on 12 off 9. Baba's 6 off 12. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Wokes is back in.
Funky field.
It is a funky field, isn't it? 2 short covers. Short mid-wicket. There's a shortish point. There's a leg slip. Mid-on, mid-off.
No, there isn't. What are you talking about? It's a left-hander.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, the gully. Oh no, well no, it's hitting miles outside the off stump, but it beat the inside edge of the bat. Sound propping forward, and there is no run.
Well, we talked about Baba, and you know he's had a hard time of it of late, but he is a class batsman. Saad Shakil, though, equally classy. Really, a fantastic start to his Test career. Looking through the names of this squad, and you think Saad Shakil, now he did something against us, didn't he, 2 years ago?
Yeah, he did. He got a lot of 50s. He's got a ton in one of the games, didn't he?
I think
he was quite sticky in the middle order, I seem to remember. That's defended up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, in fact, he's played 10 Test matches, and he has, is it 200s and 550s, something like that? He's
Well, I can tell you he's played 3 against England. They were all in 2022. Averaged 58 in that series.
He averages 60 in all now.
Mm-hmm.
So
not only that, let me see, he made 37 at Rawalpindi, 76, 63, 94, 23. Didn't get a ton there.
Oh, okay. I thought he got closer.
But he has got a test. Sorry, go on.
Defended back to the bowler, no run.
He has got a test best, as I try to outstat Tony, of 208 not out, which is pretty impressive in your early Test match
Oh, it is.
career.
He got that against Sri Lanka at Gaul, didn't he?
Well, funnily enough, just before we came on air, I said, having looked at those stats, that he's a bit of a Kamindu Mendes, isn't he, in that respect?
Round the wickets, Wokes defended by Shakil up once more to mid-off, and there is no run.
Middle order batting at number 5. I mean, Kamindu Mendes started the series in England at number 7, but has moved up to number 5 since Sri Lanka have been playing at home to New Zealand.
I let him in, then he went to school
And
again.
a
He's
sort
in.
of diminutive left-handed batsman.
Only
From the same mould, in a way.
Yeah, no, very much so. One ray of hope for England. He didn't have such a good Champions, whatever they call it, one-day cup.
Oh, hello, it's a man falling asleep.
He's fast. He's nodded right off, isn't he?
Go all the way to Pakistan
No,
and
he's
fall
woken
asleep.
up when you said that.
He's on the telly.
Imagine, you went all that way and fell asleep.
Wokes in once more, defended once more, up to mid-off once more. No run, end of the over? Yeah, end of the over, 208 for 3.
Right, it seems like I'm on the socials. Where were we up to? Can anyone say where we were up to?
The Bish lookalike competition on GC. Looks like the Bish would come third, I don't know.
Where is this?
In my own lookalike competition?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking at. Whether I'm looking at the
Well, this
YouTube.
is Twitter, and that's YouTube.
Okay, so I will look at YouTube first, but I'm not sure where we got up to. Have we had the native hoofed animals from Messages?
Don't know.
There are actually no native hoofed animals, monkeys, cats or bears in Oz. We prefer marsupials.
That's true.
You've got koalas, but then we know they're not bears. You know what they say. Add 2 wickets to score to find out what the score would be if 2 more wickets had fallen than currently the case, says
Well,
Stephen Kelk, which is a very, very pertinent point.
Well, it'd be 280 for 5, which wouldn't be so bad.
Daz Reynolds says, how many overs are left, please? Well, now it's 24.
We're not going to get 24.
Do you not think?
No. And they don't get the extra half hour, do they? It gets too dark too quick.
Well, I thought that was the whole point about moving it forward by half an hour to get to.
But I still don't think they get the extra half hour.
Okay.
I'm not sure. We'll see, won't we? I guess.
Yeah. Sorry. That was Woi Pom talking about the Bish lookalike competition. The Bish would come third.
That's sad indictment.
Well. All right. Very own messages does say sunset in Multan is 5:52 and it's currently 4 p.m. Okay. So we might get the extra half hour. That's defended back to the bowler and there's no run.
Yes, he does. Currently just gone for the extra half hour finish at 5:30, which explains why they started at 10 rather than 10:30. No cats either, says Chief Engineer. What's that to do with? Oh, the feral cat. Oh, that's to do with
cats.
Australia.
There are no native cats in Australia. It's very true. Defended back to the bowler and there's no run. I do remember, I've said this before on the show, but I remember going to a kind of zoo out when we stayed in Perth. And they had cats in a cage, and it was like, they're cats.
God!
But they were feral cats, and they will attack you, and they're nasty. Cut behind square. Nice late cut by Babar Azam. It's a good shot. There is no one deep. Fruitlessly chased by Bashir. Makes its way to the boundaries. 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
They make them hard in Australia, the cats that are there now, because I remember seeing a domesticated one in the back of I've probably told this story before, the back of a hostel in Adelaide, go over and eat a redback spider.
Ugh.
And seemingly suffer no ill effects.
Well, yeah, isn't it true? That's defended out to cover and there's no run. I think dogs are immune to what's the really poisonous trapdoor spiders? Trapdoor funnel webs? Funnel web spiders, which will kill you pretty quickly. They don't affect dogs.
That's weird.
Immune to the venom. Depends on your physiology, I guess. Cut again by Baba. I presume someone is back now. There is someone back. It's Gus Atkinson is in the deep. And
both my cats chase wasps, and they never seem to get stung doing it, even when they've got them in their mouth.
Oh God!
So I'm always trying to get them away from the wasps. So don't do that. But no ill effects so far. Leach's economy rate, to get back to the cricket, is just edging up, but it is still so much better than any other England bowler. It just shows the benefit of the additional experience in the conditions, doesn't it?
It does.
Well, I think so. That's that's what we were talking about in the green room. That he has gone for a few 4s in the last over, but he went for 21 balls without conceding and taking a wicket at one point.
He's bowling around the wicket to Sajid Gill, who just defends him back to him, and there is no run, and that ends the 67 over 285 for 3.
Brian Brisbane says, back again, what is Hendo necking? It's Sam Miguel. And I'm just going to say, why hasn't someone invented something that when you have a big bottle of beer or a pint of beer, that it doesn't get flat by, maybe I should drink it quicker.
I was about to say, they have. It's called drinking fast.
Exactly.
Rabbits, feral cats, foxes, etc. More lovely gifts to Oz from the colonial masters. You can sense the bitterness in every.
Isn't there some incredible stat about how many things can kill you in Australia?
Yeah, virtually everything.
Bessie Jez, for example.
Yes.
To be honest, Bear, says Kieran Roseblade, a lot of the humans in Australia will attack you if you look at them the wrong way.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Very good point. Muttley says, I watched an interesting clip on YouTube the other day on feral cats in Australia that are almost evolved into their own distinct species. And Pay the Toll says, apparently the UK has kangaroos now.
Well, I think there's a few stray wallabies that have escaped shit.
Well, absolutely. Many years ago, even the late 80s, in fact early 90s, I'll come back to that.
Wokes is in to Baba. That just dies in a pitch.
Second bounce through to Smith.
No run.
I was on my first weekly paper. I went to interview a guy an old guy, lovely house in Wokingham, beautiful garden, and he had made the national headlines because he was burning an effigy of Nicholas Ridley. Anyone remember Nicholas Ridley? He was a minister for something. Environment.
Vaguely rings a bell.
I remember Arnold Ridley.
That's Army, wasn't it?
Yes.
But curiously, he was an ex-zoologist and he was keeping wallabies in his back garden.
Wokes in. Pulled. Cut. Ooh! Evaded just the hand of whoever it was at point. Is that the skipper, Ollie Pope? Don't know. Dived to his right. I don't know if it was that close to him, but fielded by Bashir, who's a deeper set cover, and there's no run.
So I wanted to do a whole a separate feature about him and his wallabies, but he said, "I'm not really supposed to be doing it. I'm not supposed to be breeding wallabies." So
setting them free.
So maybe he started them.
Down the track comes Baba. At Wokes, just defends it, and there is no run. Yeah, because I mentioned this last time we were doing the last test series, didn't I? I mean, they've released, is it bison or something in the woods in Kent?
Have they?
Yeah, they made bison bridges. Is it bison bridges?
Do you know what I do? I'd release bison in Clacton Town Centre.
What, and hope they butt a few of the faragists out there. Wokes is in, wide of the crease, driven, very sweet drive by Baba, but straight at Bashir, who is stationed at a deeper cover, and there is no run. Yeah, there's a very good pencil artist in the crowd.
Yeah, very nice.
Doing their pencil drawings. They want to meet Baba Azam.
It was interesting what Atif was saying on that podcast about Baba Azam, and the idea that the sponsors want to see lots of lovely
from him, yeah.
cover drives.
Wokes in again. That's full and looked like it's a slower delivery.
Yeah,
just floated up outside. I'm trying to tempt him, but it didn't. It's 101 kilometres an hour. That's basically very slow. And
do you know what I think that was? I think that was the ball that he was working on and was using back in the summer, which is a kind of a knuckleball. So it's much slower. And in England, he was getting it to swing dramatically. So it ended up being a much slower ball that swung and was quite dangerous, but did bugger all here.
Yeah. Wokes, last ball of the over. It's again dry outside the line of off stump, and Baba has nothing to do with it. Through the keeper, no run.
Jersey Dingler said 14 minutes ago on YouTube. He said it on Twitter. I just tuned in and brought 2 wickets. I am the bringer of death. Fear me, batsman. Oh, and good morning, darlings. So if we hadn't already mentioned that, it's good to have you along, Jersey. There's something about drop bears. We were going to talk about what was it, Tony? The
Fat Bear Week.
Fat Bear Week.
Oh
yeah.
Yes. We can. We
want you all to go to explore. Is it explore.org?
It's explore.org. You can find the bear called Walker. A lovely picture of him. His profile reads as follows: he's a large adult male with long tapering muzzle, widely spaced upright ears, and he's light bulbed or pear-shaped body. Which I thought was quite sweet.
The light bulb shop, that made me crease.
The problem is, Walker's up against Chunk, and if you look at a picture of
Chunk's a monster.
Chunk is a monster.
Yeah, but we can fix it. If you go to explore.org, get out there and vote for Walker. It has to be done.
Well, Shoaib Bashir is coming back into the attack. Spin from both ends. No, and he's replacing Leachy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Interesting. Got a jingle that goes like this.
Likes to attack.
Oh, good jingle. I suspect that Saud in particular will go after him.
Well, yeah, but they probably brought him on because he's spinning it away from Sound, isn't he? He's going to roll right arm round the wicket, except there's no turn.
There's no turn. Apart from one ball today.
That's the failure in the plan.
Yeah.
And he bowls a fucking shit ball. His pads, that was almost a full toss, but unreasonably, Sound just pats it away to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Well, anyway, so Bear is up against Chunk in these matchups, which you have to vote on. So you go to explore.org. We'll wait for a second.
Bashir around the wicket. That's a good one. That did turn a little bit, actually.
It did.
Poked at by Sound, but kept it down. It goes to shortish backward point.
And I think that's important. The fact that one has turned a little bit and Sword has had to play it, he's had to adjust. Will just put a little bit of doubt in his mind, I think, which is a good thing.
Yeah, well, you hope so. Bashir again tosses that one up again, but it's on the pads and he gets away with it once more. So it's just clipped to mid-wicket and there's no run.
But the difference was when he turned that one to Shan Masood, it turned dramatically, hit him on the pad and was, well, it was straight enough, but it was just a tiny bit too high. Shan was already on 100 or so.
Very true. That one's a better ball, and Sal just comes forward.
It's all Somerset attack
to the bowler and there's no run.
Ooh. No, it's not, because they've taken out the
Leach
Wokes
has been replaced by Shan. Yeah.
So they're alternating their Somerset resources.
No, we all have. Well, no. I don't think they did get the Maccas. Oh, down the leg side.
Has turned, hasn't it?
It has turned, but it was too far down the leg side, and Jamie Smith just couldn't quite grab that one. They'll get a bye for that.
What do we think of Jamie Smith in Pakistan?
He's done all right.
He's done all right, hasn't he?
Yeah,
and
he's not done too bad. He's keeping low. He's probably got a lot of help off folks.
Yeah, I mean, how bitter must you be if you're Ben?
Quite bitter.
Hopefully he's not, because he's a nice bloke, but you know.
He's another Whitgift boy, isn't he? Is Jamie Smith, isn't he? From another one from Epsom.
Oh, and apparently Whitgift. I discovered the other day he was at the AFC Wimbledon Academy.
Yeah.
Playing football for a little while.
Shows over the wicket to Baba. Bowls that pretty quick, flat, and it's defended out to mid-wicket, where there's a bit of football done by Pope, who then can't keep the last keepy-uppy up. And there's no run, and it looks like they're going to have drinks.
Okay, let's do some tweets and YouTube. Aren't mongooses? Is it mongoose or mongoosei immune to snake bites? I think they are. I think they attack snakes, don't they?
They do, because they're up against cobras, aren't they?
Ah, right. Okay.
If you've read the Jungle Book, Ricky Tikki Tavi and what have you.
There's no mongoose in the Jungle Book.
Not
in the cartoon version.
No, well, Ricky Tikki Tavi. So same author. Do you not remember the stories?
Rudyard Kipling.
Rudyard Kipling, yeah.
Yeah.
Ricky Tikki Tavi.
Why do you call him that?
That's his name. The mongoose is called Ricky Tikki Tavi.
Oh, sorry. I thought that you were saying that was Rudyard Kipling's name. No. Real name, which would have been strange. Pirate Badger says flat beer is a good reason why 250 milliliter bottles should be the standard. What is this one? I can't see at the moment. I'll have to get better glasses on. Give us back our kangaroo, says Messi Jez. You thieving bastards! It's as bad as the Elgin marbles. Pay the Toll says lol. Lockie the Sixth says kangaroo diplomacy had not worked with the cricketing public. Brian in Brisbane says, did Hendo and Tony get any of the earlier Maccas, or did the Bear scoff at all? The Bear has had at least 2 sausage and egg McMuffins.
Fat Bear week training.
Well, I had a bacon and egg McMuffin.
You didn't
and a sausage and egg McMuffin, but there was still a sausage and egg McMuffin left on the table. I did offer it.
It's cold though, isn't it?
We just whack it in the microwave for a minute and it gets boiling hot. It's good. That's what I did with my second one.
I never like reheating food. Anyway, Lockie the Sixth says any euphemism for fat is good. Boo! The voting is closed, says Muttley. Oh no!
What? It's supposed to be the 7th. I don't think it's opened actually, because it's.
Oh no, it's the week of the 7th. Maybe it was.
Well, it is today. It's
today
the 7th. It's supposed to be the voting today. I think it might be opening later, because obviously I think it's Canadian. I don't think it's American.
It's in Alaska apparently. The old.
I think it opens at. It says 9 o'clock CET, which is probably. Or
not quite now.
Pacific
Central
time.
Eastern time.
Should be soon.
I don't
Central
know what it
Eastern time. Well, they're 5 hours behind, are they not? 4 or 5.
So it wouldn't have opened yet. It'll open.
Oh, Central Eastern time. I don't know what that is. Is that in the middle of America rather than on the coast?
I don't know.
Anyone help us out with that?
It's the Catname something National Park and Bristol Bay, where apparently there's the population of bears is more than people.
Well, there you go.
Can you imagine? Anything else on Twitter? No, it's all just Joe Graver. Joe Graver.
Yeah, I can't believe you. I didn't think that YouTube actually monitored. I thought it was just down to your Spanaroo people to monitor people. We would never ban you, Jay. So.
Oh, we haven't banned you.
No, but apparently he's
no.
been possibly been banned for the overuse of the C word.
Well, we did that. That happened before under a previous
That was on
regime,
Twitter,
wasn't it?
That was on Twitter.
Oh,
wasn't
is this not Twitter?
Yeah, this is Twitter, but he's been banned from YouTube. Apparently.
He's been banned from YouTube.
I don't know how you get banned from YouTube.
Oh.
That's pretty impressive, I have to say.
Maybe you sang a song that had rights violation or something.
No, that just means you can't monetize anything.
Yeah, that's true. Have we been demonetized today? Hopefully
I
not.
don't know. You never find out until it's closed, and then they go, ha ha ha, you can't monetize.
I noticed
that.
that comes through the Gorilla Cricket email, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
and I went through it the other day. In fact, I've got to get rid of another one. We can't play the choke jingle.
Oh, what?
I know. We can't
What are
play
we going to do this afternoon when England plays South Africa in the Women's World Cup?
Well, we're not doing it, are we?
No, we're not.
So, it's not an issue.
I did say to Tony, should we stay on and do that? And he said no.
Well, I didn't. Well, actually, I did.
Yeah,
If it was the only event of the day, I'd probably say yes.
But yeah, I've been up since 5 o'clock. I'm not staying here
Oh
for
God!
4 hours.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Was that a long drinks break that we just had? I think
It was a drinks break.
Yeah.
So South is going to face up. He scored 12 in an over, didn't he? The only 3 scoring shots he's had was off Leachy, those 3 fours.
That's right.
And
Change
he's
the
now
ball.
going to face Bryden Cass. He's coming around a wicket to him. There's a leg slip and a slip, and he bowls it full. And he defends it up to mid-on. There's not a bad comeback from England, is it? I mean, they've kind of slowed them down. I mean, it was looking like they'd get 400 in a day and be 400 for one, and that would be pretty depressing. It is in a subcontinent. I think you've got to kind of alter your perceptions of what a good score is and what you don't want to concede in the first innings. And I think if you get stuck out to bowl, and
you would probably have to say though that both shots that got the 2 Centurions out were tired shots.
Yes. Oh, that's a full banger.
That's horrible.
But he gets away with it as it's just played up to mid-off.
I mean, one sort of spooned to cover and one lobbed, caught and bowled.
Yeah.
They look the shots of men who'd been out in the heat all day.
It's true, but I mean, let's face it, the wicket's doing very, very little. It's a great batting track for the time being. I'm sure England will go off like a train, or try to. I mean, the top 6 bar.
Yeah, it depends
Stokes.
what time that is. It could be sort of late tomorrow when they do.
Well, it might well be, and it might be up against a score of 500. But I'm sure.
And the rest, I think.
But also, I mean, how are they going to? If you say 1 2/3 of a day in the field in 35-degree heat, in a place that you're just getting accustomed to. I mean, is that going to affect those batsmen?
More than likely.
Exactly. So will they be able to go off at that?
Well,
at
I
that
guess
level?
you kind of hope that it's a sufficient break. There seems to be a little bit of something happened off the pitch there, but not a lot. It was short of a length, and South just went back and defended, and there's no run.
It is doing a bit off the pitch every now and again, and I think it's, you have to make this distinction between what is a slow pitch and what is an easy paced pitch, and they may sound like the same things, but they're not. I mean, a slow pitch is something that throws out your timing as a batsman, because it just doesn't come on with the pace you expect. An easy pace pitch is one in which you have time to adjust, but
it
still comes on quite nicely.
Yeah, I think this is an easy paced pitch.
Yeah, I believe absolutely. Yeah,
it's defended out to the covers, and there's no run. I mean, as we said, there's no reason why it shouldn't be. I mean, it's bloody hot. You'd expect the surface to be pretty hard. You're not going to get the indentations you get in sort of stodgy English weather where the wicket's just a little bit soft, and they're not playing with a Duke's ball, so it doesn't going to nip off the seam.
Yeah, I mean, if you play on a flat, as I was saying, you don't get that many genuinely flat pitches in club cricket, even at the top level of club cricket. But if you do play on even a flat pitch sometimes in England, if it's early in the season, it can be just completely dead.
Yeah. Carted again, defended out behind square on the offside. There's no run. I'm impressed with Cart actually. He's kept his pace up reasonably well all day. He's a trier. I'll give him.
Well,
that.
yeah. I mean, Cart, undoubtedly they want Cart for the Ashes. That's the main. That's what they're looking towards. I think he's improved quite a lot over when I first saw him. And I think when he gets it right, he bowls well, and he could be useful in those situations down under. I don't really want him as a frontline bowler, though.
No. Well, I'm kind of hoping, as that one's more into the pads, and they've got, look at that field.
Ring of
That's
four.
crazy. They've got a ring of four from square leg round to short mid on. And that is a maiden. There's no one. I kind of think they should expand the squad they take to Australia. Just take every fucking fast bowler who bowls above 88 miles an hour available, just in case they all break down.
Well, yeah.
Have them on
And
tap.
have them all on rotation.
Yep, totally. Let's have a look at what's on YouTube. Lockie the Six says, pretty sure Jay didn't use the C word today. Linux Leah has changed her name back to the actual Linux Leah. I have ads on YouTube app, so you are not demonetized. Okay.
Yeah, no. We have the ads, but what happens is, Leah, is that basically if we play something that is not, if we don't get banned for using it, but essentially if we play a tune that they think is someone else's rights, they demonetize they take the money that we might have earned off our video and say they're going to distribute it to the people whose rights we've used, which is really fucking
I bet they
annoying.
don't.
No, I bet they don't as well. It's defended out to mid-wicket and there's no one, and I've said many a time, we, as far as I'm concerned, what we use as jingles would be considered absolutely fair use. We're not using the jingles to make money, and they are used in a, not as a musical way to make cash. They're used as a musical interlude, which is completely fair use in a kind of comedic way, if you like. But of course, you try arguing that with YouTube and you get nowhere. That's again defended out to short mid wicket. There's no run.
It seems odd when you can give completely different lyrics to a tune, and which is what we do, obviously.
Parody.
Why, when nothing is happening, says someone. I'll come back to
Bashir is in. A little bit of turn from outside the off stump, but a bit too short again. Baba just turns it into leg side once more, no run.
Stephen Kelp says, when nothing much is happening, can we hear the Dame Pete jingle? No!
No, well actually the Dame Pete jingle does get us fucking demonetised.
Well, you need to go back to the original Dame
That's
Pete
just
jingle.
based on taste. That's nothing
No,
to do.
that's
nothing to do with
the fact that it's don't
plagiarism.
Speak. It's but don't speak by No Doubt, isn't
Oh,
it?
yeah.
That's turned into leg side, and there is no run. So I have to be very sparing when out on a day that we don't want to get monetised.
Do we have days like that?
No.
That's what I thought. I've been, whilst you're worrying about that, there's only ever been 6 tests at Multan, and the last one was, of course, was when England were last here.
That's defended in the leg side once more, and there no 1 ball left, no run.
The highest first innings score was 675 for 5 by India in 2004. I think in the same game, Sehwag got 309.
Wow. Bashir is cut, and he's cut past the man at backward point, who I think is Bryden Cass, and he's not going to catch that up. Oh, maybe he is. No, he's not. His defence now, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Now my engine's going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Of course, England will get a new ball in it. Will they want to take it tonight, or do you think they might? Or they might take it right late on, so they get a couple of overs maybe tonight, and then have most use of it in the morning when the bowlers are a little bit fresher, stuck in an ice bath, and massaged down.
If they're going to get full 10 overs of it, I mean they can bowl 3 overs per bowler effectively, can't they? If you're going to do that, you need to get Cass off now and go to Leach and Bashir, or Root and Bashir, or Root and Leach for a few overs. But I guess when you've got a couple of quick wickets, you're hoping that your pace bowlers can come good, and well, Atkinson has done okay. He's picked up 2 wickets. But I guess you want to give them a bit of confidence. But if you overbowl Cass here, you're not going to be able to bring him back for the new ball in 9 overs, are you?
Nope. Well, yeah, but you've got Atkinson. That's
and Wokes.
That's defended out behind square on the offside. No run. Southkill. He's still only scored 3 fours. He's on 12 of 27. Not scored a run since.
So he's 24 balls have been unscored off for Saud.
We're going to have a little switcheroo after this. Tony, 40 and Grubby.
Oh, what a triumvirate.
Indeed.
Yes, the world of advertising, its loss is cricket commentary's gain.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah. Cast around the wicket into the pad to Sound, who just defend it back up the track, and there ain't no run. I mean, they seem to have...
Oh, Tapple Tea moments.
Yeah, the Tapple Tea.
It's been a while since we had those.
Yeah, no, it has. They've been going on all day. David Gower, didn't he sit down there and have a Tapple Tea in the last series, didn't he?
I believe so. I think maybe we should contact Tapple and say, can we have some of your tea?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, why not?
I don't drink tea, so I don't give a shit.
Put it this way: if it was a toss-up between Ricky Ponting and his wine and Tapple and their tea, I think I know which I'd prefer.
Oh yeah, I definitely wine. That one's worked around the corner. They've got this funky field on the leg side again. That one evades it all and is a no run. They've got 4 on the leg side.
Well, I'm not arguing about that, but if they were going to give us some money, that would be different.
Well, yeah.
Well, that would obviously
best
be
tea I've
different.
ever drunk. I'd say.
We will literally sit here and drink tea the whole day.
Well, I won't.
Knock
I'll have
PG
coffee
tips
and
into a
say
cup
it's tea.
And pretend it's tea.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or in fact, I'll probably put beer in my cup and pretend it's tea.
Now that's a liqueur coffee if ever I heard of one.
Well,
Can you imagine if you had beer bags? You just took water and just like infused a beer bag in your water and you get perfect pints. It'd be great, wouldn't it?
Well, there you go. That's an idea there. Turn edged. Oh no, not edged. On the back foot. It looks a bit troubled there for a minute, Bubba. It squirted off the outside half of the bat. Aerial. But it didn't carry anywhere.
I think that's a
And
really
they got
good
through for
ball.
a single. It was pretty
He
good
turned
ball.
him round. He got the line absolutely right. He got a bit of movement, and not only was it moving, but it was rising, and that was the difficulty that Babar Azam had. 292 for 3.
Yep.
But, they're trying to rebuild here, aren't they? After a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah, they are. Cast around the wicket again. That's into the pads of South Shakil. He just clips it around the corner. Down to Shoaib Bashir, down on the boundary. Let's just get 1 run.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point about the Ashes. I absolutely take every fast bowler in England.
Absolutely.
Just in case.
There's quite a few you could line up. You've got Woody, Jofra, Cass, Ollie Stone.
You could pretty much guarantee that a couple of them would, do a
Break
hamstring
down.
just going up the
Atkinson.
plane, steps to the plane.
I mean, the idea is to bring. I saw Paul Farbrace talking the other day about getting Jofra back for the. He'd play some games for Sussex at the beginning of next season.
That's defended by Baba. Back to the bowler. No run. Ends that over. 293 for 3. Me and Hendo are out. Tony and Garowi are going to come in. Joined by the one and only Forthy all the way.
But just to finish that thought,
from Melbourne.
is to get Jofra after playing a few 4-day games for Sussex and then playing the India series. And they're desperate to get him in for the Ashes. Whether he can do that is remains to be seen.
I think he wants to.
But I'm sure he does. But if he does, and Woody's fit, and we've got potential, an incredible attack potentially. Yeah, absolutely. The Grubby is about to move into. Who's doing ball by ball? Is it Tony? Are you coming here? I'll let Grubby move into position. Let's just do a quick. No, I won't do any. I'll leave you in the hands of Grubby and Tony and Forthy.
Hello again, Forthy. How you doing?
Yeah, very good, Grubby. What have you been doing since I last saw you? You've been walking up and down that road.
No,
outside.
I've been very much sitting on my arse on the sofa, trying not to fall asleep. Catches up with you this time of day. I'll just do this one ball while Tony's preparing himself. It's a sweep shot. As Bashir, who has started a new over. I think they're going to come back for a couple. Just a little lap sweep.
Lovely sleep in that green room with Tony and Bear on one occasion.
Sweet, isn't it?
I was snoring. Bear was snoring. Tony was tut-tutting as he was trying to write something important.
Tony's been doing some excellent muttering under his breath while doing whatever work he's doing. I was commentating his own actions.
Yeah, I get told off a lot for that at home.
They just got a single, actually.
Are you talking to me, or are you talking to the cat, or are you just talking to yourself? That's the question I always get asked by my other half. Right.
Over to you, Tony.
Bashir, yet to take a wicket. He's over the wicket. 2 Barbaroos onto the back foot. Pushes it to the Duckster at forward short leg, and there is no run. A reminder that at tea Pakistan were 233 for 1. They have moved on to 294 for 3, but they have lost the 2 Centurions. Tired shots, I think you would say. That well taken, as you heard, by Smith down leg side. Who's been good in his work today, I think.
Yeah, we've mentioned him a couple of times. Very neat. Not sure if any buys at all have happened. Have accrued. But no, a couple of good takes down the leg side, particularly one that kept low, actually.
In wheels Bashir, forward comes Barber. Bashir, well, I think anyone this stage of the day, fourth, he's going to be safe. Is wearily moves across. It's been a long day.
Yes. As you correctly identified, that was the reason the 2 batsmen got out. But you can't have it both ways. You can't, okay, so it's a very hot day, and that's one legitimate way of getting a batsman out on the
Well, if you're going to be out tired, you might as well do it when you've made a ton. As this one's whipped beautifully away through mid-wicket by Babar Azam, used his feet, flicked it wristily for the finest. A lot to admire in that shot, Grubby.
Yeah, it was aerial, wasn't it? But a big open space there. It just played under his nose. That was the key to it, I think. And he just flicked the wrists and away it sped.
They say he's struggling for form. This is as good a chance as any. He's already 20 off 36 for Barber to work his way back into form. His captain, the man who replaced him as captain, I think, was Shah Masood. He's already scored 151 today. Can Barber get himself back into form? There's a leg slip and a forward short leg, and it's worked between the two of them, but they don't run. And it means that after 73 overs, still wicketless for Bashir, 298 for 3. Barber on 20, Saud Shakil on 15, and for the first time, some social messages from the Fourthster.
Yes. Well, I'm not exactly sure where we got up to, but let's
make it up.
Start at Jeremy Henderson. And he writes in, he's got a spanner. He says, without Wooden Archer, the Ashes will remain down under. Well, much like the Elgin Marbles, I have to break it to you, Jeremy Henderson, that the Ashes never go down under. It's just the way it is.
They always stay at Lord's, in the museum.
Mr. D. Handjob says, if someone's going to be banned on here for saying a C word, it'd probably be me. I think it probably would.
We're seeing a lot of bird life over Multan.
Kites.
Kites, are they? The way England were playing earlier, I thought it might be vultures, just waiting for them to drop in the heat. But kites, apparently, okay. Good to know. 298 for 3. It's a bit of an ugly ground. It's a sort of a it looks like a, I don't know, League One stadium based on a couple of the roofs.
Yeah, it's a concrete basin, really, isn't it? I think it's the
basin.
kindest thing you can say about it.
Bit more Jack Leach. We were admiring his end of season work for Somerset.
Yeah,
led them terrifically to a bunch of second place in just about everything, from what I recall.
Well,
298 for 3.
He moved faster when he was backing up Ben Stokes at Headingley.
Yeah, I was saying he was out bowled by Archie Vaughan in the win against Surrey.
He was.
Archie got 11 wickets in that match, and Jack got the other 9. But for most of that match,
he finished with a 5 for against Hampshire, didn't he? And a 2 for.
I think so. Yeah,
he bowled very well.
He did. He got a lot of wickets the last 3 or 4 games.
Not quite Laker and
mainly
Lock,
at Taunton.
Not quite.
Mainly at Taunton. Have they gone back to sort of Hyderabad type pitches, or is it just end of season wear and tear?
They do turn the pitches at Taunton these days.
Right. And he's going to come to the left-handed Saud Shakil, who skips down the pitch to meet him, but can just push it to short mid-on, which I is Duckett again. So short mid-on in more ways than one. Short in terms of position. Poor old Duckett, I'm not going to have it. Remember, he is 5'8".
You're the one that's banging on about it.
He is 5'8", don't forget.
Jack, do you think Jack Leach's got the look of a manager who's got back from vacation, has spotted that things have gone a bit amiss, and rather than actually saying what the fuck has been going on here, he just it just gets down to business, sorts it all out. He leads by example.
Who is this?
Almost feels like that's
Jack
what Jack
Leach.
is doing.
Oh, Jack Leach.
No, this is what you've been missing. Efficient.
I mean, I know he's been out of the fold in recent times, but he was almost the encapsulation of the new management ethos. That quote where he said teams may be better than us, but no one's going to be
in he comes.
braver.
to Shaquille, who defends back to him. When he wears his glasses these days, I think he has a slight look of Captain Mannering about him, does Jack Leach.
No panic here.
It's sort of the slightly gingery look to him.
I mean, Arthur Lowe was rather more rotund.
Well, that is true. Wheels in. Not the prettiest of defensive shots by Saad Shaquille. Back to him. Is a bit squared up and proddy, but
played on the wall.
It was effective.
Much prefer Samantha Lowe to Samantha Lee.
Okay. 298.
I say,
4-3.
I say, you chaps, would you mind awfully falling in?
The lovely John Lemessurier, as this one's worked nicely out towards mid-wicket. There is no run.
You sure that's a good idea, sir?
I was watching one last night, actually, bizarrely, or it sort of popped up in front of me as I channel her surf. It was when he becomes an honourable. Gets right above his station, as that one is defended nicely outside of the off stump by Shaquille.
It's quite subtle, Dad's Army, because actually
very much so.
Captain Manning is very brave, which it would have been tempting to have made him quite cowardly, but he's actually quite brave in a few episodes.
Oh no, he absolutely is. Yeah. He's a golden comic creation. That one's nicely worked, but again to that short mid wicket. He whips through his overs. He got a maiden as well, has Jack Leach. So well bowled him. That'll bring that average down again under 3, I hope. I'll have to have a look in a moment. The new ball is due in 6 overs. Will they take it? That's the question. We're looking at another gentleman who's fast asleep on either his mate's or his brother's shoulder. They all seem to wake up when the camera hits them, though.
Well, I think that was his mate jogging him and saying, "Oi, you're on the screen."
298 for 3 in the meantime. We're looking at some goats. We were talking about them earlier. For some reason we're looking at a few. We don't know why, but we'll get some messages from Forthy.
Super intelligent Stephen Kelk. Goodness, you mean we will never hear the Dame Pete jingle again live on air? I don't know, just too soon to get too excited. That prospect, I'd say, Stephen. Lucky 6, my dad should get royalties for the fuck off jingle. He says that a lot. There's some detail from Leah. Ooh, something
Bashir.
About 2 different accounts and things. Maybe that's one for Bear to cast his eyes over. Nicholas Agar says Wokes are in the subcontinent. No way.
Hang on a sec.
Defended into the offside, and there was no onside. I beg your pardon. No run.
There's one for you, Tony.
Hang on a second. In he comes again. Okay. Speared down leg, left by Barber, rudely interrupting Forthy's tweet reading.
I was just going to say,
leave that.
There's Tony sounds like the inspiration for Radio 4's Ed Reardon. It says here.
Oh.
Possibly a compliment.
Possibly, yeah. I'm trying to think. I'm not sure I've heard that. That one forces Barber onto the back foot, but he angles the bat, steers it past backward point where there isn't a backward point. So they stroll an easy single. And strolling in this weather, chaps, I think is pretty much all you want to do. Probably as evening wears on, it's going to get a little bit cooler. We have had a breeze most of the day, but from what we can tell, it's something of a warm breeze. So not much relief for England. They have been chasing leather for a lot of the day.
Blowing through the jasmine in my mind.
I wondered what that noise was. I thought there was some sort of fault on my speaker, as that one's nicely worked towards mid-wicket. Summer breeze. That was Isley Brothers. Yes?
Yes.
Or one half of them.
It's a lovely tune, that, actually.
It is a beautiful song. That was no run. Just the one run off this Bashir over. We do have the Somerset pairing now of Bashir and Leach. That's defended by Saad Shaquille. And the taller of the Somerset pair, Bashir, is the one who fields off his own bowling. On the cusp of 300 for 3. I always think if you're the batting side, if you've got 300 and you're only 3 wickets, then you are in very, very good order. That beats the outside edge of Saad Shaquille. That one did turn every so often. He's found a magic ball, arguably not often enough, but it is day 1. It was indeed a Jaffa. It completely beat Saad Shaquille, who was playing down Piccadilly, and away it went down Victoria, and was well taken again by Jamie Smith. No joy for England though. Hands on heads, but unfortunately it's 299 for 3. We can go back to Forthy.
Paul K 23451. Tell my mate Woody he's a plank and get some work done instead of listening to you guys. Lol.
Okay.
Bad shot. If the stadium can't be a brutalist masterpiece, then the dilapidated barn knock is always a good second. Chris the Choir finished the gym, so free of thumping Muzak and competitive fitness videos. Maybe the birds are bald eagles, an Asian relative of the bald eagle.
Well, speaking of bald, and not necessarily eagerly, it's going to be Jack Leach to continue.
It's more peanutty.
Well, hence his nickname.
Yeah.
Hence his nickname.
Right.
Whether he's ready salted or
dry roasted.
Dry roasted. He's probably dry roasted out there, to be honest. But we shall see. He's flicking that ball in his fingers, ready to come around the wicket to the right-hander who defends, does Barber. And there is, again, no run. Fat Bear Week. I'm going to go back to Fat Bear Week. Good old the Bear versus the Walker versus Chunk Bear off. We did have a plan in the green room. We're going to tell you in a minute. Around the wicket comes Leach. Forward comes Barber. Defended back to him. If you donate 5 of English pounds by super chatting us, for every £5 we will get our bear a Mars bar to attempt to fattening him up during Fat Bear Week. So help us out, that would be fabulous. That one's defended in the offside at shortish extra cover by, I believe, Duckett.
Well, we did have that plan, but then the bear pointed out that he's diabetic.
Well, he
that
did,
probably wouldn't be a great plan.
We can find other alternatives of foodstuffs to give him that would be less harmful to his health. Around the wicket again comes Leach. Possibly a hint of turn for the slow left armour, but it's going to get them a single as it's eased away into the offside.
300
by
up.
Barber. 300 is up. 4-3. That's a very tidy looking equation if you are Pakistan. It's a very weary and worrying number if you are English. 300 is up, as the scoreboard says in great big letters. Largely on the back of that. What was that phenomenal partnership in the end, Grubbs?
Give me a moment and I'll get back to you with the exact numbers.
What did they end up on?
It's in excess of 200, obviously.
Well, it was, because they lost the first wicket for 8, didn't they?
Yeah.
So it was some effort, and it was 233 for one at tea. That's the figure I've got in my mind. So about 280 odd. 280 odd was it? No, can't have been that many. Oh no, actually, no. 240 odd, I think.
253.
253 defended back to Leach by Saud Shakil as he walks past umpire Shalfadullah, and will continue about his work to bowl the last ball of his 19th over. So he's got through his work. Down comes Saud Shakil, lofts him imperiously over his head, but as Grubby reached forward ready to press the 4 jingle, there's a man set deep, and he'll only get 2, and the score will go on to 302 for 3.
He's rather got underneath that. It looked like it was going to fly away for 4, but it's more sort of lobbed into the outfield. No chance of a catch, but it did mean it rather died on its way to the boundary.
It's a star turn today without a doubt. Abdullah Shafiq, that 102. Shan Masood, remember captain, 5-0 as captain, but 151 before he was finally caught and bowled with a tired return catch to Jack Leach. More importantly, both slightly slower for Shafiq, who had a bit of a fallow period for a while. His 177 balls for his 151. Shan Masood really was the star turn of the day. Captain's knock, if ever there was one. And the leg slip and the forward short leg await the other half of the Somerset pair, and it goes down leg, stopped on the dive to his right by Joe Root. So well done him.
Jamie Smith will thank him for not allowing any byes there.
You can get through a day with no byes, and this kind of heat, you can look back at it with some satisfaction. Again, that's down
Good
leg.
take.
Well taken and well anticipated indeed by Smith, whose gloves were there ready. It's always a sign of a good wicket keeper, I think. If you've already got your gloves in the right place rather than having to dive, then it shows good anticipation. Oh, that's dragged down. Barber wants nothing to do with it. Probably wise.
There's been one bye.
One bye, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's not bad. I'd still say that's a good day's work for a part-time wicket-keeper.
One by baby.
And Bashir throws that one up. One by baby. We've had the Isley brothers. Bye baby.
Bay City Rollers.
Bay City Rollers.
I did do a jingle once for the Bear where it was for a leg by, as I just crudely inserted the word leg into that song. Leg by baby, baby. Leg
good.
by.
Defended again by Barber. You know why they're called that? I've told you this before. Why they're called the Bay City Rollers?
Because they stuck a pin in a
They
map.
literally stuck a pin in a map of the US, and it landed and stuck into Bay City in Michigan, where I used to stay frequently when on my trips to Michigan. Over the wicket comes Bashir, defended by Barber into the offside. Onside, no run. It's another one. The new ball due in
3 overs time, but will they be able to take it? I mean, I don't know how quickly it's going to get dark there. But presumably they're not going to get 90 overs in. Will they get any more than 80, such that they will have the choice?
As the evening wears on, do they even want to? 302 for 3 anyway, and we go back to 40.
Leah, England are so bad, even Shah Massoud can score a captain's knock against them. It's his first century as captain. Lucky
He's
six
a quality
with-
batsman, though.
With Lucky 6 with an arresting image. Stadia should be havens from reality with a scent of roses, and every seat should be a toilet. Nice. George McPherson, who's giving an impression of an empurpled old admiral in a bath chair. Very poor bowling from England. Allow a 253-run partnership to happen is embarrassing. The youngsters are cannon fodder. So that's George. Daz Reynolds, what's bowling figures for the quicks? And Kieran Roseblade, what ball are they using?
It's a Kookaburra, we believe, and it's looked like it, to be fair. When you said what the figures for the quicks, we can give you those in just a moment.
Yeah,
we'll wait for Jack Leach. You want to do that?
Yeah.
If you give us that, Grubby, we'll wait for Jack Leach. Left arm around, defended by a left-handed bat in the shape of Saad Shakil, and there is no run.
Wokes has figures of none for 54 from his 13, so going at more than 4 and over. Atkinson 2 for 58 from 13. At least he's got those wickets, but he's more expensive, 4.5 and over.
Could have come at a bit more of a cost as Leach is in. Reverse swept by Saud Shakil, backward of square leg. Cass is barrelling after. He's going to get there too. He looked like he was running through treacle, but the ball was slowing up rapidly.
Backward point, wouldn't it? It's a reverse sweep.
Of course it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Bryden Cass has none for 48 from 13. And so that's your seamers figures that I think someone was after. And then Bashir's also been relatively expensive, 4.3 and over, 69 runs from his 16, no wickets.
Leach into left-handed Saud Shakil. Forward comes Shakil, pushes to short mid-wicket. The short mid-wicket being the short Ben Duckett, all 5'8" of the towering colossus that is Ben Duckett. And there is no run. 304 for 3. Defended again. Oh, beats the dive of Duckett. A taller man, well, possibly may have got there, but he may have taken longer to get down, Grubby.
For a man who doesn't want to dwell on his height,
yes.
you're mentioning him every
well,
single time.
Well, I tell you how tall he was there. He was probably about 7 or 8 inches or however wide, because he was flat out on the ground.
I always mention Kevin Keegan, who famously was, famously in my head at least, was 5'8", but then the question arises, was that with or without perm?
Well, I was about to say, add 2 or 3 inches for the hair.
Have you ever seen Phil Neal's perm? That's the worst.
Oh, God, yeah, I can picture that now.
Leach. In he comes. Defended nicely by Barbara Azam.
And I don't mean the
no run.
No. I mean, the whole of that Liverpool team round about that time, you're looking across at Terry McDermott.
Oh, yeah.
Craig Johnston.
Yes.
Johnston.
Wasn't
Bruce Grobbelaar was good with a
he went full shave towards the end of his career, didn't he? Is that one with his nudged into the onside? No run. Another over of Jack Leach ticks by, just 3 from it. It's 305 for 3. 2 overs now to the new ball, but will they take it? We wonder. Be interesting to see.
I think they will if they're still playing. If they're able to play, there's no reason why you wouldn't take the new ball. Have a go tonight and another go in the morning.
40. What have we got left in actual overs?
I've got in my locker. I've got my YouTube. What's in Ian's YouTube locker? Nicholas Agar says, "What's a good score on this wicket? 550 plus." We'll get the chap's thoughts on that in a minute. Paul K 23451. Woody now crying, ha ha. Stephen Kelk, just step aside for a moment while I read this one out. Fourthie always says such nice things about me, so I will always point out how much I love his music podcasts. For me, that gets post of the day. It's very good. That's machine politics.
Defended by Saad Shakil, fielded by Bashir off his own bowling. There is no run. How are the audience figures going for the one I was on?
Every podcaster throughout the world wishes they were bigger. Some rare fallout, but Final Maelstrom's just taking a little while to get going.
This one's cut to back point, fielded by Cass in a big old floppy hat. Allah in the mode of Stuart Broad. Sadly, not in the bowling mode of Stuart Broad. Actually, it was a pretty decent piece of fielding towards the end of a long, tiring and arduous day. He did pretty well. That's nicely defended. Back.
We used to be quite critical of
Bashir
Stuart Broad when he kicked off, though, didn't we? I remember there was a lot of program heat on Stuart Broad's bowling when he kicked off. It's always the way.
305-3. Well, they found a way to banish Stuart Broad towards the end of his career. I'll just hold that thought for a minute. And that one's defended again. And that would be to drop him and then wait to see what he did in the next test, which would normally come roaring back. It's the equivalent of feeding, a lion raw meat.
Johnny Bairstow did the same, didn't he?
Yes.
Similar.
Yeah, well, and then it stopped working in Johnny's case. I think we have seen the last of Johnny, haven't we? Dear, poor Johnny. Dear Johnny. Gone now for England, gone. Defended by Saad Shakil, back to Bashir, who quite athletically, I think, reaches down. If he'd have been touching his toes, he could have been, because he didn't bend his legs at all and still managed to retrieve the ball comfortably enough. That one turns a bit, but predictably and easily worked away down towards fine leg. And they'll take another single. In fact, it means that Barber will keep the strike. It's 306 for 3. Fourth thing.
Nicholas Agar asks, is Stokes fit?
No.
Muttley Von Erich, food alternative for fattening the bear? Sausages?
Oh, yeah. Great. Salmon is what they want. The whole thing's about the sockeye salmon.
But he could eat, our bear could eat a sausage rather than a Mars bar every time someone donates.
Yeah, he'd be all right. So he'd be all right with sausages. That would be fine. Salmon would be fine.
It was like one of those terrible old sledges from the 90s, something about feeding Mars bars and all that nonsense.
Yes.
No, I don't think so. Hamstring, wasn't it? Yes, I think it was.
It was hamstring for
oh yeah,
Ben Stokes.
Twanged a hammy.
He did. The sun is looking. Sorry, Fourth.
Peanut, who in international cricket would be the other types of nut like pistachio or walnut. I'll put that to the team.
Ooh, walnut, it'd be sort of
someone craggy,
old and wrinkled and craggy. Yeah,
maybe Brian Close when he came back in the 70s.
Yeah, that would be that would work well for him.
He was hard as a walnut as well.
Yeah,
it's only on you for a second.
Indeed.
Maybe John Edrich. He was slightly crinkly.
He was, yeah. One of Hendo's favourites, I think, Edrich.
Defended nicely by Saad Shakil off Jack Leach.
There is in a photo of that 1970-71 England team that won in Australia.
Under Illingworth.
Like convention of middle-aged accountants.
Yes. Everyone, but as football teams are the same, we'll just wait for a minute. That one's nicely defended into the onside, Duckett Fields. There was an era when even young people looked old.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get footballers with comb-overs these days, do you?
No. Ralph Coates.
Or relaxing with
Bobby
a pipe.
Charlton, obviously.
With a pipe and a cardigan.
No, that was nicely flicked out to sort of a deeply set mid-on, which is Zach Crawley. He's also in a floppy hat. Can't prevent a single, though, even if he'd thrown his hat on it. And they move on by 1. 307 for 3, a day that thus far, well, whatever happens, you think, has been fully, squarely and completely Pakistan's day. 2 wickets, still Pakistan's day, but you can only take them one at a time, and England really would love to get at least one more tonight. That's defended back to Leach, who defends. He's smiling away, he's enjoying his
why
work.
not?
Why wouldn't you?
Why not?
Back in the England setup. To be fair, the England management as good as their word when they said we don't see this as the end of Jack Leach. We see him coming back for international tours, and they even say, like Pakistan, defended into the offside, no run.
Noticeably darker there in Multan. A very crepuscular look to the light.
Well, and it looks it's very kind of deep and red as the sun sets. We're right in the centre, pretty much, of slap bang in the middle of Pakistan and sort of the southern part of the Punjab, I think, if my geography is vaguely right.
Rosy-fingered dusk.
Around the wicket comes Leach, skips forward as Barber, but in the end defends. An attacking defensive shot, if you will. It's the end of the over. It's 307 for 380 overs are complete. That new ball is due, and whilst Forthy gives us some messages, well, oh no, Hendo is already here to do the overspill session. My word, he's keen today. He's bought his pillow, and which he's now displaying to the.
Change around.
I think so. If you read a couple of messages there, Forthy, we'll do the change while you're doing that.
Oh yeah. Right. Let me get back into the messages. Oh no. Hang on. I will.
I'll just
here
sit
we go.
here until Hendo's in position. Hendo's in position.
Oh,
thanks,
the
Forthy.
idea
See you.
It's like making Range Rovers more expensive. Fancy the best, chaps. What time is play on till today, please?
We reckon another half an hour. We're not going to get through 90 overs, I don't think, because we'd need 10 overs, and that's not going to be done in 30 minutes, is it?
I wish you farewell. Cheers.
Thanks, Forthy. Thanks, Forthy. Marvellous news. The Bear has donated his final ball by ball to me, on the basis that he's in more often.
Oh.
Which is very kind. And Messi's back.
Hello.
Hello, Messi.
And the Women's World Cup match starts in exactly 1 hour, so you've got cricket continuing on.
No, it starts in 2 hours. 2 hours. 3 o'clock. Our time. It's 1 o'clock here.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry.
2 hours.
Bashir
is going to continue. He's bowled without any luck, really. I think he's bowled quite well at times. Into his 18th over, he bowls to Saud Shakil, comes onto the front foot, defends back to the bowler. 307 for 3. These two consolidating, really. Baba 22 off 55, Saud 22 off 56. After a fantastic partnership worth over 200 from the second wicket pair of Abdullah Shafiq and Shan Masood. Both got hundreds. Bashir is in. The second new ball is available. The Bear was asking the question, would they take it? At the moment, it would suggest not. This again is defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. Well, we did sort of touch on
the last 2 overs of the day. They might give it a go. That's it.
Well,
I don't even think they'll do that. I think they'll just wait until tomorrow.
Bashir in again. He's probing around about leg stump, hoping for the ball to straighten. It doesn't really do very much, and it's tickled away towards square leg by Shakil, who'll get a single.
Well, there's no longer shadows on the pitch, so even though the sunset is technically 5:52, which is in 50 odd minutes time, 49 minutes time, I'm not sure how quick. I mean, the sun goes down pretty quick there. I imagine they might even get half an hour in here. It's looking quite dark already.
Yeah.
Into the legs of Babar Azami. Steers it into the legs of the man at short leg. There is no run. I think Ben Duckett is in there. Wokes is warming up, so perhaps we will get the new ball taken. As we were saying, we're not going to get a full 10 overs of the new ball, or even 9 overs of the new ball anyway. Again onto the leg stump, whipped away towards mid wicket. Again, no run. So perhaps England will get, if they start the next over with the new ball, what will they get? 4 overs maybe? So it's only 2 overs for Wokes and 2 overs for Atkinson, maybe 3 for one of them. Defended again to Duckett at short leg. There is no run. 308 for 3. Manifestly Pakistan's day. England have pulled it back a little bit in this session, but otherwise they were being run ragged for so much of the day. Leach has 1 for 61, Atkinson 2 for 58, Wokes yet to take a wicket, none for 54, Cast none for 48. Bashir, none for 71. And of course, Jack Leach is the man who took the other wicket, caught and bowled. The new ball is coming out, and it looks like it's going to be. Well, they're putting Atkinson up on the screen. It was Wokes that was warming up, but it looks like it's going to be Gus Atkinson initially. So let's jingle him up.
Who?
Gus Atkinson.
Okay, we can do that.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
New balls, please.
Well, Atkinson, he's. I wouldn't say he's left off, or he started where he left off in the summer exactly, but he's got 2 wickets. He's in, bowls to Shakil, who says, "Oh, that's a juicy half volley. Do you mind if I just place that between extra and mid-off?" And it's not going to quite reach the boundary. It's a good piece of fielding. Flick back to Wokes, who gets the throw in. So they will get 3 runs there. 311 for 3. Lovely stroke, but loosener.
Very much a loosener.
I don't like the idea of looseners.
You should have bowled 1
I
or 2
reckon we've
balls with the elbow.
seen more 3s run today than we saw in the whole of the English summer.
Absolutely. I was quite pleased when I looked this morning and saw how many 3s have been taken. I thought, well, at least that means that the boundaries are a decent, you know, a decent distance.
Yeah.
Atkinson in. He's got 2 slips, and well, it's, you know, just reversed the batsman. It was a left-hander smiting a glorious drive through extra cover. This time it's the right-hander Babar, and he's put that away. This time the chasers won't catch up with it. It's 4 runs. Yeah, 2 really lackluster deliveries from Atkinson to
That's
start
why I
with.
wouldn't have bothered taking it tonight.
Well, it's also why I would have preferred, I mean, maybe he doesn't like to bowl with the new ball, but I would have preferred Cars with the new ball, because at least he might get a little bit of extra bounce, because he is quicker and he is taller. But Atkinson looks quite weary on the evidence of those 2 deliveries. Brings up the 50 partnership, 52 off 113, so clearly much more slow than the previous partnerships. This is driven, punched really by Baba. That was Baba almost back to his best there with that shot, but he's picked out mid-on. There is no run. Of course,
I should mention there's a good chance of somebody getting somewhere close on the GPL today. We've got plenty of picks up until, well, right through, but there's quite a few there.
So how many entries do we have today then?
I shall have a look.
We got 20, I think.
Oh, that's good. Outside the off-stump, that's a better delivery. Brings Baba forward in defence, straight back to the bowler.
I should say 12 of them were mine.
Oh, right. So you mean you might win it, basically?
I put quite a few in, and then they were scoring so fast, so I thought, I better top this up. So I put a whole lot up the top, which aren't going to be needed now.
So we've got 315 runs so far.
Next is 321, which is Big Brain 61. It's Brian.
Is that Big Brian? Is that Brian?
Yeah.
Oh, Brian Barish. Okay.
Yep.
Baba waits in. Comes Atkinson. He's just a hint that he's revving himself up a little bit. That was quicker and bouncier, but it was too wide of the off stump, left alone by Baba. He's got figures of 2 for 65, just about to complete his 14th over of the day. And I guess 14 overs for a quick bowler in this heat is about enough, isn't it? You don't really want to have them pushing on to 20 overs.
Oh no, not 20, but
I mean, you would get that in a day in England, wouldn't you, from your pace bowlers? Atkinson in, looking for the Yorker, dug out quite easily, really, by
floaty,
Baba.
that was.
And they all converge on it from the covers. There is no run. End of the over. 315 for 3. Baba 26. Shakil 23. Messi.
Tanvir Lam says hi.
Hello.
Stephen Kelk says just realised the England versus South Africa women game starts not too long after close of play. Live.
Absolutely right.
Muttley says, Messi is White Line Wireless covering any of the Women's World Cup. No, it's not. But I can tell you, actually, that Daniel Norcross and Matt Roller are doing a pretty good job for Test Match Special on the World Cup. Daz Reynolds says, will they take the new ball? Yes. If Wood gets picked for the New Zealand tour, who gets dropped? Well,
I don't think Wood's fit for the rest of the year. I think Wood's out for the rest of the year.
No.
So
dodgy elbow again.
Yeah, I don't think there's any problem. Any chance that he'll be back.
Matt Cullen says, what's the highest number of bowlers used in the Test innings? I think all 11 have ever bowled. I think it's only 10, but I'm not positive.
I do remember seeing MS Dhoni take off the gloves in England, wasn't it?
That's why we had that jingle.
Yeah,
the old Bucks Fizz one, wasn't it?
Did bowled a bit of medium pace, didn't he?
And Brown Barry says, why did I decide to play the GPL when my heart still hasn't recovered from the Phillies game last night?
Wokes then is into the attack, and he bowls first ball to Saud Shakil, who defends into the onside towards the mid wicket. The sun is very definitely setting. The floodlights are on, so that tells you something, doesn't it? There's not enough natural light.
It's quite dark out there.
It does look quite dark, yeah. So we may not get that many more overs. That said, I mean, nothing out there at the moment is physically threatening, is it?
No.
I mean,
but you can't play in the dark, can you?
Well, you can't play in the dark, obviously, but to a point. Wokes in again, angling it across the left-hander, who leaves it alone very watchfully. England would love another wicket tonight because you don't want these two guys back in the morning. It's already beginning to look a little bit dangerous. They've added over 50. They've got 26 apiece. Babar Azam has not scored a Test match 50 for something like 14 innings. And, of course, he was just waiting for England to turn up to do it.
Of course he was. Everyone just waits for England.
I can tell you, Matthew Cullen, that 4 times 11 bowlers have been bowled in innings. As far...
Oh, he's found an outside edge there, or a leading edge at least. I thought for a moment that was shooting off towards the slips, but it actually squirted out into the offside. But it was certainly a bit of a leading edge there from Shakil. But, nothing to get as alarmed as I did about it.
The significant thing in those figures, Matthew, is that every match where either 11 or 10 bowlers have been used in an innings was drawn.
That tells you something, doesn't it, really?
Is that Test matches or first class?
Test matches.
Short and punched away. Beautiful shot from Shakil, given width. Yeah, and he was given time by the length of the delivery, and he's put it away for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And as we've kind of said all day, England are discovering and suffering from the fact that there is no margin for error on this pitch. And things you might have got away with in the summer in England, you won't get away with here. It's an easy pace pitch. It's coming onto the bat nicely. It's doing very little. 2 slips in the gully though. Wokes in and a straighter ball this time, but covering up is Shakil all the way up to mid-on. It goes, and there is no run. 319 for 3. And Pakistan will be very happy. The talk on the podcast from Atif was that Pakistan fans will turn their backs on their team, and that's a big worry. But England have ensured that all will be well in Multan by not being very prepared for this match. Defended back to the bowler by Shakil. There is no run. He's on 30 from 64. Babar has 26 from 63. Messi.
I think England can probably blame Annie Chave for cheering up Dizzy Gillespie yesterday.
That's what it was. Yeah, she's worked her magic in the wrong way.
Nicholas Agar says about bowlers are too knackered to take the new ball now.
That's what I think. Yeah, I'd have left it till tomorrow, but hey.
Andy Feeney says, just for nostalgia, I'm hoping for a Ted Rogers 321. Don't know what that means.
321. It was a quiz program in this country. 321.
Dusty Bin, wasn't it?
Something like that. Yeah.
And Lockie says, obviously drop root for wood. Another example of why my career as a selector didn't work out.
I think there are some selectors who've made worse selections than that, and that's saying something, isn't it? The current run rate is down to 3.84. For a lot of the day, it was well up over 4,
Yeah,
up to 4.7. Did it ever go up to 5?
It was around about 5 at just after lunch and just after.
2 slips, Atkinson into Baba. He says, here's a nice half volley for you. And Baba says, thank you. I've been a bit out of form, but I'll accept that. It's chased by Bryden Cast. They should get back for a third. They do.
Ooh, 322 to Splits.
322.
Splits grubby. I mean, Splits messy, and Big Brain is out at 321.
The Big Brain proved not to be big enough.
I'm looking more towards 333 or 343.
I don't know if they'll score that many runs. It's late in the day, isn't it? I think it's going to be, easy runs on offer they'll take. I don't think that anything else they'll just leave. And so it depends how many bad balls there are left in the day, really. Yeah,
they're not going to manufacture shots, I wouldn't have thought at this stage. But as you say,
they scored 11 in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, but they were from
gifted
3
long half volleys,
juicy half volleys, weren't they?
Yeah. Well,
on a fantastic batting pitch. In comes Atkinson, bowls a short one, cut. It's got away out into the outer, as they say in Australia. They're just going to get a single, funnily enough. Thought they might have got more than that. 323.
They could go off now and you'd win, Messi.
Yeah.
How much was it?
Nobody's. It's 187, I think it is. Yes, 187
pounds. Well, actually, that shouldn't have been a single. It should have been stopped by Pope, who is now inspecting his finger at backward point. Is he going to run? He's going to run off. Oh no! Don't tell me it's a dislocation of the finger. He's not looking happy. He's definitely running off, I think.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. He's just running to another position. I'll just trying to create some drama.
I did a rough calculation the other day. I think I put about £200 into this pot of 187.
Wow. Atkinson in bowls, forces Babar onto the back foot. I think it went through his mind to try and pull that initially, and then thought, hang on, it's late in the day. I don't want to throw it away. So he ends up playing it defensively. That's a hell of a pot for the GPL, isn't it? 187 quid. It's amongst the highest we've had. I think we've had over 200 quid on 1 or 2
we've
occasions.
had nearly 300. I think we have got over 300 once.
I don't think we've got us.
Yeah, we have.
Have
we? Definitely 290, I remember.
Ombre was saying, he thinks he won 284 or something like that.
Really? Bloody hell. 323 for 3. Atkinson, 2 for 69. Allegedly 6.5 overs left, but it'll be nothing like that. What time is it now, boys?
It's 18 minutes past, so probably
12 more
overs
minutes
after this if they don't.
2 or 3. Short ball. That was a short ball which had absolutely no heart in it at all. It was only 129 miles an hour, and Babar Azam moved out of the way of it incredibly easily. That was just, look, I can still bowl a short ball, but no, really, it just didn't convince at all. Babar has 29. Saud Shakil has 31. Saud Shakil, of course, averaging just over 60 in Test cricket. So he's halfway there to his average. Atkinson in another short ball. I mean, very short ball, I have to say. And even with a hard new ball, it's not really going through with any pace at all, is it? And Babar is underneath it with no problem whatsoever. Atkinson hoping that he might go for the hook shot and top edge one, maybe down to long leg, but Baba is as yet unmoved in that respect. Settles down, waits for the final ball of Atkinson's over. He's in, no slips, but he has got a leg slip, and finally he does pull it because it was low enough for him to get hold of. Jack Leach fields at long leg. Baba takes the single, will keep the strike. Pakistan are 324 for 3. Messi.
Mog says, just last week there were articles about how Pakistan was the worst team in Asia.
Yep.
And there was definitely a 290 quid pot at one stage.
Okay.
Lockie 6 says Pakistan were well on target for 350 today, but England turned the tables and ground into the hot, dry heat. It's England's day. Yeah.
Well, I
think that's slightly wishful thinking. I think they did well to come back. But the other thing I'd say is that given the fact that there's been absolutely no hold-ups of any significance, England surely are going to get fined for a slow overrate today. But could it be the fact that they thought, well, we can't make the WTC final, so who gives a fuck?
Well, I was amazed to find out that by losing that test to Sri Lanka, which they could quite easily have won if they played with any sort of discipline whatsoever, that England would still be in a chance of getting into the World Test Championship. As I understand it now, teams have got to fail dismally for England even to have an outside hope. And I think that was dereliction of duty on that basis, because, England has got the World Test Championship. It's had 2 of them already. It's got 3rd at Lords next summer. Wokes in, bowls to Babar, who defends a good length ball, probing around the top of off, back to the bowler, no run.
It would have made it a 6-test series against India.
Well, potentially, or Australia. I mean, that would have been a curious one. If it ended up being against India, and then you've got a 5-test series against India, I mean, what do you most want to win? I'd say the series, actually, to be honest.
Yes.
So that's a curious one. So, but imagine that, an Australia warm-up for an India series, and then the Ashes to come. That would be absolutely mouth-watering. 2 slips waiting. In comes Wokes. Beats him outside the off-stump. Don't think the ball did anything much.
Particularly. Didn't.
Maybe just played down the wrong line slightly.
I think so.
Yeah, it's... So I was kind of annoyed when I read that, because irrespective of, you say, the fact that, England won 5 out of 6 matches in the summer, at the beginning of the summer, I would have said, without rain, they should win all those tests. Without doubt. Because, both of those teams came in undercooked. Wokes in again. Oh, he's in by the pass! Close, surely!
Got to be out!
Yes, it is! And Babar Azam fails to get to 50 for a 15th innings in a row, but he is going to...
no, it's not going down leg side.
He thinks it's going down the leg side, so that implies that he doesn't think he got an inside edge on that. And I think having given that out, it's surely got to be clipping, hasn't it?
I think it's certainly not too high.
It's not even clipping.
That's hitting.
Height is the only thing that could save him.
It didn't seem that high. This pitch has got low, and that was a fuller ball. That's banging into middle and leg, isn't it? I think it's plumb as plumb can be.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I think it's
just
close,
under the
but
you can see his leg stump behind his leg there.
It's good wobble.
That's banging.
It's got to be hitting leg, hasn't it?
Yeah, you can see the bottom of the leg stump behind him. That's going straight into maybe the inside edge of leg stump, I reckon. He's got nowhere near it with the bat, has he?
The thing is, you just don't know with Hawkeye. I don't think. Sometimes you think that's absolutely dead on, and then suddenly something happens. I'm sure there's a glitch in the system somewhere.
That is plumb.
Well, it's hit him on the knee roll.
Yeah, he's not a tall man.
Got a fair way forward though.
Not that far. The trajectory's that's banging into leg, middle and leg. Doof.
It's hitting leg, 2 inches from the top. And Chris Wokes, the much maligned Chris Wokes when it comes to overseas tests, has got the iconic wicket of Babar Azam for 30.
And he doesn't get 50 again?
On your bike, mate.
What's the betting they get the light meter out now and go, it's a bit too dark?
30 off 71. Well, I'm not sure who's in next. I'm trying to think.
Rizwan, isn't it? Unless they put a night. They might put Sakar Alman in as a night watchman.
They might indeed. Actually, so they've got a little bit of time to spare. I mean, that's always the worry, is that you get a man out and then that's the end of the day. But now they've got a chance to get another one, which would turn the day on its head a little bit. It would turn it onto its neck, if not its head. Wokes has 1 for 58. We need to know who it's coming at. It's definitely not Mohammed Rizwan. I can tell you that.
Shah, isn't it?
It is Nasim Shah, so it is a night watchman.
Here we go.
When the sea Shah left home, he said to his dad that you're the man of the house now, because Nasim Shah is just like food.
Oh, well, this makes it much more interesting, doesn't it? From an England point of view.
It looks virtually dark out there now.
Now, a man averaging 7 is coming to the crease. Highest score of 18.
Babar Azam's last 17 innings, he's made double figures on all but 2 occasions, but hasn't got past 41.
Yeah, so that is
Remarkable.
17 innings without a 50. Yeah. Interesting. Wokes then. 3 slips in the gully. He's in. Bowls to Naseem, who rather uneasily manages to sort of clip that away up towards mid-on.
He just missed it, didn't he? It didn't really do anything.
Well,
I suppose he got beaten on the outside edge, and then one that went straight on.
Yeah, well, that's you've got to say. Actually, I mean, we didn't perhaps give Wokes the credit for the previous ball that he played and missed at. It did, on replay, nibble a little bit, and so perhaps he was aware of that, but you've got to say that's incredibly skillful bowling from Wokes, who, again, goes past the outside edge, this time of Naseem Shah, who didn't really seem to know anything much about that. And it's good to see Wokes with a little bit of
zip,
a bit of adrenaline flowing.
He's got a chance of getting a Waden.
He's got a chance of getting a Waden. He's got a chance of getting a second wicket. I mean, a man who's got to bring his average overseas down from about 50-something, is it? Or even worse?
I think it's about 70, isn't it?
Is it as high as that?
Yeah, it's ridiculously high.
3 slips in the gully. Whoa! Oh! Bowled him, has he? Has he bowled him? Surely that bowled him. No, it didn't. My God, that was close to the off stump, and it also kept a little bit low. Naseem,
keep low, didn't it?
again, knew nothing, and you felt that Wokes had got the wicket there, but he hasn't. It's missed by
a whisker.
An absolute whisker, really has. And one more wicket tonight, and England will feel like they
got out of jail.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, I was going to go back to the point that I think I noticed that they were 207 for 1 after 44 overs, because I remember thinking to myself, we're not even halfway through the day. They could easily get 400. I know another correspondent was saying they could get 350, but they could, at that point, 400 was very definitely on. Now they're 324 for 4. They're not going to get many more than this.
And this will be the last over of the day.
Yeah.
Presumably from Gus
Stephen
Atkinson.
Kelp says Chris Wokes in overseas wicket shock. Criticism aside, well done, Mr. Wokes. Brilliant resilience from England. Victory is assured, says Lockie. Fuck, that jingle was awful, says Mog.
Naseem Shah, I quite like it.
The irresistible pressure of England's heroes. And by the way, 327 is, I presume, Hombre Nuevos, is it?
327 is Hombre Nuevo.
Is that the next one?
That's a 3. I can't see a 3 being scored.
What else have we got?
Well, then it would be 331, which is what?
327 or
7 away. I can't see 7 being scored in the final.
Little edge, little edge.
Little edge would like to go for 4, which would take 328.
Well, they're going to have a change of bowling for the final over of the day. It's Bryden Cast.
Oh, they're bowling out!
No,
Wow!
I think it's a bit high, I think. Yeah, angled in from round the wicket. But, it might be worth reviewing. I don't know.
It's nothing like a wicket to G up the commentators.
I don't know.
He's a small man, is Soud.
It is. I would be prepared to review that.
They've only got 2. Both teams have got.
Oh no,
is
got
that
fat inside edge.
Okay.
Good decision not to review.
Otherwise, because it's hit him on the back leg, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So I think that's probably a good decision. Certainly, it would
Thing
hit
is,
the stumps, I think.
With the wicket not really doing a lot.
Cast again, defended, a straight ball back to him. He falls over in picking that up. But
he trips over his own feet. Yeah, I mean, big inside edge, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, just saved by that inside edge. Otherwise, it's a very good ball from Cast, who's come back for this final over. They just decided Atkinson may be looking a bit tired. He bowled a couple of overs, went for a few.
Yeah, I need to stick him in an ice bath and get the fucking masseurs on him.
Absolutely. Can Cast produce some magic? He needs a wicket. He hasn't got one yet in his debut test. He bowls a Yorker and it produces a yelp from the fat bear, and there is no run.
He just missed a straight one, didn't he? That's very kind of root-like. A couple of years ago, just missing the odd straight one that you should be turning in the leg side.
Yeah, but I think if you are able to get it to move both ways, and he had bowled that previous delivery that had gone away from him, and he probably thought he needed to get more across to it. I don't know.
I've got a radical idea for you, Bear, after this delivery.
Oh, radical! I like a bit of radical.
Two slips from the gully. In comes Cast. Bowles hits him high on the pad. That's going to be going well over. A bit of excitement from behind the stumps. England finding a little bit of adrenaline right at the end of the day here. But they have only 2 balls to go. And it looks like it's almost midnight there now.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm just thinking that the GPL is going to be over £200 tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But it will close at 8 a.m. Any chance of opening it overnight so people who want to have a stab before they go to bed can actually do that?
I could open it at the end of the day, I suppose, and just have it open until tomorrow.
Cast in again to Shaquille, and he's clipped that in the air, but perfectly safely because it's gone into the gap at mid wicket.
3.
It's going to be chased.
three?
He's going 4. No, it's 328. So basically,
now he needs 3 off the last ball, and
is that Ombre?
No, Big Brain Brian. Big Brain Brian.
Oh, he's back in it. I thought he was out.
Well, he was out at 3-2-1.
Oh, I see. But he
had 3-3-1. So he's gone to 1. So if they get 3 off this last ball, Big Brain will win it.
Well,
that was pretty close to being a 3. That
it was. Would they have run 3? I don't know if they'd have bothered winning 3.
Sound moves to 35. So we're all poised, more interested in what's going to happen to the GPL than the wicket. And Cos keeps that tension going by running up to the crease and then deciding not to bowl.
I don't think Sound was ready, was he? I don't think he realised, so he just ran through the crease.
Well, is there a 3-3-2 as well as a 3-3-1?
No, the next one would be 3-3-3, which would be what?
Impossible.
5 off the last ball. Is there a helmet behind the?
Well, or you could get a single and then they go through a quick single and then get 4 overthrows, I suppose.
Yeah. Or a no ball that gets hit for 4. But then there would be one ball.
Kelks says all that exuberance from the commentators are making my work colleagues curious and nervous in equal measure.
Good. Cos in bowls. Defended by Saud Shakil. It means that we finish 4 overs short of the 90
and
we
no one wins the GPL.
thought we're going to get, and nobody wins the GPL. It rolls over again. Rolls right over, baby.
If you open it early, shortly, Bear, I'll tweet out about it so people can get in before they go to bed.
Fair
Excellent.
enough.
That sounds like good fun. And
Nueva just says bastards.
and hopefully.
Well, the pot is 187 starting tomorrow.
Having opened it at night, maybe we should do this every day. And loads and loads of people who don't normally take part will take part. 95 for 3 in that session. 34 overs. A run rate of only 2.79, so England did fight back in that final session. The other 2 sessions went for 122 and 111 at run rates of 4.88 and 4.11, and Pakistan at that point were well on top. You'd say they're still on top. They're 328 runs to the good, and they've only lost 4 wickets. They've still got Mohammad Rizwan in the shed, very fine batsman these days. So, they will still be looking at 450, 500 as a first innings score. And England will just have to rest their weary limbs. They will have to rehydrate. They will have to have a good night's sleep. And they will have to come back refreshed in the morning and try and take early wickets. It's going to be a crucial first hour. Abdullah caught Pope, bowled Atkinson 102. Saim Court Smith bowled Atkinson for 4. That was the first wicket. Shan, Corn bowled each 151. Baba, LBW to Wokes to 30. Saud Shakil 35 not out from 72 balls. Naseem Shah came in as the night watchman. He's not out. Not quite sure how he's not out. Even from the 3 balls he faced, he looked at all at sea. But a couple of wickets for Atkinson. Didn't think he bowled that well. Bryden Cast bowled with pace, but not much consistency. Jack Leach was probably the pick of England's bowlers, picking up the Corton bowl to get rid of Shah Masood for a magnificent 100. I suppose that's what we should say, is that there was some beautiful batting from Pakistan on a wicket that looks made for batsmen.
It does indeed.
At the moment. Could change, of course.
I'm sure it will do after a certain amount of time.
We shall see.
Jay Grover, we are not ignoring you over on Twitter. It's just that we don't really monitor the Twitter feed as much. He's been
Sorry,
going.
Joe.
So what's he say? Has he got anything to say?
He says someone's probably blocked him. No, I haven't. You're still
No,
going
we're not
through.
blocking you. Don't get paranoid. So yeah, I mean, a pretty good day's Test cricket. A really interesting day's cricket. I think
England have fought back quite well actually after conceding virtually, was it 251 partnership?
Pretty much.
Yes. Haven't got those 2 wickets. They have come back quite well. I mean, I guess Saud and Babar kind of played a little bit into England's hands by slowing things up and not being as aggressive. It's kind of allowed them back into the game. I'm sure England won't do that. They might well lose a hell of a lot of wickets in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was. He's missed a straight one. Apart from that, had he got through, you'd have said these two have consolidated really well.
Yeah.
Because losing 2 quick wickets, you've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, and they both got to their 30s, and so you would say, they would have at 328 for 3. They'd have been very happy indeed. But that extra wicket, and really only one recognised batsman to come, isn't it? In Rizwan, that you would think England will go into tomorrow thinking, wow, we've opened a door here. Leach 1 for 61 from 21, Wokes 1 for 58, good reward for him. Atkinson 2 for 70, perhaps flattered a little bit by those figures. Bashir, I think, bowled better than 18 overs, none for 71. Cast bowled a little bit better than 14 overs, none for 52. There were 3 overs from Root that went for 14. Was he underutilised, Root?
Not really. I don't think when you got that bowling attack, it's the first time of series, you don't really need to go to your part-timers, do you?
No.
When they're on 500 tomorrow, you might want to go back to Rooty, but
Yeah, it's a fair point. It's been a sunny day. It's been a sunny day in Multan.
It's been a hot day in Multan.
It's been a hot day. It's been a sunny day.
A couple of messages still here.
Go on.
James Hopkinson says, well done, keeping the excitement going to the end of a long day's grind. Thank you, James. Lockie says, Bear thinks everything is out, and he's right.
Yes.
Ben McCormick says, yet again, the joy of someone missing out on the GPL is palpable.
It is. It's amazing how
we're the bank. We don't like losing.
Lockie 6 says, Test cricket is so boring, right?
Oh, God, yeah, terrible. I'd rather watch a T10 from Zimbabwe any day.
And as Mog says, that was tension. The GPL adds something, doesn't it?
It
Omri
does
Nueva says, long live the GPL. Cheers. Thanks for the lovely coverage and chat, everybody, says Stephen Kilt. And Pokey says, 4 down is better than a poke in the eye. Play the crucial first hour jingle. We'll be on tomorrow.
I was looking for it earlier and I couldn't find it. I'm not sure what category it's under, to be honest.
I think
is it
extras, probably
extras somewhere, yeah, or in play.
David
or something.
Smart just says, thank you, GC and everyone. Lockie says, time to log on to Pornbats fans only and while the hours work.
Oh, don't forget to go to explore.org and hopefully it'll be open now and you can vote for Walker in the Fat Bear competition. The more of you that take part, like the GPL, the more likely the Walker is to win. I'd love it if Walker won, and I think it would be a triumph for guerrilla cricket.
The bear that walks.
The bear that walks.
Crucial first hour.
Yay!
Yeah, guerrilla cricket. Crucial first hour.
Do you know about the crucial first hour? I just wish it wasn't so early. But that's
well, you're not in for it, are you?
Well, I'm not in for it, but I'll feel like I have to get up and watch it. That's what I do when cricket's on. It's very difficult to ignore when when it's interesting, particularly as it is now. At 320 for 1, it wouldn't have been. That's it then. That's it from Guerrilla Cricket today. We will be back tomorrow. You on first thing, Bear, tomorrow?
Of course I'm fucking on.
Bear is on first thing tomorrow. Tony's on first thing tomorrow. I'm not on tomorrow. I'll be back Wednesday. Don't know who else is in, but it'll be a cast of brilliant characters, no doubt.
Yep.
They end the day with thanks to Messi, who started the day with discovering possum in his post box, and ends it presumably by going to bed shortly.
No, I've got a women's.
Oh, the women's. Tony.
What time is it over there?
That's a 3.
It's only about 7 or 8 o'clock, isn't it?
No, it's more than that.
It's only quarter 20 to 9 here.
20 to 9. So you've got, it's 22 here then, presumably. So it'll be in an hour and 20 minutes. The England-South Africa Women's World Cup T20 game is taking place. I should say, I mean, there have been people saying, you know, aren't you doing the Women's World Cup T20? Well, yes, we would love to, but we don't have the staff, and you know, and we have to sleep. So you know, can you imagine? The Bear was in for what, 5 o'clock this morning, 5:30, and you know, if he was to do the Women's World Cup, it would then be 7:30 before he got off again, which is a 14-hour day.
And you can fuck off if you think I'm doing that.
Well, yeah, I couldn't have put it more eloquently. On that basis, and on that note.
Okay, news before you go.
I'll go on.
The Pet Bear Week vote opens in 20 minutes.
Yeah, get on it. Vote Walker. Explore.org. Put a note out on Twitter, Messi, if you can.
I think Chunk looks unbeatable, but vote Walker.
Bring down Chunk. We've got to bring him down. He's far too cocky. We need Walker. So until tomorrow, it's goodbye from all of us who've been part of Guerrilla Cricket today, and we look forward to your company.
Indeed.
As we go on.
Okay. See you all later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara.